Chapter 551. Educate well. Although I am not a Star Path Gu master, if I refine this set of Star Gu, it would be a huge help in opening the Stargate and linking to Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a bit of joy in his heart. He had invested heavily earlier to nurture a batch of Starlight Firefly Gu in his Immortal blessed land. He also got many air bubble fish to increase the Starlight Firefly Gu's growth. But even so, the Starlight Firefly Gu's expenditure was greater than its production. Every time the Stargate was opened, large numbers of Starlight Firefly Gu would be used. But to nurture Starlight Firefly Gu, a lot of time was needed. It was easier for Fang Yuan back in Northern Plains, when he could use the starlight in the sky for one of the two sides of the gate. But in Imperial Court-blessed land, there was no starlight in the sky. Thus, to open the Stargate, he would needed to expend even more Starlight Firefly Gu. But if he could refine this set of Gu that could amplify the power of Star Path, one Starlight Firefly would be able to achieve the effects of a few. That way, he would have several times less expenditure than currently. Furthermore, this Gu recipe is interesting. The thought process and viewpoint is different from the norm. It is like a deduction done using earth science and math. To think that Poet Immortal was so knowledgeable, having such incredible ideas. Fang Yuan could see a portion of Poet Immortal's wisdom from this Gu recipe. Taking all that was valuable in these few rooms, Fang Yuan returned back to where he came from. Du Minjun was a righteous path Gu master. His inheritance was naturally a righteous path inheritance. There was only one trial, and was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain peak, the worm group that was troubling everyone had dispersed. Lord Changshanin, you are finally back. I wonder what gains Lord had made inside. Pan Ping's expression was ominous as he walked up to Fang Yuan. His intention was obvious. You Wolf King took the meat. You have to at least leave us the soup, right? Ha ha, congrats Lord Wolf King. With this inheritance, you are like a tiger who gained wings. Zhu Zai cupped his fists and spoke, not mentioning anything related to splitting the gains. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was set by Poet Immortal Du Minjun. There are still a lot of beautiful treasures left inside. You can go take it. Saying so, he sat on the azure myriad Wolf King and flew into the sky. Pan Ping saw him leaving and immediately shouted, Sir Changshanin, we restrained the worm group for you painstakingly, yet you took all the best things inside the inheritance. According to the rules, you have to give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan stopped his wolf, floating in the air as he looked at this Soul Blade General with a half-smiling expression. What compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping expressionlessly requested. We can't determine what compensation to get yet. Why don't Lord show us the inheritance you obtained, so that we can evaluate it? Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Pan Ping amicably. Look at this compensation, are you happy with it? Saying so, he willed, and the Azure Wolf group surrounded Pan Ping from the ground and the sky tightly. Pan Ping's expression changed. He held onto his scimitar as he shouted, Lord Wolf King, what are you doing? Fang Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking down at Soul Blade General, snickering. How? The Azure Wolf group moved and charged at Pan Ping. Pan Ping's expression turned into shock as he blocked left and right, unleashing all his moves. He was a rank 4 peak stage cultivation. After getting much gains in the battles, he had high-quality Gu worms that were a complete set. His battle strength far surpassed his previous state. But the Azure Wolves were not ordinary wolves. Each one was at least 100 Beast King. This meant that they each had large numbers of wild Gu in them. After Pan Ping killed several Azure Wolves, he could not hold on anymore, bleeding profusely as he got into a desperate situation. Lord Wolf King, you are too overbearing. We are of the same army. Are you trying to kill me? He shouted loudly, trying to suppress Fang Yuan using righteousness. The other Gu masters had no idea what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them uncomfortable. But because of his strength, they did not dare to say anything. Lord Wolf King, please calm down. Pan Ping did not know what was good for him. He verbally insulted Lord, but Lord is such a grand hero. Why is there a need to put yourself at his level? Zhu Zai urged quickly. Pan Ping was He Lu Lan's beloved general. It is said that he was already part of He tribe. If he died here, when He Lu Lan pursues the matter, he might not do anything to Changshanin, but Zhu Zai would be doomed. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance army, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you're overthinking this. I am not angry. Fang Yuan smiled at Zhu Zai lightly, but the Azure Wolves were attacking even more fiercely under his manipulation. Zhu Zai's heart was anxious, but he was secretly shocked by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. Over there, Pan Ping was in a critical state. He activated Soul Blade Gu, but could only defend himself. He could not break out of the wolves' encirclement. Lord Wolf King, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai showed an expression of fear as he urged once again. Fang Yuan finally stopped his attack, sighing at Zhu Zai. Sigh. I am not violent. But this junior does not know how to respect his seniors. If I do not teach him a lesson today, is he going to dance on my head in the future? Yes, 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 Lord is absolutely right. Zhuzai quickly answered. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the azure wolves stopped attacking. They moved back, but the encirclement was still present. Without the pressure of the wolves, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he stared at Fang Yuan with eyes filled with hatred. Fang Yuan saw his expression and laughed. It seems you have not had enough? Maybe my lesson wasn't severe enough. Zhuzai, what do you think? Zhuzai shuddered. He could see the overwhelming killing intent hidden in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He quickly waved his hand. Enough, it is enough. Pan Ping had received a sufficient lesson. Pan Ping, quickly apologized to Lord Wolf King. Pan Ping clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth as he took a few deep breaths, closing his eyes and saying with much pain, Lord Wolf King, I am sorry. He howled in his heart, however. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you 100-fold. Wolf King, remember this. I am not someone you can humiliate as you please. Pan Ping was a vigilant and low-profile person, but after the Imperial court contest, the pride in the deep parts of his heart burst out. Especially in the battle against Lu tribe, he was first killed by 3 heads 6 arms, but was revived by Tai by Yun Sheng later, using man as before Gu. Such a revival process made his nature change slightly, making him feel like he was a person blessed by the heavens. According to the rules, I should be allowed to check the gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret all that you did today. Although you are strong now, it is only because you started cultivating several earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return all this humiliation right back at you. Pan Ping screamed internally. Fang Yuan naturally had no idea what he was thinking, but he was not interested either. If I kill him here, He Lulan would not pursue the matter with me. But this is a demonic act. It clashes with my identity. Furthermore, it does not benefit my future plans at all. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for the future. Pan Ping only had one soul blade, Gu, which Fang Yuan had some interest in. If he was killed now, Fang Yuan would probably not receive the Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan said, since you admitted your mistake, that is very good. It means you have noticed my hard work. A junior should behave like a junior. Do you understand now? Understood. Pan Ping shut his eyes. He was furious, but he squeezed out the words. Fang Yuan snickered. He understood his feelings, but he did not expose him, only continuing to say, very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to educate you, I made quite a loss. Look at my wolves. 15 corpses are lying here. What? Pan Ping opened his eyes out of pure rage. What? Are you unwilling? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at Pan Ping with an obvious expression of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing to. Pan Ping breathed in deeply, nodding his head as he accepted his fate. This is the attitude of a junior indeed. Fang Yuan chuckled, smiling gently and kindly. But in everyone's view, he looked extremely scary. It was all thanks to Lord. Zhuzai was smiling at the side. Of course. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, smiling as he accepted this hypocritical flattery. He then looked around. What about you guys? Do you need some lessons too? Everyone quickly rejected him with pale expression. They were shuddering, obviously scared out of their wits. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting all of Pan Ping's Gu recipes and several of his Gu worms. Pan Ping was extremely furious. The few Gu that Fang Yuan chose were critical to his Gu set. Without them, his strength would fall by at least 2 levels. After toying around with Pan Ping, Fang Yuan felt the fun turning into boredom as he patted the wolf head, rising into the sky. That will be all. There are still rather good things inside. They are unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and were revitalized. Many people thought, Lord Wolf King is truly righteous. It was natural for him to take the bulk of the meat. Lord Pan Ping was simply too small-hearted. Only until Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf group vanished into the sky did everyone start moving towards the Starlight Door. According to seniority, Zhuzai and Pan Ping were the first 2 to charge in. The 2 first entered a small courtyard, but only found Du Min Jun's original poems. As for Gu worms, Gu recipes, they were all swept away by Fang Yuan. Not a trace of them were left. Lord Wolf King was right. These are really unique treasures. Zhuzai held the poems in his hand as he laughed bitterly. Pan Ping, who was hopeful and wanted to get some benefits to recoup his losses, had a dark expression. Pooh. Suddenly, he threw up a mouthful of blood as he fainted from anger. Several days later, with my current speed, the sacred palace should be close by. Fang Yuan rode on the azure myriad Wolf King's back, pondering to himself. Soon after, his gaze became fixed at an area on the ground below him. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 552, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Fang Yuan looked at the ground. He saw that there was a mound protruding high up above the ground. There were no forceful contours on the mound. There was an opening on it that showed a huge hole, like a tunnel underground. As for the surroundings of this mound, it was a huge swampy area. There were sparse trees in the swamp. On the southwest side, there was a river. The river water was not clear, but it was a very long river. Both the start and end of the river were beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. Looking at this scene, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase in his mind. Is this Di Chio inheritance ground? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration as he felt dazed. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Chio inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting idea Gu on the gray-white stone slab etched this map into his brain. Thus, Fang Yuan had a clear memory of it. He could not forget it even if he tried. He flapped his wings and flew around it in the sky, confirming that this terrain was exactly as he remembered. So this is it. I was wondering before, an inheritance using terrain as a clue was not reliable. If this was outside in northern plains, the terrain could be easily changed or destroyed. But in Imperial Court blessed land, that would be a different case. Fang Yuan thought. This Imperial Court blessed land opened once every 10 years. The victors of the Imperial Court contest would enter and might change the terrain due to battles. However, when Imperial Court blessed land closes, the terrain slowly recovers. Until 10 years later, it would reopen after being restored to its original state. Di Chio inheritance, since it was set up inside Imperial Court blessed land, and even had an innovative idea of using a fake gray-white stone slab to do it, the owner definitely put in huge effort and time for this. The inheritance should not be bad. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the mound's entrance for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and entered the dark hole. 15 minutes later, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan unscathed. This deep hole looked pitch black from the outside, but once someone entered, they would realize that it was full of glowing moss. It was not dark at all. There was nothing inside the hole. The air was moist, and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan personally entered to check it out, but still found nothing. He frowned slightly, leaving the place. He was prepared for this result long ago. This inheritance is not simple. If it can easily obtained, others would have gotten it long ago. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that someone else got it before me. But Fang Yuan analyzed and realized that the possibility of that was very low. To come here, there are two conditions. One is to obtain the clue to the inheritance and decipher the gray-white stone slab. A Gu master skilled at appraisal is needed to do it. Secondly, they need to enter Imperial Court blessed land. That means they need to survive the Imperial Court contest. Thus, they need to have a keen eye in order to be part of the victors. This inheritance is not simple at all. It seems that to get it, I will need to interpret the cipher. Fang Yuan concluded. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What was this cipher trying to say? Fang Yuan thought about it, but he got no answers. Even though he had many thoughts, none of them lead to any conclusive ideas. Never mind, I'll leave it at that. There is still some time left inside Imperial Court, blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, bringing the wolf group with him towards the blessed land's central sacred palace. That was the most important part of his plan. He spent so much time disguising himself. It was all in order to enter Imperial Court, blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before Gu was his top priority, but other than that, it was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside 88 True Yang building. Not must him, most of the strong Gu masters would choose to go to the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the central area of Imperial Court blessed land. It was the essence of the blessed land. The sacred palace was one of the 4 resting chambers of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was also his most important resting chamber. His other chambers were in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. In Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an even larger and grander resting chamber in the sky. It was situated within Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 existed across the long river of time, from the immemorial Antiquity era to the remote Antiquity era, to the Olden Antiquity era, to the Medieval Antiquity era, and finally, the Late Antiquity era. Each one of them was the absolute expert of their time. They were unparalleled and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their specialties and unique abilities. They were all very different. The bloodthirsty spectral soul Demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus Demon Venerable, the knowledgeable star constellation Immortal Venerable, the peaceful paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also a person full of legends and incredible stories. He was a demonic path Gu masterborn of Northern Plains. He was always lucky and fortunate in his life, having lots of good events. Not only could he avoid dangers, he could even turn them into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu Immortal, he was a Casanova and toyed with women everywhere. No one could restrain him. Even the #1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House in Central Continent back then, one of the top 10 sects, became his wife. Because of that, he became an external supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House and converted over to the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a dissolute nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable and ascending to the Immortal Court, he became the 4th generation Immortal King. He next built 5 great resting chambers and had over several tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was 1,000 years old, he was still taking in young girls from all over the world to expand his harem. Thus, among all of the Venerables, he had the most offsprings. He had too many children, he could not even remember most of their names. These children were spread all over the 5 regions. Right now, they were mostly concentrated in Northern Plains, and those Gu Master who had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline were collectively known as the Huangjin family. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. Hereditary monarchy. Beauty is the natural dowry of a woman. I wish I could marry every single woman in the world. All these were his catchphrases. Even though time flowed mercilessly and eras changed, he still left behind a dazzling proof of his glorious existence in history. Especially in Northern Plains, Huangjin family controlled nearly the entire region. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still influencing every generation thus far. Sacred Palace, the central control hall. Night. The silvery, brilliant light shone on He Lulan's face. He raised his head as he looked at a plaque on the central control hall. His giant bear-like body stood upright under the silver light. As the Alliance leader, with the Huangjin bloodline flowing in him, once he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would automatically arrive in the Sacred Palace. This plaque in the central control hall was huge. It was 60 meters long, 25 meters wide, and there were 2 huge words on it: Hereditary Monarchy. The golden light shining off it was clear and dazzling. The central control hall was huge and grand, like the house of a giant. Under this plaque, even He Lulan's fat body seemed tiny. Hereditary monarchy, huh? He looked with a complicated expression. There was pain and hatred, admiration, anger, and aloofness. Lord, cunning gentleman's son Shirhan came over, calling out softly, "What is the matter?" He Lulan turned around. His expression had been completely sealed away. He returned to his usual arrogant, boorish, and irritable attitude. Cunning gentleman did not feel anything amiss as he took out a letter from his pocket, reporting, "This is Soul Blade General Pan Ping's letter." He said in the letter that Wolf King Changshan devoured an inheritance alone, extorting him in public and made very vile actions. He hopes Lord can seek justice for him. Oh, He Lulan stretched out his fat right arm. Cunning gentleman quickly passed the letter to him with both hands. "Lord, I am not trying to be nosy, but this Changshan is getting more overbearing. He actually bullied and humiliated his own alliance mate." Sigh, Lord Pan Ping was too kind-hearted. He thought about old relationships and wanted to share an inheritance with Changshan. But the result was that he was treated like this. Wolf King Changshan has great merits indeed, but this does not mean he can act as he wish. Otherwise, if everyone was like him, wouldn't we be in complete chaos? Cunning gentleman carefully chose his words while He Lulan was reading the letter. He Lulan snorted, stretching out his hand. "Hand it over." "Ah, Lord, you mean?" Cunning gentleman was shocked. This is only Pan Ping's side of the story. Zhuzai should have sent a letter too. He Lulan had a sharp gaze. Cunning gentleman quickly laughed. "Lord is truly wise and mighty. I am in complete awe." He Lulan took the second letter and swept through the content. He was expressionless, and Sun Shirhan could not read his intentions at all. This letter was merely Zhuzai seeking credit for his actions. Combined with the first letter, He Lulan understood what had happened. He squeezed with his hand, and the 2 letters were corroded into nothingness by a dark light. After Pan Ping and the others arrive, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. "Yes, Lord." Cunning gentleman bowed, but after a while, he raised his head in confusion as He Lulan did not speak further. "Are we not punishing that Wolf King Changshan? Punish? What a joke." He Lulan laughed. "Why do I need to punish him? If it was me, I would have done the same time. Except I would not do it in such an ugly way." Sun Shirhan was indignant, urging, "Lord, I am different opinions. This Wolf King Changshan regards himself highly and is untamable. We cannot tolerate his actions. Although he has great achievements, without Lord's tribe funding him, would he have such a huge wolf group? He is a Northern Plains hero, he has great reputation. If Lord does not punish him, he is just going to become more overbearing. In fact, he might even overthrow you, and in the end, everyone would know the name of Changshan, but not Lord's name. Ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing? Sure Han, you're overthinking it. After this happened, what reputation would Changshan still have? Bullying the weak because he is strong, greedily taking an inheritance for himself, it would ruin his reputation. Furthermore, he does not have the Huangjin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter the True Yang building. After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued. From this matter, we can see that Changshan is only a mortal. He has desires and greed. That makes things easy. Moreover, I have Chang tribe and Good tribe in my hands now. He is already rank 5 peak stage. Such a genius like him would definitely want to progress further. But I will only reveal to him the method to reach Gu Immortal realm after he joins He tribe. I know you hate Changshan, but later, I still need him when challenging True Yang building. Do not bother me in the future with such tiny matters. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave. This subordinate takes his leave. Sun Shirhan brought his disappointment with him as he left the central control hall. Chapter 553. Imperial Court Sacred Palace. The wind was blowing past the ears. In the golden sky, brilliant rays were shining down. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky, as Fang Yuan rode the Azure Wolf King, allowing the wind to blow his hair backwards. His gaze was solemn. He was pondering internally. These days, he had been trying to decipher the quote from Dichio Inheritance, but he was making no progress. A glorious palace gradually appeared in his vision, emerging from the plain horizon. Sensing this, Fang Yuan looked over as he swept the scattered thoughts in his mind away. A trace of relief flashed past his face. Sacred Palace. He was finally there. As Fang Yuan got closer, the large palace slowly showed its full features. It had 8 levels. Each was about 2 kilometers tall. The first level, which was the bottom level, had the greatest surface area. The second level was above the first level, and so on. Each level had walls around it, forming a hollow tube. The snow-white walls were 9 meters thick. The walls were joined together with no gaps. On the walls, there were rainbow colors towers at set intervals. Each tower had different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, respectively. After many levels were stacked together, the entire sacred palace looked like a tall mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, it was as if the sacred palace was rising from the ground, shooting up and piercing the heavens. Grand and spectacular, the sacred palace. Even with Fang Yuan's depth of knowledge, he was gasping in admiration when he saw this. What's that thing flying in the sky? Wolf King has arrived. Just like what the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's arrival attracted the attention of the Gu masters inside the sacred palace. At this point, there were almost 10,000 people in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they landed close to the sacred palace. Thus, they were earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had given instructed already. Thus the Gu master tasked to welcome him quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the huge gate of the first level. The moment Fang Yuan's myriad Wolf King touched the ground, the escort Gu master came to greet him. Lord Wolf King, you have arrived. It is my honor to bring you into the city. Your place's residence is on the 8th level. We have already prepared the room for you. No rush. Bring me around the place first. Fang Yuan said lightly, getting off the Azure Wolf. As a form of respect to Giant Son Immortal Venerable, Gu masters were not allowed to ride their steed inside the sacred palace. They could only walk. As you wish, Lord. This is my honor. Fang Yuan followed the escort Gu into the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, there were large numbers of pavilions and terraces, palaces and courtyards. Looking from outside, the edges of the roof were curved outside. They were silver and golden in color, looking magnificent and grand. All sorts of buildings were interconnected. At some places, there was lots of free space and buildings were huge. At some places, the pathways were intercrossed and halls were everywhere, making it easy to get lost. As for the interior of the pavilion hall, be it the pillars or the main support, they were carved with lots of beautiful images and decorations. It radiated an aura of prosperity. Lord, this is Entertainment Palace. The noble ancestor Giant Son would hold a grand music festival here in this palace daily when he lived here. According to history, during each festival, there would be large numbers of concubines fighting to present their dance in order to get ancestor Giant Son's attention. Lord, this is Spring Soup Hall. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Ancestor Giant Son would come here weekly with 1,000 concubines to soak in the water and have fun. This is Floating Scent Yard. Ancestor Giant Son had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all sorts of delicious meat fruits. At night, the wine pool would produce lots of fragrant wine. The escort Gu master introduced each area they went to. He was very eloquent. Fang Yuan walked casually, looking around. He found it very interesting. At the sacred palace's 4th level, the escort Gu master brought Fang Yuan into the main palace. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace, Drawing Palace. Ancestor Giant Sun was very talented. He was very skilled at drawing beauties. All of the drawings inside this palace were done by him alone. Please come this way. The escort Gu master opened the side door of the palace, inviting Fang Yuan in. The 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace had main doors, but only Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, could use them. Although he was dead already, this rule was passed down, and his descendants followed this rule as a form of respect and reverence towards Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Once they entered the palace, a large wall of drawings filled Fang Yuan's vision. There were nothing in this drawing palace but huge walls. On these walls, there were all sorts of beauties, alluring ones, innocent ones, smiling ones, or those deep in thought. They were in all sorts of postures and positions. There were 80,000 drawings. Those that were drawn here were well liked by Ancestor Giant Sun for a period of time. Of course, it is a woman's greatest honor to be hand-drawn by a venerable. Ancestor Giant Sun had lots of concubines, but those recorded here were the cream of the crop. They could be preserved eternally here. The escort Gu master said with a look of admiration. Fang Yuan did not speak. He only looked and thought to himself, I wouldn't call this eternally. At least in my previous 500 years, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu Immortals, and the Sacred Palace became history. Sigh, true immortality is something that not even someone as strong as an immortal venerable could achieve. When people came here, they would be stunned by the Sacred Palace's grand and imposing aura. Even if they were not overwhelmed, they would feel great admiration. But Fang Yuan could sense a trace of decay and rot in this brilliance. Without eternal life, so what if you were as strong as a venerable? Even the Casanova Giant Sun had turned into ashes now. His traces were still here, proving his existence. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, such a proof was filled with the mockery of failure. It was truly pitiful. His interest had waned. Let's go. Bring me to the 8th level's accommodation. Fang Yuan sighed. Instruction. The escort Gu master got out of his daze and said hesitantly, But Lord, Sacred Palace has a lot of famous sites. We just started. Other than these, there are also Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Alluring Palace, Innocent Palace, and Unique Scent Palace. Back then, female variant humans lived there. There were even hairy men. There is also Jade Statue Palace, meant to sculpt beauties and offer them to the ancestor. The escort Gu master was anxious. All these places that he mentioned were not accessible with his status. He wanted to use this chance to satisfy his curiosity, but Fang Yuan did not fulfill his wish. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's final years, he rarely went to the mortal realm to stay in Sacred Palace. He lived in Longevity Heaven, in a reclusive manner. As for Northern Plains, large numbers of girls would be chosen for him to fill the Sacred Palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to the Sacred Palace, he did not meet these girls. Instead, he built the 88 True Yang building and established the rules for the Imperial Court contest before vanishing from this world completely. The Sacred Palace thus faded out of history, and those beautiful yet pitiful women became sparrows trapped in cages. Although Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge, it had no freedom. It was a prison even though the place was large. Eventually, they stayed there obediently and exhausted their lifespan. They could not escape, and no one had the guts to save them either. Under Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious and noble light, countless women were buried in pain, grudge, and sadness. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the Sacred Palace did not have high value. It was merely Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. No Gu masters dared to set up their inheritance here. As for the precious resources he left behind, they had been taken by previous generations of Gu masters already. Even the Central Continent Gu Immortals who came later could not find anything valuable. The only thing valuable in the Sacred Palace was also the entire Imperial Court Blessed Land. No, more accurately, the most valuable thing in Northern Plains. That was at the peak of the 8th level, 88 True Yang building. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had suggested, the Gu house made by Long Hair Ancestor personally. Rank 8 Immortal Gu. But now was not the time. At the peak of the 8th level, it was complete emptiness. Only when the 10-year blizzard strike would the 88 True Yang building show up. In the following days, Fang Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for True Yang building to open. The Azure Wolf group was taken care of by others. He did not need to bother with it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to invite him and revealed the intention to recruit him to join He tribe and become an external elder. Towards this suggestion, Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it. Although he showed a moved expression, he would definitely refuse this in his heart. Human skin Gu could disguise him as Wolf King, but it was Immortal Gu. The investigation of an Immortal Gu could expose him. The recruitment of external elders was a common trick used by Northern Plains superforces. This way, demonic path Gu immortals could become righteous, and it would help the Huang Jin tribes greatly in managing Northern Plains. As for the incident on Xingjiu Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word about it. There was a rumor growing, however, that Wolf King was extremely overbearing, describing his actions on Xingjiu Peak as vile and evil, using his strength to suppress the weak. The description was extremely biased, but it sounded very convincing. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Someone was obviously trying to ruin his reputation behind the scenes. It is likely to be Pan Ping or Sun Shihan who has motives to do this, or even He Lulan. But so what if my reputation turns sour? Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a terrible reputation. He was a demonic Gu master who toyed with women all over the region. But now, he was a revered Immortal Venerable. When he expanded his harem, how many women's lives and happiness were ruined by him? But now, no one publicly accused him of anything. In this world, strength was everything. On Earth, one had to be mindful of rumors. It was easy to ruin a person's life with some malicious lies. But that was because they were all mortals. The laws of the world was different. Individuals could not surpass the power of society. But here, it was different. That was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, there was a water-like ripple in the golden sky. The entire land started shaking. Out of nowhere, there was wind as a piercing light shone at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 45 minutes, as it gradually dispersed. A tower appeared at a previously barren area. 88 True Yang Building. Chapter 554. Plotting is difficult, living is tough. It was a tower. Like a spring bamboo shoot, it was tall and slender and was upright. The tower's shape was vague with all kinds of gorgeous colors, like a body of colorful ink in the shape of a tower, as it continually shook. This is the initial appearance of 88 True Yang Building, and only when the storm and snow covers the northern plains, and all the small towers of Imperial Court blessed lands sink to the ground, will each layer of 88 True Yang Building stabilize. Only then can one enter inside and explore. Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence and looked to the direction of the dome. At this moment, there were shouts of jubilation and surprise in Sacred Palace. Gu masters were cheering in high spirits while many mortals kneeled on the ground, praising the might of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But even when 88 True Yang Building takes form completely, I won't be able to enter because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and don't have his bloodline. If I want to enter inside, I would need He Lulan to get me a guest token. Well, there is no hurry. Is True Yang Building so easy to rush into? He Lulan will need external help like me sooner or later. After a while, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his room. As the door of the room closed, the sound of cheers from the outside immediately softened. Fang Yuan entered a secret room specially meant for cultivation and sat upright on a cushion. Both of my apertures have now already reached rank 5 peak stage. In regards to enslavement path, I have Azure Wolf Group, while with regards to strength path, I have Killer Move Forearm Wind King. Combined with my battle experience, I am already at the peak among the mortals. But to deal with a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He was well aware of the enormous gap between immortal and mortal. A mortal going against an immortal was as hard as ascending to heaven. To him, the best situation right now would be Tai by Yunsheng already having the recipe for Immortal Gu landscape as before in his mind. It would not have been good for Fang Yuan to make a move outside in northern plains, but it would be very convenient for him to do so in 88 True Yang Building. Using Gu to plunder river as before and mountain as before Gu from Tai by Yunsheng, and then plunder the Immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such ample conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai by Yunsheng, who had yet to become an immortal, and then use the third refinement opportunity to request Langya Land Spirit to refine landscape as before Gu. However, the possibility of Tai by Yunsheng, immortal, possessing the Immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before was next to nothing. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, when Tai by Yunsheng became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth reacted and Dao marks attracted each other, making the two rank 5 Gu spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before. Fang Yuan had a prudent nature and would never place all his hopes on an indistinct future. If the situation is messed up, then I will have to deal with the Gu immortal Tai by Yunsheng. At that time, I can only rely on myself. Azure Wolf Group and Forearm Wind King clearly won't be enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak among mortals. Despite cultivation of both enslavement and strength path having the greatest unresolved issue, he was still among the first class of rank 5 experts. If compared to Southern Border, he was in the same level as Shang Clan's Genius Clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu Clan leader Empress Wu Ji. Using the experiences of his past lives, the advantage of rebirth and taking a series of risks, struggling at death's doors several times, Fang Yuan achieved such rapid growth that it would shock the world. But even so, in front of a Gu Immortal, even if it was a newly advanced Gu Immortal, this strength was not enough. To resolve this huge issue, there are only about 3 ways. First is to search 88 True Yang building for the strongest Gu worms or unique methods. Second is to secretly make arrangements against Tai by Yun Sheng as much as possible so that there will be ample preparation when I have to truly make a move. Third is to resolve the problem of enslavement and strength dual cultivation and raise my battle strength further. Fang Yuan silently pondered. He was fully aware that he had exhausted almost all his previous life's foundation in creating Four-Arm Wind King. After all, he had specialized in blood path in his previous life and had only dabbled in enslavement and strength paths. The so-called plots and traps against Gu Immortals were too inferior to be even mentioned and were not reliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to Gu Immortal in his previous life. Thus he knew when a mortal transformed to a Gu Immortal, from their head to toe, inside to outside, they would go through baptism, and even their appearance would change. The only thing that he could truly place high hopes on was 88 True Yang building. Days passed by. The golden light and silver light in the sky continued to switch between one another. 88 True Yang building was still gradually forming. Its sunset hues gradually rose and covered most of the sacred palace in its light. Cool wind breezed through Imperial court-blessed land with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. But at the outside world in northern plains, snow had continued to fall for over a month already. Blizzard was spreading over the northern plains in full force with its bone-chilling cold wind and snow. Both the sky and ground were a scene of white, and mist covered one's vision. Trees had already started dying and were frozen into pillars of ice. Mounds and hills were covered with thick layers of snow and large piles had formed in valleys as well. Beast groups died in large numbers, and even weeds with vigorous life force were also frozen into ice. Even when one spat, the saliva would instantly turn into ice. But heaven never blocked all paths. Somehow, there would always be a trace of hope left. In each region of northern plains, there were remnants of tribes. Some were small and some big, and relying on geographically advantageous places like Warm Pond Valley, they were able to resist the wind and snow and survive in the blizzard. Man tribe who occupied Hong Yin Valley was one of them. Hall of Affairs. The elders divided into 2 rows with Man tribe leader sitting high at the main seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu kneeled on the ground. Lord tribe leader, I come forward to beg for forgiveness. Oh, what is your fault? Man 2 asked with a slight smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, I was in charge of looking after Spirit Spring D, but it suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It is now ruined. Shi Wu respectfully replied. Not a problem. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. As a matter of fact, he had already known this news. Elder Shi Wu, stand up. It is the 10-year disaster now. There is a chance of every Spirit Spring suddenly freezing and drying up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader's kindness knows no bounds. I am ashamed. Shi Wu was moved to tears and sighed inwardly. His surname was Shi and was half an outsider to Man tribe. Although he had married into Man tribe, but he had still been pushed aside. A problem occurred in the Spirit Spring he had been put in charge of. This matter could have been big or small. Fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was open-minded and did not look into it. However, anything concerning Spirit Springs are major affairs of the tribe. Man Duo, how many Spirit Springs do we have left now? Man 2's brows slightly furrowed as he asked. Man Duo was Man 2's 3rd son. Thin and small in physique, but was shrewd and crafty, and had been assisting Man 2 in handling internal affairs of the tribe till now. He immediately replied, Lord Father, Hong Yin Valley now still has 7 Spirit Springs marked A, B, C, E, F, G, and H. Among them, G and H Spirit Springs are already close to drying up and will only last less than a month. All right, Man 2 nodded. That is to say, a month later, we will only have 5 Spirit Springs. Elders, what do you think? Lord Tribe Leader, this thing is very difficult to deal with. This is a natural disaster. It is almost impossible for humans to reverse the situation. We might as well cut down on the primeval stones given to Gu Masters. Hong Yin Valley's 8 Spirit Springs were accumulated bitterly over these 10 years by our tribe. The situation of our tribe this year is much better than the previous times. It is all thanks to Lord Tribe Leader's wise guidance that we don't need to worry. Other tribes are in a much more worse situation. Even if all the Spirit Springs dry up, it won't be much problem. Wait till this 10-year snow disaster passes, and at that time, new spirit springs will emerge one after another, when fortune arises after extreme suffering. Elders expressed their thoughts one after another. Man too calmly listened to them and nodded. Spirit springs are very important for a Gu master's cultivation and cannot be neglected. It is difficult for a Gu master's cultivation to progress without primeval stones. The blizzard has just started, snow monsters will start roaming about soon. The main defense of the Hong Yin Valley will still rely on Gu masters. He paused before mumbling. Let's do it like this. Take out one spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. This new spirit spring shall be titled D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu. An elder objected in heartache. Man too raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You all know that only with a spirit spring's supply of primeval stones can our tribe's Gu masters advance forward continually. They can then preserve their strength and prepare themselves when resisting snow monsters. As long as there is not a huge loss of our Gu masters, our tribe can preserve its strength. And when the blizzard passes and spring blossoms, it will be time for our tribe to realize our ambitions. Realize our ambitions. The elder's eyes brightened at these words. Man too had been putting all his efforts in developing the tribe, and under his leadership, Man tribe had continually expanded and swallowed many small tribes over these years. Now, Man tribe was occupying Hong Yin Valley. It could already be said to be a ruler of a region. But from his words, everyone could hear this Man tribe leader still wanted to progress further. The current Man tribe was still not able to satisfy his ambitions. The elder who had objected quickly apologized. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and resolute. I am willing to lay down my life at Tribe Leader's command. We are willing to give our lives for Tribe Leader. Soon after, the other elders spoke together. Having everyone with me, we can seek supremacy. Man too laughed loudly. Then his expression concentrated and he ordered, Elder Shi Wu will be in charge of the new spirit spring D. Everyone present gazed at Shi Wu with envy. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Shi Wu was truly moved this time. His eyes reddened as he said, I am fortunate to have tribe leaders' trust. I will definitely do my best to repay the tribe. The discussions continued for a while longer before everyone dispersed. Shi Wu did not leave, instead following Man Duo to the tribe warehouse, and took a spring egg Gu. This is spring egg Gu. Shi Wu held the Gu in his hand, and gazed at it strangely, his tone trembling. His expression quickly concentrated, and he then bowed towards Man Duo. Third young master, please enlighten me on how to activate this Gu. Man Duo smiled as he saw Shi Wu adapting to circumstances. I do not dare to give you advice. This spring egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu and has extremely high demand on primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage Gu master cannot activate it at one try. Elder Shi Wu, you have a rank 3 cultivation, and as such you would need to use lasting Gu and continuing Gu to activate it. But this way, the quickest it will take for you to plant the spirit spring is close to a month. Elder, you don't need to worry. I will help you by the side during this time. I am very grateful to third young master. Shi Wu promptly expressed his thanks. Chapter 555, Dancing Snow Claws. Appearance of the building. The location to create the spirit spring had already been decided. Shi Wu brought the spring egg Gu and went with Man Duo. After making the preparations, he started using his primeval essence and sent it into the lasting Gu and continuing Gu before injecting it into the spring egg Gu. The spring egg Gu floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it moved up and down slowly. For the next 18 days, Shi Wu slept 3 hours a day, rushing to eat his meals and settle his excretion. Although it was tough, the effects were showing. As he continued to inject primeval essence, the spring egg Gu was shining with a brilliant light. These days, Man Duo had come to inspect again, and upon seeing this, he was overjoyed. We are almost there. There are mild cracks on the spring egg Gu already. Once it breaks, we will succeed. It has been tough on Elder Shi Wu. Not at all, not at all. Shi Wu refined the Gu while humbly replying. He was mentally fatigued. His body had gotten thinner. With his cultivation, forcefully activating a rank 5 Gu was very tiring. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge service to the tribe. Man Duo continued. During this elder meeting, Lord Father had specially mentioned it. Lord Shi Wu's hard work is evident in everyone's eyes. If you have any requests, we will try to satisfy it. Shi Wu was extremely grateful. I am ashamed. With Lord Tribe Leader's care, how can I go overboard and request for more? But I have a question. Oh, please speak. Young Master Man Duo, I feel that Hong Yin Valley had been getting colder these days. The surrounding vegetation and beasts have been freezing to death. Man Duo's expression turned ugly. Hong Yin Valley was indeed facing a problem. It had been mentioned during the last few tribe meetings. The result was, the underground magma supporting Hong Yin Valley had been reduced due to unknown reasons. This was different from historical records. In the earlier meeting, tribe leader Mantu flew into a rage, wanting everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, they had to conceal this matter to prevent their morale from sinking. Elder Shi Wu is at a crucial moment of refining the spirit spring. I should not tell him this bad news, or his mind will waver and ruin this important matter. Thinking so, Manduo lied and reassured Shi Wu. Shi Wu did not sense anything wrong. He was about to speak, but suddenly, his expression changed, shouting, "Oh no, it's the flying hand snow." Manduo turned around and was shocked. How can there be flying hand snow in Hongyan Valley? Only to see that in the sky, fierce winds were blowing as palm-sized snowflakes carrying the aura of rank 5 Gu descended slowly. "Oh no, come quickly and protect the spring egg Gu," Manduo shouted, calling the nearby Gu masters over. But the blizzard was powerful, the wind cut like razors, and the might of heaven and earth descended. After resisting it for a while, everyone starting to fall into a disadvantage. Snow monster. Snow monsters have appeared. Trouble comes in pairs. The blizzard gathered and formed into a 6-meter-tall snow monster. The defense of the Gu masters was easily broken. In the sky, large numbers of flying hand snow gathered into a huge palm. Under everyone's furious and indignant, while completely helpless stares, the giant snow hand grabbed the spring egg Gu in the air and squeezed. Crack! With a light sound, the snow hand disintegrated. The snowflakes landed on the ground. The rank 5 spring egg Gu inside had vanished already. The silver light shone like a miasma gently raining down on Imperial Court, blessed land. Howl! Azure Wolf Group sprinted on the ground. Some ran in the air, while others were dashing with their claws. Even though there were Gu masters feeding them in the sacred palace, these wolves still desired freedom. They wanted to be ferocious beasts roaming the sky, and not canaries trapped in cages. As their master, Fang Yuan let them do as they wished. He himself was spreading his eagle wings as he flew in the sky, looking at the ground below him. It was Di Chio inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What does this sentence mean? Fang Yuan pondered. He had been coming over to explore the inheritance grounds every few days. Instinct told him that this Di Chio inheritance was not simple. Thus, every time he went out, he used the excuse of walking his wolves to train them and practice his manipulation skills. But even so, he could not stay for long. Fang Yuan was now a person with high status, second to only He Lulan. His every movement was scrutinized by everyone. He was no longer as invisible as before. This time, he had no findings, and to prevent suspicion, he could only leave for now. Even though he could completely occupy this entire area using his status now, Fang Yuan did not do that. If this inheritance had high value, even if he had great strength, others would compete with him. He did not have Huang Jin bloodline. To enter 88 True Yang building, he needed He Lulan's guest token. However, he had been sending people to scout the area. The reason was naturally the Azure Wolf Group. Every time he went out to hunt with the Azure Wolf Group, there would be a route. Before moving out, he would send Gu masters to scout out the path for him, and go to the path that had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from each time, but each one of them would be close to Di Chio inheritance. One must act flawlessly. Fang Yuan followed the route that he planned and continued hunting with the Azure Wolf Group. There were a lot of beasts and resources inside Imperial Court, blessed land. Especially near the small towers, there were swarms of worms and countless wild Gu. 88 True Yang building was something only a small number of Gu masters had the chance to enter. Most Gu masters would roam in the huge blessed land, subdue wild Gu, or find inheritances. Fang Yuan followed the trail and found many Gu masters. As for the area near Di Chio inheritance, there were naturally many Gu masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not afraid that Di Chio Mountain would get taken by someone. In fact, he was hoping that someone would find it and trigger it. He would get news of it by then and would be able to strike easily. After all, he had already used his strength to snatch an inheritance back on Xingjiu Peak. Rumble, rumble. There were some loud sounds coming from the ground. Fang Yuan rode the Azure Myriad Wolf King and looked down, seeing a small tower shining with a bright light, sinking into the ground slowly. Fang Yuan was not surprised. In the progress of 88 True Yang buildings' gradually appearance, the small towers in Imperial Court blessed land would slowly sink into the ground. These small towers were like nests that were filled with all the wild Gu that had grown in the last 10 years. Many people guessed the wild Gu in these small towers were the energy source to form 88 True Yang building. In a way, these small towers were a portion of the 88 True Yang building. This guest had never gotten confirmation. Gu immortals who could confirm this were unable to enter Imperial Court, blessed land. And those mortals who could enter were way too weak compared to Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. They could not decipher it. But Fang Yuan was an exception. 88 True Yang Building has an intriguing design. It is truly a work of heaven. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Building. Fang Yuan was far more knowledgeable than other Gu immortals in this aspect, because he controlled the most complete information regarding 88 True Yang Building. This source of information was Lang Ya Land Spirit. The land spirit in his life was the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor who created the 88 True Yang Building. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook. A flash of inspiration appeared in his heart, sweeping away the confusion in his heart. This moment, he finally found the strange thing about Dichio. There was no small tower near Dichio. Indeed, that is the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. In the last few times he brought the azure wolves to hunt, he would either be in the sky near Dichio or the ground near it. Now that he recalled it, he realized the peculiarity of Dichio. By logic, every 8 li should have a small tower, and every small tower corresponds to the regions in northern plains. But near Dichio, there is nothing. Thinking so, Fang Yuan got excited. This was a huge breakthrough. Following this lead, he could potentially unravel the mystery of Dichio inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not turn back. Rushing over in an excited manner like this was asking to be suspected. He controlled his excited emotions and continued on the route he had prepared. The azure wolves moved out from the sacred palace, and after one round, returned. The sacred palace was like a mountain peak. The 88 True Yang Building at its peak was still nurturing. The aurora it emitted was covering the entire sacred palace. The grand and beautiful sacred palace was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. Fang Yuan went out to hunt every 6 or 7 days with the Azure Wolf group. But plans cannot keep up with circumstances. 3 days later, the aurora gathered into one point and started taking form. The first layer of 88 True Yang Building had formed. This was a joyful news, causing the sacred palace to go into a commotion. At once, everyone's hot topic was about this building. Of course, most of the Gu masters could only watch. He Lulan went in excitedly. Several hours later, he returned in a pathetic state, wounds covering his body. His injuries were not light, but they could not conceal the shock in his eyes. During the second expedition, he brought many He tribe Gu masters. He tribesmen had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They could freely enter and exit True Yang Building without restriction. During such times, tribesmen were the most reliable. Why was there a need to share with outsiders what one could devour alone? When He Lulan returned, he looked extremely tired. As for the Gu masters who went in, only 60% returned. Thereafter, all sorts of rumors and information spread. They were all regarding True Yang Building. Some said that the True Yang Building was a work of heaven. It was spectacular. Some said that it was difficult to explore. Every step was precarious. Some said that the rewards for passing it was very enticing. By now, everyone was moved. Chapter 556. It's actually a Gu immortal inheritance. Bam! He Lulan raised his leg, kicking his tribesman, He Chi Sheng, to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed. The muscles on his face twitched as he revealed a ruthless and savage gaze. The hall was silent. All of the He tribe Gu masters did not dare to speak a word. He Lulan was called Black Tyrant. It was due to his famous ruthless and cruel personality. Especially when he was obstructed 6 times by the 54th round. His anger was ignited like a barrel of gunpowder. Lord Tribe Leader, it was my inability. I deserved death. He Chi Sheng sprawled on the ground, begging for forgiveness while prostrating. Idiot. Why is there such a useless idiot in our He tribe? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Chi Sheng several times. Seeing that he was coughing blood due to the kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were silent, not daring to say a word. Last time, the elders who pleaded for He Chi Sheng were beaten until they received heavy injuries by He Lulan. They were still bettered now. He Lulan's temper had been curbed slightly during the Imperial court contest. But now that they were in the blessed land, his poor temper and cruel nature were back at full force. You are also all idiots, useless trash. Why are you all standing here? Speak. Tell me a good method to break through the 54th round. Otherwise, I will dock your salary. The tribe does not feed useless people. I gave you primeval stones. I gave you a luxurious life. Raising your status. What was it all for? Now is the time to perform your duties. He Lulan screamed. The windows were shaking from the force of his voice. The elders were sighing bitterly internally. They were like drooping eggplants, lowering their head and communicating with their expressions, but no one dared to speak first. He Lulan stared and looked around, fixing his gaze on Elder He Pei. As the most senior and experienced first Elder He Pei, he gritted his teeth and walked out, bowing in respect. Lord, the way I see it, this 54th round is a test of enslavement path. It is very difficult, and it cannot be passed without master-level enslavement attainment. Although Elder He Chi Sheng is an enslavement path Gu master that we nurtured, he is not a master. To pass this round, we need Lord Wolf King's strength. You are asking me to seek outside help? You want to let the whole world see us He tribe as a joke, as a weakling that needs outside reinforcements. He Lulan's gaze was filled with ruthlessness as he screamed fiercely. He Pei's heart was shivering, but he bowed deeply and responded. Lord Tribe Leader is strong and intelligent. You are an amazing leader, the Lord of the Imperial Court. With your presence, whoever dares to think that He tribe is useless would be the #1 fool in this world. This is not outside reinforcement to be exact. This Wolf King Changshan Yin is part of the Alliance Army. He is your subordinate. Using him for this is but natural. I am sure Changshan Yin would be very grateful to Lord. After all, he is an outsider, but he given the chance to enter True Yang building. It is his greatest honor. He Lulan heard this, and his anger expression softened. The elders watched this as they praised He Pei's eloquence internally. He was indeed skilled to be the first elder. He Lulan walked slowly. He was very indignant. Currently, he had 2 guest tokens. They were obtained from the 12th and 46th round respectively as a reward from True Yang building. It was not that he did not want to waste the tokens, but once he invited Wolf King, the reward for clearing the 54th round would go to Changshan Yin. If it was his tribesman, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to make all of the rewards his. But according to the rules, these rewards should be given to the reinforcement. The rewards in 88 True Yang building was extraordinary. Even He Lulan was deeply moved. Be it Gu recipes, Gu worms, or others, each item could allow a Gu master to rise up despite an ordinary background. He Lulan walked for several steps, sighing lightly. He knew that there was no point in forcing He Chi Sheng. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path Gu masters. 1 died in the Imperial Court contest, while He Chi Sheng was the stronger one out of the 2 left. But he was not an enslavement master. Any master needed sufficient talent. It was not something that could be nurtured through abundant resources. He Lulan stopped walking. Where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall. He was He Lulan's personal Gu master attendant. Hearing He Lulan summon, he came in to greet him. Go invite Wolf King here. He Lulan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall sighed in relief. He Chi Sheng, who was lying on the ground, relaxed his body. This nightmare was over. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu left after receiving his orders. Bam! He Lulan kicked He Chi Sheng again. You trash. Why are you still lying here? You want Changshan Yin to see how pathetic our He tribe is after he comes here. Lord, I was wrong. He Chi Sheng quickly apologized profusely. Get lost and nurse your injuries. He Lulan screamed. Yes, Lord. He Chi Sheng struggled to get up, leaving in a wobbling state. Not long after, He Shu reported back with an apologetic look. Lord Tribe Leader, Lord Wolf King is not in the sacred palace. He is out feeding his wolves. What? He Lulan's volume became louder. His brows were raised as his calm expression showed anger again. The elders were terrified. The first elder He Pei accused He Shu. You junior, you do not know how to do your job. Even if Wolf King was not around, how could you return empty-handed? Could you not send a letter over and state your intention? That Wolf King will come crawling back immediately. Lord, it was not my fault. He Shu cried out innocently. I already sent a letter over, but Wolf King replied already. He said that he was leading his wolves to hunt. It was a habit, and he did not want to cut it in the middle. He wants us to wait. If we cannot wait, we can call Tang Miao Ming and the others instead. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with his eyes wide opened. He did not believe it. How can anyone be so indifferent? Did he really say that? I have concrete evidence. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter Gu that Wolf King Changshan Yin sent back. He Shu said, handing a star letter Gu to He Lulan. This was a star path Gu. It was rank 4 and gave the fastest replies. But it shone in the air as it flew. It created huge commotion and was easy to intercept. Of course, in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no such worries. He Lulan's mind entered the star letter Gu, as he snickered continuously. This Wolf King has good temperament. He is able to control his desires so well. Lord, Wolf King is an arrogant loner, everyone knows that. The way I see it, he is already laughing secretly, but is trying to put up a front. First Elder He Pei analyzed, as the others elders nodded in agreement. Of course he is being haughty. He is an enslavement master, and also a flying master. If you guys were masters, would we need to ask an outsider for help? He Lulan screamed, causing the elders to shut up as some of the elders lowered their head even more. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was really not placing his attention on True Yang building. He looked at Di Chiu below him, his heart palpitating. There really isn't a small tower here. According to the terrain, this area should have a small tower, directly above Dichio. But now, this is just a pitch black hole. Impressive. The Gu master who made this inheritance is very impressive. The Imperial Court blessed land had a small tower at every 8-li interval. Actually, all of them were a part of the 88 True Yang building. 88 True Yang building was an immortal Gu house that long-hair ancestor had refined back in the day. It was as high as rank 8. Next, after giant sun Immortal Venerables preparations, it was a mirror of northern plains. The small towers were all over Imperial Court blessed land. They could be seen everywhere. Each of the towers had thousands of wild Gu. No one dared to target them, or they would die. But now it seems that the Gu master who set up Dichio inheritance not only moved the small tower, he even set up this inheritance on that spot. Such methods and courage, such abilities, it made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious Gu master was not a simple person. No, rather than Gu master, I might as well call him Gu Immortal. Even with the long time that had passed, and giant sun Immortal Venerable's setup might have weakened, but it is not something mortals can alter. Only Gu Immortals can make minor changes to these arrangements and create such a place. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining with uncertainty. He had accidentally gotten Dichio inheritance, but it was a Gu Immortal inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What did this really mean? What sorts of treasures would be inside a Gu Immortal's inheritance? Will there be an Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan guessed daringly. If there was an Immortal Gu, it could match against the first floor of True Yang building. Because even in the 88 True Yang building, the final round of every floor might not have an Immortal Gu reward. Even without an Immortal Gu, Dichio inheritance was created with so much effort, there had to be an Immortal Gu recipe at least. Without Immortal Gu, an Immortal Gu recipe was also a huge reward. A complete Immortal Gu recipe was something not sold inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. Gu Immortals would sell remnant recipes mostly. Even if they had complete Immortal Gu recipes, they would break it up and add in some mistakes before selling it. Complete Immortal Gu recipes could only be exchanged. And there were few instances of this happening throughout history. Fang Yuan curbed his imagination and began to think calmly. With a crucial clue, his current train of thought had improved rapidly. He pieced together all sorts of clues, deciphering the time of Dichio inheritance's creation. It should be very long ago. At least, it should have existed since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time. But the more he thought, the more questions he had. Let's call this person Gu Immortal Dichio for now. Who were they? Why did they set up an inheritance here? As a Gu Immortal, how did they get in? Most importantly, how did they know about the setup here and the true principle behind the 88 True Yang building? If they were like Tai Bai Yun Sheng and advanced to Gu Immortal realm inside Imperial Court blessed land, then there would be new explanations for what happened. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he stopped thinking. One-star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lu Lan urging him to return. Never mind, I shall go to True Yang building first and come back later. Gu Immortal Dichio most likely made use of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup flaws. Once I enter True Yang building, I might be able to find some clues and understand the mystery behind this. Thinking so, Fang Yuan replied with the letter. Since He Lu Lan wrote a letter personally to rush him, Fang Yuan stopped acting arrogantly anymore. He immediately returned. I will need to rely on Wolf King's strength this time. He Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan and laughed. He was very anxious in his heart. There was not much time inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Once the 10-year blizzard outside subsides, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close, and they would need to leave. Before that happens, He Lu Lan not only needs to complete the mission given by his tribes, Gu Immortals, he also needed to find a strength path Immortal Gu for himself. After Wolf King returned, He Lu Lan quickly organized the group again. The gang got to the building, as He Lu Lan handed Fang Yuan an ancient token. This is the guest token. Wolf King does not have Huangjin bloodline. You are an outside in the building's perspective. To enter it, you will need a guest token each time. Fang Yuan received the token and laughed lightly without any concern, saying, I can't wait to witness the splendor of True Yang building. At this point, He Lu Lan did not push the door open. Instead, he crashed into the door. Fang Yuan followed suit. As the guest token shown in his hand, he imitated He Lu Lan and entered True Yang building as well. Chapter 557. 3 grades of evaluation, clearing with high grade? Fang Yuan felt his body stiffen as a strong sense of pressure assaulted him as he entered the building. But soon after, the pressure lifted. He had entered True Yang building completely. There was a lake in front of him. The sky was blue, there was ripples on the surface of the lake, and the surroundings were shrouded in vague, foggy mountain shadows. The guest token in his hand turned into a puddle of cold molten iron, flowing down the gaps between his fingers. Each guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook off the liquid from his hand until they were all gone. He looked around, finding himself on an island at the center of the lake. There was someone beside him. It was He Lulan. This is the 54th round. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, instead facing forward. Look, that is the problem Brother Shan Yin has to deal with. Fang Yuan looked at the same direction and saw that not far away, there was another island. On the island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had a body of bright blue fur. They were extremely smooth. Its limbs were not claws, but were webbed feet like that of frogs. Their tails were poisonous snakes, coiling around the water lion's back or standing straight up, hissing with their tongues. Without He Lulan's introduction, a barrage of information from a mystical source entered Fang Yuan's brain at the same time. Use the hedgehog fish on the island and break past the water snake lion's defense. Occupy the island over there. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning to look at the island around him. In the jade-blue water around the island, he saw the shadows of hedgehog fish swimming. At this time, He tribe elders came in one by one, standing beside He Lulan. Be it water snake lions or hedgehog fish, they are wild beasts from the medieval era. Right now, they can only be found in the deep areas of Eastern Sea. An elder sighed. In my opinion, this round is extremely unfair. The water snake lions are very strong. One of them can compete against 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish we have here is only about twice of the water snake lions. A He tribe elder looked at the island ahead as he explained the situation to Fang Yuan. No need to worry, Brother Shanin. We are here today for practice. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. After all, Fang Yuan enslaved wolf groups. But now, it was a fish group, and it was even an extremely rare, nearly extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. He Lulan had failed about 8 to 9 times already. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe Gu masters understand the difficulty of this round. Although Chang Shan Yin was an enslavement master, this was the true Yang building set up by Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked for a while and frowned. He estimated, with his abilities, controlling these hedgehog fish to kill the water snake lions was not hard. In fact, it was almost a guaranteed success. But although this round seemed simple, it was very elaborate. Back when Giant Son Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Yang building, the purpose was to leave an inheritance for descendants and reward the outstanding ones. Thus, every round in True Yang building would be split into low, middle, and high grade. Getting through with low grade would reward the least rewards. They would directly go to the next round. Getting through with middle grade would have twice the reward of low grade. During the next round, they would receive information about it. As for getting through with high grade, not only would they get twice the reward of middle grade, they would even be transported into a deep part of True Yang building, a place called Treasure Room. This treasure room was filled with countless treasures. There were even several true immortal inheritances by Giant Son Immortal Venerable. But the things inside the treasure room cannot be taken away easily. The person who cleared the round would need to exchange for them. Be it Gu worms, Gu recipes, or even their own cultivation experience. All these could be used for exchanging the items within. When the person finishes the exchange, they would go to the next round. He Lulan only needed a low-grade pass to get to the 55th round. That would satisfy him. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. He needed high-grade pass to enter the treasure room. Only within the treasure room can he be alone, to use the methods he had prepared to obtain the greatest benefits. Low-grade pass is easy as breathing. But middle and high grade, I do not know what are the conditions for those. I can only try now. Thinking so, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and nodded at He Lulan, indicating for him to start. He Lulan took out a token and waved it at the sky. This token was different from the guest token. It was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, this token appeared before him, signifying his prestigious status. The owner token vibrated. As ripples formed in the air, dozens of fish enslavement Gu appeared, of rank 1, 2, and 3. When Fang Yuan received these Gu worms, he easily refined them. The other people were immobilized by an invisible gentle force. No one could assist him. Only He Lulan could still speak. He advised, Brother Shanin, mind the time. You have only 15 minutes. Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand, as the fish enslavement Gu in his hand flew out with dozens of mystical lights. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and was shocked in their hearts. If it was He Qi Sheng, he would need to enslave them one by one, being extremely careful. When using enslavement Gu, the Gu master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were careless, the enslavement would fail. If it was severe, the Gu master would suffer some backlash on his soul. Was Wolf King too overconfident? I've never seen such an enslavement method before. He's in Trube. Everyone's heart was pounding. But immediately after, They stared with huge eyes as the fish group swam away towards the island immediately after the enslavement. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan from the start. Not a single enslavement failed. The water snake lions were alerted by this. They stopped their lazy actions and sat up. The lion head roared as the snake head hissed. Many of the water snake lions jumped into the water, setting up their defense lines. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing upright, his arms behind his back as he did not waver at all. The enslavement attainment as well as foundation of the soul he displayed made almost everyone praise him in secret. Oh heaven, he did it! Just this alone was an eye-opener. Wolf King is an enslavement master indeed. He is different from ordinary people. A master is a master. Maybe he can succeed this time. Who knows? Everyone's eyes began to show a look of anticipation. Even He Lu Lan was looking with a hopeful expression. But the Wish group did not attack the water snake lion group like they wished. Instead, they were swimming around the area, surveilling the place. What is Wolf King thinking? Wolf King is being careful. It seems he is trying to get familiar with the fish's habits. But as time passed, the fish continued to swim. Everyone did not get to see the fight between fish and lion as they wished. By now, even He Lu Lan was a bit anxious. He urged, "Brother Shanin, there isn't much time left. No rush." Fang Yuan was calm as he replied casually. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack. Some of the water snake fish crawled out of the water onto the island. The strong defense around the island weakened. After a moment, He Lu Lan urged again, "Brother Shanin, half the time has already passed. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping, as if he was very sleepy. Even more water snake lions went on shore. The old Lion King even sprawled on the ground, shutting its eyes in slumber. Everyone was greatly disappointed. They were cursing in their minds. This Wolf King is merely strong on the outside. To think I thought so highly of him earlier. So what if he is a master level? This is true yang building. It seems that this time, Chang Shanyan's goal is to get familiar with the fish group, to accumulate experience for the next assault. Seeing that the time was going to be used up, everyone's remaining bit of hope was expended. What a waste of a token, expended like this. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? 1. After failing this time, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shanin. Just as everyone were thinking about random things, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed, manipulating the fish group to charge, attacking the water snake lion group from all directions. As expected, He Lu Lan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had guessed in his heart already. Chang Shan-in wants to save his efforts for the next attempt. Then this time, he would definitely familiarize himself with the fish group and their attacking pattern. He would also need to probe the strength of the lion group. The fish group's sudden attack caught the water snake lion group off guard. The hedgehog fish group was like a hungry shark, devouring the small number of water snake lions in the water in an instant. So that's it. Chang Shan-in was training the fish group earlier while making the lion group let their guard down. This attack has already taken down 30% of the lion group, as expected of master level. What breathtaking beast enslavement attainment. He Chi Sheng is like a baby compared to Chang Shan-in. Everyone stared intently, shocked by Fang Yuan's amazing talent. How? Seeing that its subjects were being slaughtered, the old Lion King roared, leading the lion group into the water to take revenge on the hedgehog fish. But what was peculiar was that Fang Yuan stopped his powerful assault, and under his manipulation, the fish group retreated. The lion group chased after him, but when they got to one area, the group fell into chaos. What happened? Everyone was perplexed. So there was a hidden whirlpool here. He Lu Lan mumbled. Immediately after, the elder's eyes shone. I get it. Wolf King was making the fish scout the area. It was not just to train them. He also wanted to investigate the terrain. That's right. When beast groups fight, it is like war between two armies. Not only would they need to consider both of the armies, they also need to care about the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost wanted to pat their legs and scream. The water snake lion group was trapped by the whirlpool as the fish group turned around and attacked. The lions had huge bodies. They were more affected by the water currents. As for the fish group, they were barely affected by it due to their small size. An exceptional battle strategy unfolded before the crowd. The strong water snake lion group was as fragile as a piece of water. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the fish group was like an elite troop. They cooperated well and attacked and retreated at will, taking down their opponents one by one. The fish group gathered and spread at will, attacking fiercely. At times they scattered, causing the lion's attacks to miss. He has them dancing in the palm of his hands. Amazing, incredible. In just a dozen breaths' time, Wolf King became victorious. We got through. Hey tribesmen were shocked and exhilarated. Their gaze towards Fang Yuan revealed admiration, amazement, and fear, etc. Good. What a great Wolf King. He Lu Lan laughed as he clapped. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because when he finished killing the lion group, and information went into his head. High-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. What happened? Hey! Tribesmen were shocked at this. Their eyeballs also fell out. He got a high-grade evaluation. Only He Lulan was shouting in his heart. Chapter 558. Giant Sun's Great Scheme. Treasure within the crystal. Fang Yuan was in a long crystal hallway. Light was flashing in all directions. The four walls were made of shiny crystals. One could see their own reflection in them. Fang Yuan gazed around. Behind him, and to his left and right were walls. He could only move forward. I am finally inside the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he walked forward with huge strides. The crystal hallway was long and clear. In about 5 steps, Fang Yuan saw that Gu worms or Gu recipes started appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects sealed in amber, motionlessly fixed in the crystal walls. These were all the precious treasures in the treasure room. To obtain them, he needed to exchange them with an equivalent item. Oh, there's a heavenly essence treasure king lotus here. Fang Yuan halted his steps. He found a familiar-looking Gu sealed in the crystal wall before him. This Gu was like a blue and white lotus, as large as a face. It had an amazing origin. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were a series. The rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. The rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. And rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the top 10 Immortal Gu. Its value was equivalent to Spring Autumn Cicada and was held in the hands of Lang Ya Land Spirit now. Fang Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It made up for his lack of aptitude during that period and was a huge help to him. But to advance the Gu, Fang Yuan lacked the relevant recipes, and the refinement cost was too huge. A natural spirit spring had to be used, and it had to be full of primeval energy as well. Old spirit springs that were running dry could not be used. Once he succeeds, the spirit spring would be destroyed. Rank 4 Heavenly Lotus needed 7 spirit springs. Rank 5 needed 9. To reach rank 6, it needed 11. This sum was counted using Southern Borders level of spirit springs. If Northern Plains spirit springs were used, he would need 60% more of them. Back then, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the Heavenly Lotus, and after his aptitude improved greatly, he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Gu. But now, he was moved by this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. The series of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus are known as mobile spirit springs. Once refined, they can produce primeval essence naturally. There's no point in using the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus anymore. But the rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current condition. But to get his Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, Fang Yuan would need to exchange for it using an equivalent treasure according to the rules. Let's exchange then. Fang Yuan was rather rich now. Having a blessed land was like having the foundation of a Gu Immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, others might have to use all of their assets to get it, but for Fang Yuan, it was a question of what to give up. What should I use for the exchange? Fang Yuan's mind entered his 2 apertures. The strength and enslavement path Gu worms inside his apertures were not exchangeable. His first aperture's vital Gu Spring Autumn Cicada was the same. Other than them, there were still quite a lot of Gu worms in his possession. The individual value of these Gu worms were obviously lower than Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was insufficient, he could put 2, or even 3 in. Oh, why are there 18 Spring Egg Gu? Fang Yuan was shocked to find a batch of precious rank 5 Gu inside his first aperture. But he quickly understood the reason. I almost forgot. This is the reward for getting past the round with a high-grade evaluation. It was directly sent into my aperture by Truyang Building. Normally, a Gu Master's aperture was the basis of their cultivation. It was their biggest secret. But Truyang Building was truly made by Old Hair Ancestor. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable setup, it had great power and could directly send Gu worms into a Gu Master's aperture. Spring Egg Gu was obviously inferior to Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was still a rank 5 Gu. The Spring Egg Gu looked like a white goose egg. It could be obtained by killing a strong Eggman Emperor. Placing the Spring Egg Gu deep underground would give birth to a new Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs were the foundation for Gu Masters' cultivation. Many large tribes or clans would collect Spring Egg Gu to strengthen their foundation in case of need. Even Gu Immortals would often buy them and plant them inside the blessed land, forming a spirit spring and nourishing their inhabitants. Fang Yuan took out 1 Spring Egg Gu and looked at it. This Gu was not in good shape. The surface was full of cracks, and there were primeval essence traces inside the Gu. Someone had used it before. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He sneered. It seems that this Gu was snatched by the Flying Hand Snow while it was activated. The rewards in 88 Truyang Building are all of such sources. In order to fulfill his dream of hereditary monarchy, giant son Immortal Venerable set up a huge scheme painstakingly while making sure his descendants had the upper hand. First was the Imperial court contest to weaken other tribes. Next, he used the 10-year blizzard to send all sorts of treasures and materials from northern plains into 88 True Yang building. After all, a Gu master's cultivation was heavily reliant on resources. Giant son Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Yang building. It was a fatal blow. After the resources were taken, he would give them to his bloodline descendants, destroying the hopes of success for other tribes. In Fang Yuan's previous 500 years, Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked and destroyed Imperial court-blessed land using this specialty of the True Yang building. They sent pawn pieces into Imperial court-blessed land. They then purposely scattered Gu worms and allowed the flying hand snow to take them. Eventually, True Yang building faced destruction from the inside, causing a fatal loophole to appear. After Central Continent Gu Immortals destroyed Imperial court-blessed land, they exposed all of Giant Son Immortal Venerable's evil deeds, telling the whole world about his schemes, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains as all the mortals went into a frenzy. But commotion aside, Northern Plains was still the second strongest region in terms of battle strength, only inferior to Central Continent. All sorts of super forces, Huangjin family tribes worked together and caused Northern Plains to remain stable. After all, Huangjin family had controlled Northern Plains for so many years. They had deep foundations and roots. It could not be easily shaken by public opinion. However much they reacted, without strength backing them, there was no point. Fang Yuan placed the spring egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the wall that sealed the heavenly essence treasure king lotus. As it got closer to the crystal wall, there was a light red light, turning into orange, before finally glowing in yellow. After the 3 lights shone, there were no more changes. Fang Yuan took out another 2 spring egg Gu, placing them near the wall. This time, there was a green light shining. But the green light was not strong. It was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered as he took out a 4th spring egg Gu, placing it at the crystal wall. This time, the green light burst out, being balanced with the other 3 colors. The crystal wall turned hollow as it vibrated. The heavenly essence treasure king lotus inside flew out slowly, while the 4 spring egg Gu in Fang Yuan's hands left his control and flew into the crystal wall, replacing the heavenly essence treasure king lotus position. The heavenly essence treasure king lotus landed in Fang Yuan's hands, and Fang Yuan instantly refined it using his primeval essence. 88 True Yang building was truly amazing. It allowed Gu masters to instantly refine Gu inside the building. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black. It seems that inside this treasure room, there are 8 categories. The more lights there are, the more valuable the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus was only a green light item. This was only mid-tier among the range of treasures in this place. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart as his assessment of the treasure room's value rose and his knowledge of it deepened. He stretched out his hand, touching the crystal wall. He could feel an icy feeling on his palm. Inside, there were 4 spring egg Gu, the ones he had used for exchange. Fang Yuan tried to control them, but there was no effect. He sighed in amazement in his heart. To speak the truth, in this current world, Fang Yuan was easily among the top 3 people in terms of his understanding of the 88 True Yang building. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by Lang Yulan's spirit. The more Fang Yuan's understanding of 88 True Yang building increased, the more he felt the genius mechanics of this building. It was really amazing. Forget the others, just look at this crystal wall ahead of him. It had a huge origin. This crystal wall was made back then by long-hair ancestor using tens of thousands of Gu masters. Using a secret technique, he extracted their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the material, he used profound ice Gu, ice wall Gu, grand jade Gu, slow down Gu, vitality Gu, and others to refine it. This crystal wall was the best spot to seal Gu worms. The Gu inside would go into deep slumber. They could be stored for hundreds or thousands of years without the slightest harm. According to his information, a newly refined crystal wall would shine with ripples like that of a water surface. One would walk into it feeling like it was an illusory dream. But now, the crystal wall no longer had that glamour, but it was still crystal clear. With enough time, water could pierce through rock. The power of time was one of the most noble heavenly powers. Even a rank 9 Venerable could not defeat the power of time. Although True Yang building was an immortal Gu house, it opened every 10 years. There was still some expenditure incurred. If not, during Fang Yuan's previous life, 88 True Yang building would not have been taken down and destroyed. Right now, the luster of the crystal wall was no more. In fact, there was a thick layer of powder at the corner of the walls. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. In the crystal wall, There were all sorts of Gu worms, Gu recipes, and special refinement materials sealed, but even more were the cultivation experiences of past generations of Gu masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were geniuses who passed with high-grade evaluation. The things they left behind were definitely top quality. After walking for a little longer, Fang Yuan stopped his footsteps. The hallway ahead of him looked endless, but a steel was blocking Fang Yuan's path. The steel was squarish and smooth. It was about the height of Fang Yuan's knee. There were 2 words written in Northern Plains script, guest halt. 88 True Yang building was set up by Giant Son Immortal Venerable in consideration of his descendants. But those who entered the treasure room might not necessarily be Gu masters who had the bloodline of Giant Son Immortal Venerable considered this point, and thus he placed the most precious resources behind the steel. Outsiders like Changshan Yin could only watch helplessly. But Fang Yuan was not Changshan Yin. Guest halt? Humph. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in disdain. He tried walking past the steel, but was blocked by an invisible wall. After so many years, although 88 True Yang building had some expenditure, the guest halt steel is still working properly. I cannot force my way through. After testing it for a while, Fang Yuan sat down facing the steel. He had planned this for so long, he was naturally well prepared. Immediately, he took out a Gu worm, and it shot into the steel. The first step to refining 88 True Yang building has started. Chapter 559. Immortal Venerables will refining 88 True Yang building might sound like an absurd idea, but it was not wishful thinking. In truth, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88 True Yang building. In his former 500 years, when Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent some Gu masters to infiltrate 88 True Yang building's treasure room. After they succeeded, they released the entire procedure after recording it with Gu worms, announcing it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol for Northern Plains Gu masters. It had great importance. The recording of Imperial Court Blessed Land being taken down was spread over the 5 regions. It not only displayed Central Continent strength, it was also a poisonous needle intended to destroy Northern Plains Gu masters' mental support. Most importantly, this recording also proved that Giant Son Immortal Venerable had snatched Gu worms all over Northern Plains in order to benefit his descendants. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was in huge turmoil as the masses went into an uproar. Although the Huangjin tribes suppressed the situation, and the internal chaos did not reach the level that Central Continent Gu Immortals hoped, it did create a Northern Plains where the people's hearts wavered and undercurrents were flowing. Central Continent Gu Immortal Song Chiexing, after seeing this video, gave an accurate prediction. Once this video is spread all over the region, the spirit of freedom in Northern Plains would be released from Giant Son Immortal Venerable's prison. Fang Yuan naturally had a vivid memory of this video. After his rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this video. For this trip to Northern Plains, saving Danghun Mountain was merely one of his objectives. Fang Yuan was a careful person. He often considered failure before success. How can there be something as good as success as one wishes in this world? If I fail to save Danghun Mountain, I can at least seek other forms of compensation inside 88 True Yang building. The video of Central Continent Gu Immortals taking down Imperial Court Blessed Land had great reference value for Fang Yuan. But just this clip was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see what happened on the surface from this clip. But luckily, Fang Yuan had obtained first-hand information from Langya Land Spirit. Because of this, by fusing theory with practice, Fang Yuan had much greater confidence in refining 88 True Yang building. With my current cultivation level, it is impossible to fully refine 88 True Yang building, but I can refine a portion of it. Fang Yuan was very clear of the reality. He was only a mortal Gu master. One had to be at least a rank 8 Gu immortal to refine the Immortal Gu house. In Fang Yuan's plans, he only wanted to refine a portion of 88 True Yang building. 88 True Yang building had existed for a very long time. It was worn down and had loopholes secretly. It was too grand, too majestic, like a giant wooden cage. Fang Yuan was like a termite compared to it. The strength of a termite could not destroy the entire wooden cage, but it could devour the edges. The difficulty of the two was as great as heaven and earth. The guest halt steel in front of him, after a specialized Gu worm entered it, gave off a faint yellow light. Fang Yuan stretched out his palms in the meantime, injecting his aperture's primeval essence into it. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt steel, following the primeval essence. Gu masters refine Gu. It was to occupy the Gu worm's body with their will. And during this process, primeval essence was the perfect carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knotted as his mind entered the steel. The guest halt steel was only a portion of 88 True Yang building. 88 True Yang Building was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was way too big. Once Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt that he was in a sea of darkness. In this endless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It gave off a weak light, which moved in waves like that of breathing. This is giant sun Immortal Venerable's will. Fang Yuan's mind went into high alert. 88 True Yang Building was giant sun Immortal Venerable's property. Since he refined it, his will was naturally inside the Immortal Gu. Although giant sun Immortal Venerable's body had perished long ago, this will that he injected had survived while slumbering within this shell. Such a will is really grand. I feel like I am facing a real sun. Immortal Venerables have unthinkable strength. This is merely a small portion of giant sun Immortal Venerable's will, left behind and weakened after such a long time. Thankfully, this will is currently unconscious. If I move carefully, it should not be alerted. I must not wake it up. Otherwise, what happened to those 2 Central Continent Gu immortals whose souls were dispersed in the video will happen to me. The vast dark space represents the 88 True Yang Building. Giant sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will was like the sun, in the center emitting a weak light as it slept. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's will was like a sesame compared to it. He also gave off a weak light, but he was lurking at the furthest corner of the entire area. Fang Yuan continued to inject primeval essence, slowly and carefully. As the primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of his will that was inside 88 True Yang Building increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fang Yuan was expanding, gradually repelling a portion of the darkness, gaining some territory for itself. Time passed second by second. Fang Yuan was very careful. His forehead was soon full of sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. With my 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures at 90% capacity, it was still not enough. If not for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, I might have faced even more trouble. For hours passed, Fang Yuan finally breathed out a sigh as he pulled back his palms from the steel. He was extremely tired, mostly from the mental stress. It was more precarious than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan looked at the guest halt steel before him. A sense of closeness emitted from the steel into the deep parts of his heart. But the joy of success quickly faded, as Fang Yuan frowned even more deeply. There were indeed many deleted scenes in the video that was shown in my previous life. I spent so much primeval essence, but the Gu Master in the clip was only rank 5 middle stage, yet he did not take any breaks in the middle, only spending an hour to refine it. Maybe the Gu Master had some assistance Gu worms in his aperture, but Fang Yuan was more inclined to believe that there was more than meets the eye. The reason why Central Continent Gu Immortals released this video was to deal a crushing blow to the Huang Jin tribes, to release the spirit of freedom in other Northern Plains tribes. Deep into the 88 True Yang Building, there were definitely gains or methods that could not be publicly shown. At the same time, to make the video more concise and interesting, so that people would watch it, the boring and mundane parts were definitely deleted. That had certainly happened. But this was bad news to Fang Yuan. Refining the 88 True Yang Building was a very dangerous act. If he was misled by the video, one mistake would end his life. 88 True Yang Building is truly phenomenal. I spent so much time, but I have not even refined 0.5% of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel, standing up. If he looked at 88 True Yang Building as 100%, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant would occupy 30% of it. Out of 100%, after refining the guest halt steel, Fang Yuan's refinement of the building was still less than 0.5%. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around, talking a few steps back, and casually came to a crystal wall that had sealed some treasures. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his arm towards the wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand. But now, the guest halt steel shone slightly, and the crystal wall turned hollow. Fang Yuan's arm successfully entered the wall like it had gone into a water wall, taking the treasure out from inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, any treasure inside this section of the crystal wall could be taken out at will. Fang Yuan did not have to pay any price. Oh, this must be the Rush Thunderstone. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Fang Yuan had to appraise it carefully before confirming his guess. Rush Thunderstone was quite a rare Gu refinement material. It was nearly extinct now. It was very rare even inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, only sold once in a while. This stone was created from the essence of lightning and thunder when the thunder in the 9 heavens exploded together. But ever since the immemorial era, 7 of the 9 heavens fell, only white and black heaven were left. The chances of these 2 heavens thunder and lightning clashing were very low. Thus, after the immemorial era, the production of Rush Thunderstones fell drastically. When Thunder Path was flourishing, large numbers of Rush Thunderstones were used to refine Gu. Thus, the remaining stock of Rush Thunderstones now was low. Heaven and earth is ever-changing. As time passed, Thunder Path also changed and no longer needed Rush Thunderstones. Only those Gu Masters or Gu Immortals who wanted to research immemorial Thunder Path Gu worms would be interested in Rush Thunderstones. The value of the treasure room was extremely high. Just a casual treasure that Fang Yuan took was a Rush Thunderstone. But soon after, Fang Yuan returned the Rush Thunderstone back to the crystal wall. Small greed ruins big plans. Because exchange was needed to obtain treasures, the total treasure amount in the crystal walls was always the same. Every item here was recorded by all the super forces or even large-sized Huangjin tribes. If someone obtained high-grade evaluation and came here later, they would find that treasures were missing. That would lead to great suspicion and shock. Fang Yuan felt no pity. After testing for a while, he walked towards the deeper parts of the crystal path. Arriving at the guest halt steel once again, his footsteps became slower. A few hours ago, the invisible wall that blocked him had vanished. But this did not mean that he could enter safely. 88 True Yang building was created by Long-Hair Ancestor. It obviously had other defensive measures, but Fang Yuan was prepared for them. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 mystical Gu worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke as they surrounded him. Fang Yuan checked again, and after ensuring that he was fully covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors rumbled as they formed into a flash of blood light, spreading out. Fang Yuan looked around, finding that the treasures in the crystal walls were better than the previous segment by a tier. Oh, this is... Fang Yuan's gaze froze for a second as he saw a rank 5 strength path Gu worm inside the crystal wall. He was overjoyed. Chapter 560. Crucial problem. Fang Yuan had just taken a step past the guest halt steel, and a pleasant surprise welcomed him. A borrow strength Gu appeared in front of him. This was a rank 5 strength path Gu. It was almost completely extinct and was even more rare than all-out effort Gu. It could not be used by itself, but instead had to be used together with other Gu worms. When matched with sky strength Gu, it could allow the Gu Master to borrow the strength of the sky. When matched with Earth Strength Gu, the Gu Master could borrow the strength of the Earth. With Fire Strength Gu, it allowed the Gu Master to borrow strength from fire. With Water Strength Gu, the Gu Master could gain strength from water flow. My killer move 4-Arm Wind King uses Wind, Overlord Gu, and Tyrant Strength Gu. The combination of these two Gu was a substitute for Borrow Strength Gu, but their effects are not even 50% of Borrow Strength Gu. With this Borrow Strength Gu, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan was truly happy. Of course, Borrow Strength Gu still needed to be matched with other Gu worms. By now, Sky Strength Gu was already extinct. But Earth Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, and so on were still widely circulated. However, the usage of these Gu worms had already sidetracked from their original use. Earth Strength Gu was now frequently used to raise the fertility of the soil to help the Gu Masters in agriculture, or was used together with Wood Path Gu. Fire Strength Gu was used by some Fire Path Gu Masters as a support Gu that could slightly increase the strength of Fire Path Gu worms. Water Strength, Wind Strength, Lightning Strength, and so on were also used similar. Fang Yuan approached the crystal wall and took out close to 10 Spring Egg Gu to exchange for the Borrow Strength Gu. Past the guest halt steel, he could only exchange for the treasures he wanted. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall here were clearly a level or two higher than before. Meteor Rain Gu, Star Lightning Speed Gu, Wind Fog Hair Gu, Stellar Fire Prairie Gu, Water Curtain Skyflow Gu. Rank 5 Gu, which were extremely rare in the outside world, could be seen everywhere here. Instead, it was rank 4 Gu that were very rare in here. But any rank 4 Gu that appeared here were bound to be very rare and precious among the rank 4 Gu, their value and strength comparable to common rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the treasures. The blood flame light covering him was wearing down nonstop. This blood flame light was a barrier protecting him. Once it completely disappeared, he would be detected by 88 True Yang building and be eradicated instantly. Before this protection disappears, I need to find that owner token. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually started to feel anxious. These Gu he used to disguise his identity and deceive 88 True Yang building were not easy to refine. Moreover, the costs in refining them were considerable. One of the main material was 1,000 gene of Huangjin family blood, which required 98 long steps of purification. Now, Imperial court contest had already ended. It was even more difficult for Fang Yuan to get these blood in large amounts. What was even worse was a fork actually appeared in this long crystal corridor. Fang Yuan could not help stopping to think about it carefully. Which path was the one he needed to take? At this moment, the image of the central continent Gu Immortals attacking Imperial court blessed land in the previous life became a great help to Fang Yuan. He chose the left path and moved rapidly through it. Here, The treasures that appeared in the crystal wall were of a level higher in their worth. There were only rank 5 Gu with no more rank 4 Gu to be found, and at the same time, there were rare rank 5 Gu as well. Fang Yuan quickly walked forward while sweeping his gaze over the treasures. Suddenly his gaze stopped. Found it. An owner token was sealed in the crystal wall, just at the knee height of Fang Yuan. This owner token was the doing of Central Continent Gu Immortals. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court Blessed Land had existed tall till now, which had already attracted the attention of Gu Immortals of all regions. Central Continent Gu Immortals had begun their plan hundreds of years ago. The owner token was generally held by the Alliance leader and would self-destruct once it left Imperial Court Blessed Land. Close to a millennium ago, Central Continent Gu Immortals spent a lot of effort to scheme from the dark. Not only did they bribe that time's Alliance leader, it is rumored that they also used an Immortal Gu. Using the power of the Immortal Gu, they tampered with the owner token which then hid inside 88 True Yang building, becoming a key for the future, waiting for the opportunity to use it. In Fang Yuan's past life, Central Continent Gu Immortals first started the 5 regions battle and were able to create the opportunity not long after, finally breaching Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Breaching this place was much more difficult than breaching other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away while Central Continent Gu Immortals had painstakingly brewed their scheme for close to a millennium, achieving some success in the end. However, in this life, this owner token landed in Fang Yuan's hand. The process of exchanging for this owner token was extremely smooth, but it would not be easy to make the token usable for him. This was the final, crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Gu worms after Gu worms moved at his will and struck the owner token nonstop. Ding ding ding. A pleasant music sounded from the collision, and the owner token gradually floated into the air. Every strike would create a layer of halo over the owner token. When it was covered with 38 halo, the dull color on its surface suddenly dispersed and revealed the words, owner token. The halo then started to burst like air bubbles. The owner token lost its buoyancy and fell down, and was immediately caught by Fang Yuan. He quickly bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the owner token. The moment his blood seeped into the owner token, the metallic token suddenly became a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had seen He Lu Lan's owner token and was able to immediately be aware that there was a great difference between his token and the original owner token. The methods I used just now was in reference to my past life's video, awakening the true appearance of this owner token. It seems this is very possibly the strength of an Immortal Gu, and also, only Immortal Gu can tamper with owner token while avoiding the detection of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan looked at the glass owner token and sank into contemplation. After a dozen or so breaths, the blood flame light covering him thoroughly dispersed. The world seemed to have gone mute at this moment, as Fang Yuan could clearly hear his heartbeats. Safe and sound. The sound of his heartbeats gradually disappeared. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and let out a breath of turbid air. Success. He mumbled while clenching his left fist in excitement, but he found his voice was somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he felt some dizziness. Truly activating this owner token and making it recognize him was not easy at all. It was even more difficult than refining a rank 5 Gu. If there was even a slight mistake, it might have very well been impossible to reprieve. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass owner token, I can freely enter the treasure room. There is no need for any high-grade evaluation. Holding the owner token was equivalent to being in control of a small part of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan tested the owner token, and almost instantly, He Lu Lan's group's figures appeared in his mind. After crossing the 54th round, they had already charged to 61st round. Right now, they were having a fierce fight with a golden white tiger phantom. A true golden white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast and was pressing down He Lu Lan's group. He Lu Lan had numbers on his side, but their defeat was imminent. Fang Yuan looked closely for a while and inwardly commented, if there is no accident, He Lu Lan and his group will only be able to last for less than 45 minutes before they have to retreat. I don't have a lot of time. Although Fang Yuan entered the treasure room, as long as the possessor of the owner token walked out of 88 True Yang building, he would also have to leave. Fang Yuan might have the glass owner token now, and could stay or leave according to his will, but it was not good to expose it at present. Just the glass owner token is still far from enough. I still need to find that loophole and completely blow it up. This will create a great hole in 88 True Yang building, and I will then be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass owner token shook slightly, and the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot. This should be the central control room. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had arrived at a secret room. The secret room was round with its walls flickering with starlight, and a white jade round table on the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole Imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. Fang Yuan sent out a gu worm which flew to air and turned into black smoke that fell down to the sand table. The sand table was contaminated by the black smoke and rapidly turned into black color. The black color gradually condensed, forming into a large patch of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan looked at a spot where the black liquid had formed a funnel shape, and as if there was a hole below, the surrounding black liquid was slowly entering it. Found it, this is that hole. Now, I just need to enlarge this hole and refine the glass owner token into a one-edge owner token. With a one-edge owner token, I can even control a floor of 88 true yang building at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused as his eyes rigidly stared at the hole on the sand table. The whole sand table was covered by the thick black oil like sticky liquid, thus Fang Yuan had not been able to see immediately. But now that he had looked for a while, he suddenly discovered this hole was none other than Dichio Inheritance site. What is going on here? Could it be Dichio Inheritance is also a concealed move set up by Central Continent Gu Immortals before like the glass owner token? Fang Yuan was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and became aware of the shortcomings to this assumption. No, wrong. If this was a concealed move prepared to breach the blessed land, then how do I explain that cipher and the clues from the gray white stone slab? These clues are clearly the clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. Right now, the scene in his previous life could not give him any help. Could it be that Central Continent Gu Immortals also discovered this inheritance, but they could not decipher the secret phrase and so are using the inheritance this way? No, this is wrong too. Thinking from their side, if they discovered this inheritance which very likely contained an Immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. If that is so, then that means that they did not obtain any clues to the inheritance, but only discovered this hole. Of course, there is also another possibility that they were not able to decipher the secret of the inheritance, but as breaching the blessed land was an important matter, they chose to break this hole in the end. But if so, Dichio Inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought of this and that, feeling the existence of these two probabilities. But he did not have conclusive evidence now, so he could not confirm them. He hesitated. In case he used the methods in his previous life scene and burst open this hole, then Dichio Inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not do so and chose to preserve Dichio Inheritance, his plans for 88 true yang building would stop here. 88 true yang building's worth is much higher than Dichio Inheritance. This is hopeless. I can only abandon Dichio Inheritance. But the person who made this arrangement is really amazing. To actually be able to tamper with Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangement? Wait a second. Fang Yuan's mind suddenly shook as he thought of an extremely crucial problem. Chapter 561. Deciphering the code. This was a very obvious problem, but normal people would easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu Immortal go through such great trouble, brave enormous risk, tamper with, and use Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangement to set up their inheritance? Thinking from their perspective, if I was this Gu Immortal, why would I insist on digging out 88 true yang buildings loophole to set up my inheritance? I could set up one by myself perfectly by just spending a little effort. 88 true yang building is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house and was personally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There was truly an enormous risk in using its loophole. If I wanted to wholeheartedly leave behind an inheritance, there would be absolutely no need to go so far and intentionally take risks. Unless, Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped as a cold light flashed quickly past his dark pupils. Unless, the inheritance required such an arrangement. The moment he thought of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed aside by two large hands. Humans always have objectives in doing things. Only an enormous objective could make a Gu Immortal take such huge risks. Maybe this Gu Immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or had hatred against him. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away for countless years, so this possibility was close to zero. Removing the factor of emotions, then there was only the factor of benefits. For this benefit, the mysterious Gu Immortal was willing to brave the fatal danger of messing with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. What in the world did they intend to use 88 true yang building for? Fang Yuan involuntarily thought of the information Lang Land Spirit gave him. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the day before the large battle of the Imperial court contest, he had been studying nonstop. Even after reading so many times, every time he read it again or recalled it, he could not help having a feeling of admiration. 88 True Yang building was indeed of exquisite workmanship. Its design was spectacular. This was a fantasy turned into reality. It was a miracle. 88 True Yang building was essentially an Immortal Gu house. Back then, Giant Son Immortal Venerable made plans for his descendants and took the initiative to find long-hair ancestor, requesting him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Son Immortal Venerable's demand was too great, and as such long-hair ancestor had to rack his brains and think painstakingly for 100 or so days to meet the standard. One day, he suddenly had an inspiration and took an alternate way, coming up with a unique method. The Immortal Gu house was truly overly enormous. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the second best option and divide it into countless sub-bodies, which were the small towers. The quantity of these small towers reached untold numbers and attracted wild Gu worms for 10 years. As the 10-year period neared its end, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside and simultaneously resonate with the blizzard outside to form a heavenly power. The heavenly power condensed bit by bit to generate a qualitative change, condensing into a floor of 88 True Yang building. As layers and layers formed, they would finally become the complete 88 True Yang building. From a different perspective, every time 88 True Yang building formed, it was the process of a new refinement. Long-hair ancestor was indeed worthy of being known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. His Gu refinement attainment had already crossed the realm of mortal into a realm of divinity. It was already not easy for ordinary Gu masters to refine a Gu successfully. It was the same for Gu immortals as well when they refined Immortal Gu. But long-hair ancestor had already surpassed the limits of the normal Gu refinement to a level of perfection. So did 88 True Yang building's refinement succeed? In truth, the refinement was not a complete success. If a general standard was applied, the truly complete 88 True Yang building would be a tower that would exist for eternity in the blessed land, towering over the sacred palace. However, this standard was too difficult to fulfill. Back when Giant Son Immortal Venerable had mentioned it, long-hair ancestor's brows had furrowed deeply and had immediately said, if the refinement truly succeeds, then this Immortal Gu house would be at rank 9 realm. What was the meaning of a rank 9 Immortal Gu? The Gu in legends like Strength Gu, Wisdom Gu, Fate Gu, and so on were all rank 9 Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were priceless even among the priceless and had already vanished, their radiance only being revered in, just like rank 9 Gu immortals who were given the title of Venerable. Throughout the boundless history, only 10 of them appeared. There had never been a rank 9 realm Immortal Gu house, but Giant Son Immortal Venerable did not give up on his request. Long-hair ancestor could only agree to the request, fearing the might of an Immortal Venerable. Finally, he thought of a solution that was not a solution, to create a rank 9 Immortal Gu house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus, 88 True Yang building ended up being at rank 8 realm. Giant Son Immortal Venerable had not been pleased with it, but his attitude changed after inspecting it, and was full of praise as he said, 88 True Yang building itself holds the secret of a mortal becoming a Gu immortal. Why did he say that? The reason was that a mortal had to cross over the hurdle of the 3 elements to become a Gu immortal. Element of heaven, heaven above, with immeasurable might, mysterious and mighty. Element of earth, earth below, virtuous, stable and profound. Element of man, man in the center, the spirit of all beings, exerting oneself to soar above. Mortal were like tiny insects, and only by connecting with heaven and earth could they be free of their mortal state and make themselves go through a fundamental evolution. And 88 True Yang building's formation made use of these 3 elements. The Imperial court contest was to spread the element of man. The 10-year blizzard was a cruel and vicious element of heaven. The small towers sinking into the ground were borrowing the blessed land's element of earth. The 3 elements combine into one, an immortal becomes an immortal. The 3 elements combined to form 88 True Yang building that plundered Northern Plains resources to give rise to Huang Jin family supertribes and allowed Giant Son Immortal Venerable's influence to be inextinguishable for countless years. Wait a moment, don't tell me. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a bright light blossomed in his eyes. The small towers are a part of 88 True Yang building. The mysterious Gu immortal who set up Dichio inheritance broke this small tower and created a hole. When the hole formed, according to the principle of the refinement of 88 True Yang building, there should be a backflow of heavenly power to condense into a new small tower. 88 True Yang building was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house and was very difficult to destroy. But the small towers could be easily destroyed. This was like the difference between a Gu immortal and mortals. Thus, when Giant Son Immortal Venerable arranged these small towers in the blessed land, He used the strength of Imperial court blessed land to protect them tightly and isolate them from most sources of damage. Long-hair ancestor was the #1 immortal in refinement path, so he naturally had considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, during the time of the formation of 88 true Yang building's main body, the condensed heavenly power would first flow back to repair the gaps in the small towers before condensing into the main body. However, Dichio inheritance had already been set up for many years, but the small tower over it has still not been repaired. Moreover, this mysterious Gu Immortal used some method to seal up this gap and deceive 88 true Yang building. I understand now. The reason they did this should be none other than to make use of the heavenly power that condenses into 88 true Yang building. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. It seems this secret phrase is the method of Gu refinement. In fact, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. However, he did not have conclusive evidence back then. Now, although it was still a guess, but after testing and probing it, Fang Yuan was much more confident. Time always seemed to move faster when one was pondering deeply. He Lu Lan and his group were defeated by the golden white tiger phantom and were sent out of the tower. To not attract any suspicion, Fang Yuan could only use the glass owner token to get out of the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared. The lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader and all the lords. The guards sitting there, who were of He Tribe's direct line of descent, immediately came forward to greet. He Lu Lan and the group all looked battered and exhausted or were covered in blood. Although they had failed, they had made much progress and gains as they were even able to push forward for over 10 rounds. However, the situation this time was special. He Lu Lan and others' gazes landed on Fang Yuan, revealing the intent of probing, curiosity, doubts, and investigating. Ha! Everyone worked hard and contributed highly for this expedition, especially Wolf King, who can be said to be the #1 in contribution this time. After returning, organize a banquet immediately. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lu Lan laughed loudly and lightly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, showing off their close relationship. High-grade evaluation made Fang Yuan's worth rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insight from this trip. I need to undergo closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lu Lan would not blame me. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and directly turned down He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan's smile froze before immediately recovering the next moment and said it was not a problem, showing the disposition of a magnanimous leader. As for how furious he was inwardly, or how much the others were envious, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now to study the secrets of Dichio inheritance meticulously. 6 days later, Fang Yuan pushed open the window and looked down at the sacred palace, his eyes flashing with a light of joy. He had fully solved the secret of Dichio inheritance. One only required a correct direction for such riddles, and it would only be a matter of time. Just as Fang Yuan guessed before, the cipher was a recipe for refining Immortal Gu. The mysterious Gu Immortal who arranged the inheritance used the loophole of the 88 true Yang building, borrowing the power which would condense into 88 true Yang building to refine an Immortal Gu. As long as one followed the words of the secret phrase and refined the Gu step by step, even Immortal Gu Master could refine it successfully. It was because the Immortal Gu refinement was not relying on the Mortal Gu Master's power, but was borrowing from the strength of 88 true Yang building. But as for what this Immortal Gu was, Fang Yuan did not know and could only make conjectures from the secret phrase. This Gu Immortal should very likely be from Central Continent. The Gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent style, and adding on my previous life's video, this inheritance should be in the form of a chain, and what I obtained was likely only a part of it. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart. In Fang Yuan's past life, Central Continent Gu Immortals planned to use this loophole to breach 88 true Yang building. They should have discovered some preceding clue to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many Gu masters, when setting inheritances, would arrange them step by step and leave behind clues after clues. If the fated ones had enough ability, they could inherit the whole inheritance. If their ability was not up to par, they could only receive a part of the benefits. Central Continent Gu Immortals should have obtained the preceding clues to this inheritance and should not have known the latter part of the secret phrase. Otherwise, they definitely would not waste the chance of obtaining an Immortal Gu. And what Fang Yuan accidentally obtained was only the latter part. Without the preceding clues, it became extremely incomprehensible. If not for Fang Yuan having the intel of 88 true Yang building and his previous life's memories, he would not have been able to comprehend it even if he was given ample time. Chapter 562. Reason for being cowardly and afraid of death? Speaking of it, this Central Continent Gu Immortal is truly amazing. seeing through 88 true Yang buildings whole and also using such an idea. Clearly, they were also a refinement path master. No, to reach this step, they have to be at least a grandmaster in refinement path. They actually left behind an Immortal Gu as an inheritance. This is truly an immortal treasure. They put the clue in fake gray-white stone slabs. Such creativity and innovation was really amazing. I wonder what kind of successor they want to choose. The most crucial problem of the secret phrase was resolved, but even more questions popped out. Fang Yuan shook his head and cleared up his disorganized thoughts. No matter what, this inheritance is related to an Immortal Gu. I need to give it a try with all my effort. Now, it should take over half a month at least to prepare the relevant Gu worms. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. These 4 phrases might be simple, but Fang Yuan would not have been able to decipher them without his refinement path master attainment. Based on Fang Yuan's current comprehension, he needed over 200 Gu worms to borrow the force of 88 true Yang building and refine the mysterious Immortal Gu. Among them were 28 rank 4 and rank 5 Gu worms. And this number was only enough for one use. Fang Yuan, in preparing the Gu refinement, would have to make at least 3 times the preparatory materials to prevent any errors during the Gu refinement process, which could lead to failure. And in case he failed, he would require spare Gu worms. 16 days later, in the hall, He Lu Lan showed the demeanor of the Black Tyrant to the fullest, shouting fiercely and wantonly, venting out the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded and even beaten by He Lu Lan could not raise their heads and were quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lu Lan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had been getting increasingly violent. After 88 true Yang building opened, this change intensified and his temper became like a barrel of gunpowder, berating and beating his subordinates at the slightest pretext. As of today, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily beaten by him and were still bedridden. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not us slacking in our duty, but this 78th round is truly too difficult. The Golden White Tiger Phantom Guardian is too strong and has 30% of the Desolate Beast's powers. With our mortal bodies, no matter how much we try, we can only harass it and have no way to harm it heavily. Moreover, if the Golden White Tiger goes on the offense, our Gu masters would not be able to resist it. He Pei, the head of the elders, waited for He Lu Lan to finish venting his anger before cautiously speaking. He Lu Lan glanced at him and cursed. Your words are bullshit. Golden White Tiger Phantom might have strong attacking prowess, but as long as we all unite and disregard the sacrifices, we can definitely defeat it before the time limit. You guys are all afraid of difficulties, tarnishing my He tribe's reputation of bravery. The elders shrunk their heads after being scolded, not daring to say anything. He Lu Lan's words were actually not without reason. It was already not the first time in dealing with the Golden White Tiger Phantom. If they truly disregarded sacrifices, and people were willing to be cannon fodder and fought to give others an opportunity, even at the cost of their own lives under the claws of the Golden White Tiger Phantom, then He tribe's offense, although powerless, would accumulate with time, and could be like groups of ants biting an elephant, eventually defeating the Golden White Tiger Phantom. But the truth of the matter was when the Golden White Tiger Phantom attacked, everyone feared for their life and was afraid of. Going forward, causing He Lu Lan's advancement in 88 true Yang building to stop at this round, unable to progress any further. He Lu Lan's shouts kept on resounding in the hall. Right now, no one dared to antagonize this furious Black Tyrant who did not spare even his tribesmen. After He Lu Lan vented his anger once more, he sat down on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with pent-up fury, especially when he looked at these silent elders. He felt sick to his stomach. Besides anger, he felt helplessness. During the Imperial Court contest, these He tribe elders had fought bravely and had no fear. But in this place, they were worried for their safety. Where did their courage go? Actually, He Lu Lan understood. During the Imperial Court contest, rewards and punishments were openly issued. People fought to be the first, competing for fame and fortune, to be stronger and to survive. However, in 88 true Yang building, the rewards for passing the stages would go to the tribe leader, which caused everyone to have very little incentive to charge through the rounds. The most important reason was that they had already won the Imperial Court contest, and there were no more threats to their survival, and there were also many inheritances outside the Sacred Palace. As long as they survived this period of time, they were bound to have an even more radiant future when they exited Imperial Court Blessed Land. Only fools would do things like abandoning their lives and acting as cannon fodder to help someone else. He tribe's elders were all extremely crafty. Preserving their lives was most important, and besides that, so what if they were scolded and beaten by He Lu Lan? Even if He Lu Lan heavily injured them and they had to lie on the bed, it was nothing compared to dying. He Lulan was aware of the elder's thoughts. Even if I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control their will. Once there is no unity, it will not be easy to lead even if the tribe is stronger. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly and spoke. Since it is so, then I can only open up 88 True Yang building and gather everyone's strength to charge through the rounds. Requesting outside help required guest tokens. But right now, besides He tribe, there were also other Huangjin tribes like Yi Lui tribe, Ma tribe, and so on in Imperial Court Blessed Land. One could imagine that once He Lulan opens up 88 True Yang building to them, these people would definitely charge forward madly. With this, they could be the cannon fodder. After hearing He Lulan's words, the elders exchanged veiled communication with each other through their gazes. This method allowed them to stay away from the vanguard position, but they were somewhat unwilling. The first elder He Pei stepped forward. Lord Tribe Leader, this is a clever method, but we need to keep up our guard. These people might have the old ancestors' bloodline running through them, but they are not of our He tribe. When they pass the rounds and get the benefits, I am afraid they won't hand over anything. That's right, Lord. Elder He Chi Sheng also added. Our He tribe racked our brains and suffered great difficulties before we were able to emerge as the winner in this time's Imperial Court contest. This 88 True Yang building is ours. Why should we share it with outsiders? There are precedents of such actions, but when looking at history, those were all weak tribes who won by fluke and did not have the ability to get through the stages, so they had no choice but to mobilize other Huangjin tribes. Our He tribe is strong and has many competent experts. How can we seek others' help? Humph. He Lulan raised his brows. Since our troops are strong, why are we not able to challenge even one golden white tiger phantom? You group of dogs hit trash, only cherishing your lives dearly, but when I want to bring in outsiders to stake their lives for us, you are afraid of them taking the benefits? Do you think there is such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already feeling very anxious. He was the possessor of great strength, true martial physique, and must obtain a strength path, Immortal Gu, to advance to Gu Immortal. Only by becoming an immortal could he alleviate this threat to his life. However, whether 88 True Yang building had any strength path Immortal Gu or which floor the strength path Immortal Gu was on, both were unknown. As such, he wholeheartedly wanted to break the conventions and bring in the situation where the Huangjin tribes cooperate to get through the rounds. Each round he passed would allow the owner token with him to advance and make it more convenient to proceed onwards. Although they were defeated repeatedly at this round, He Lulan thought of it as a good opportunity. He took the chance to create difficulty and shouted once again. His furious shouts resounded in the hall, causing everyone's ears to hear buzzing. Due to He Lulan's might and terrifying reputation, the elders could only choose to compromise. The first elder He Pei said with worry, opening 88 True Yang building to others is like letting in a torrent. Once its momentum increases, it will definitely cause disastrous losses. I suggest we place some limits. Wolf King Changshan Yin was a lesson that is right before us. These words immediately caused an intense commotion among the elders. Someone said with a bitter tone, right, Wolf King is really a hoodlum. He is hogging the benefits all to himself. Right now, he is in closed-door cultivation, maybe inwardly laughing to himself. Someone scoffed with disdain. 88 True Yang building belongs to He tribe. We let him participate to tackle the round because we thought highly of him. But he repays us like this. Humph. What dogs hit Northern Plains hero? He is just an ungrateful thief. Someone said with a cold and gloomy gaze. In my opinion, when we open up 88 True Yang building this time, we should not bring Changshan Yin in. This will teach him a lesson. He Lulan coldly snorted. He was naturally greatly dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's behavior. If it was someone else, he would have already taken action. But Changshan Yin was not a measly character. His bearing in the decisive battle of the Imperial Court contest was still deeply engraved in He Lulan's mind. If he said he was not afraid, he would be lying. However, openly excluding Changshan Yin was not appropriate as well. Not only would that be a display of narrow-mindedness, in case Wolf King was offended, even if Changshan Yin did not make a move, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you mentioned this, then let's hear it. He Lulan spoke. He Pei slightly smiled and said with confidence, there is no problem in opening 88 True Yang building to the outside from tomorrow. But before entering the building, no matter who it is, they would need to pay a fee. There will only be a quota of 800 entrants every day, and the fee for entrance will increase according to the order of the entrance. At the same time, they must use Poison Vow Gu and agree to give 50% of all their gains to He tribe. He paused before continuing. As for outsiders that want to enter the tower, they need to pay a high price to purchase our guest tokens. Every elder present at the scene immediately had bright gazes as they praised this suggestion. He Lulan swept over the scene once before leaning back on his chair, slowly closing his eyes. All right, this matter shall be done, as He Pei says. He Pei was exulted. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and powerful. Thank you, Lord Tribe Leader, for your appreciation. The news of 88 True Yang building opening to the outside spread and immediately caused a huge sensation in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the place of registration. One side cursed He tribesmen for their ruthlessness in asking such a greatly high fee, while another side paid generously and even fought others for a quota to enter. Fang Yuan observed indifferently, but he was inwardly happy. Right now, inheriting Dichio inheritance was of the utmost priority to him. Even if He Lulan took the initiative to invite him, he would not have been very willing. While the others had their attentions on 88 True Yang building now, it was the perfect time for him to make his move on the inheritance. Chapter 563. Nature of the three inheritances. The night sky of Imperial Court blessed land was covered in silvery light, like silk or fog. It shone down on the land like a vast veil. A group of azure wolves were running freely in the sky, chasing birds in the air or hunting animals on the ground. They were not hunting for food, it was merely leisure. Fang Yuan stood above Dichio, slowly opening his eyes. These days, not only did he prepare for the Gu refinement, he even expanded his wolf groups. Not just the azure wolf group, the land-based ordinary wolves, including turtleback wolf, water wolf, night wolf, etc., had reached 200,000 in numbers. The wolf group has previously been spread around a radius of 100 li. It can be a good method of deterrence. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of Wolf King. Most Gu masters would understand that Changshan Yin is hunting here when they see the wolves, thus they will choose to take a detour. If they did not detour, it meant that they had ill intentions. Once these Gu masters were discovered by the wolves, they would be attacked by them. Of course, there were innocent people who entered by accident, but Fang Yuan could not care less about them. It is their bad luck if they get killed by wolves. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the sacred palace. Although he was far away, he could see the dazzling aurora in the sky. The sacred palace was shining in bright light once again. It was a beautiful sight, and also the sign that 88 True Yang building was going to materialize the second floor. This had another meaning in Fang Yuan's case. The towers sink and countless wild Gu are sacrificed in order to become the mystical power that forms the Immortal Gu house. This aurora was the accumulation of such power, and it had already reached the point of reaching a qualitative change. In order to open Dichio inheritance, Fang Yuan needed to borrow the strength of this mystical power and cause it to flow backwards. In order to get through the stages, He Lulan intentionally opened the 88 True Yang building to the public, causing everyone to get excited and all Gu masters to feel moved. Once the news spread, all the Gu masters outside the sacred palace came and gathered here. Everyone's attention is on the 88 True Yang building now. This is the perfect time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he smiled. Without hesitation, he struck. Go! He patted his belly, and 36 Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu were of peculiar shapes. Their bodies were tiny and were half the size of a fingernail. They were like 5-pointed stars, giving off a milky white light. These were rank 1 Little Light Gu, a very famous light path assistance type Gu. As Fang Yuan willed, these Little Light Gu flew into Dichio's cave. At once, the darkness in the cave was lifted. Fang Yuan summoned another 13 Light Fences Gu. This Gu was rank 3, also from the light path. Once activated, they can turn into fences and restrain the target. The Light Fences Gu flew into the cave and mixed with the Little Light Gu, but there were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He waved his hand, and 3 rank 5 Light Path Gu came out. These 3 Gu were Lightning Flash Gu that increased speed, Unlimited Spring Light Gu that healed, as well as the attack type Heaven Blazing Spark Gu. Lightning Flash Gu gave off a blue light. It shone like lightning as it flew into the cave. The motionless Dichio finally had some changes. As if a mechanism was unlocked, the ground and soil around Dichio started to expand and connect. The blue lightning destroyed the Little Light Gu from before and became a light blue glow, having an extremely powerful aura. But at the same time, the Light Fences Gu connected with each other and formed light fences that kept the blue lightning in. The blue light was about to break out, but at this time Unlimited Spring Light flew in and gave off an unlimited jade green aurora. It was gentle as water, suppressing the blue light and forming a stalemate. Eventually, the Blazing Heaven Spark Gu flew in and turned into a bright red light. It pierced the green aura and the blue light, going deeper into the cave. With some loud sounds, the cave entrance slowly closed. In the deep parts of the land, 3 lights were mixing together, engaging in a mysterious transformation that Fang Yuan could not describe. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart settled. he knew that he was right. This was the light in the soil part of the quote. Although he was 80% sure, he was worried about mistakes. After all, he only had the latter half of the inheritance's clue. The first half was held in the hands of Central Continent Gu Immortal's hands. But this latter half described the method to open this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his foundation as a refinement master, and together with 88 true Yang buildings information, he forcefully interpreted this code and gained the chance to snatch the inheritance midway. About an hour later, the sounds from under the ground became softer. But the ground became hotter. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deer leather shoes, it could not isolate this heat. The hole in the ground slowly opened as the light was gone, leaving pure darkness inside. Fang Yuan saw this, and he became elated. After light in the soil, it was shine up to 100,000 feet high. If interpreted literally, it would be a huge mistake. This quote was a test, to test the refinement ability of the Gu Master. The quote was regarding refinement path. Shine up to 100,000 feet high was not just a description of the scenery, it also described the steps for the refinement process. Fang Yuan was not flustered or worried. He threw 2 defensive rank 5 shine back spike Gu, 3 investigative type high observation Gu, 1 attack type 10,000 heart piercing arrow Gu, and 9 assistance type 9 feet flame Gu. Only to see that inside the cave, gray-yellow smoke was rumbling, but did not ooze out. The sounds of chirping birds or flying arrows, shrieking sounds that pierced the air came from within the smoke. This scene lasted for 7 minutes, until darkness returned again. The ground closed again, as the cave vanished. This time, Dichio no longer gave off heat, but instead cold air was seeping, causing Fang Yuan's legs to turn stiff from the cold. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh, turning his gaze towards the sacred palace. If my guess is correct, the sacred palace is going to become chaotic now. At this moment, in the sacred palace, at a side hall, the secret door concealed by trees opened. An elderly man with snow-white hair walked out with a middle-aged Gu master. "Old sir, please take care." First Elder He Pei brought Tai Bai Yunxing out from the secret door and patted his chest. "Don't worry, with me here, you are sure to have a guest token." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. "Since Elder He Pei is making a promise, I am sure it will succeed." "Of course I am assured. You do not have to send me off. Goodbye." "Goodbye." First Elder He Pei placed his fist by his chest as he bowed. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing turn around the corner and vanishing from his vision under the concealment of the trees. The allure of an immortal venerable inheritance is really huge. To think that even Tai Bai Yunxing came to bribe me. He Pei sighed. Ever since He Lulan opened up the 88 True Yang building, Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became extremely popular. Every day, all sorts of people came to visit him in secret. Some used their relationships while others talked about and tried to obtain friendship. There were people who bribed him and people who tried to attract him sexually. But Tai Bai Yunxing's visit was a shock to He Pei. Tai Bai Yunxing had a huge reputation. He was the #1 healer in Northern Plains. He saved countless people and was an extremely righteous man with great character. His influence was great. He Pei had not expected Tai Bai Yunxing to bribe him of all people. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is still immortal. There are only so many guest tokens. If it was me, I would not be able to resist it either. He Pei laughed, raising his head subconsciously towards the top of the sacred palace. There, an aurora of dazzling lights had condensed into a thick fog. Within the thick fog, the second layer of the 88 True Yang building was already visible. In no time, the second layer will materialize. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked. The colorful aurora shone on his white hair and his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze. An event deep within his memories resurfaced. That day, the sunset was bright like a fire, burning in the sky. This was the 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just met the old beggar who changed his life forever. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. You saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it. I will try my best to fulfill your wishes." The old beggar had messy purple-red hair. He was slightly insane at times, while unconscious sometimes. But when he was awake, his gaze was deep as the ocean. He gave off a disposition that could be etched into a person's memories. "I want to be a Gu master," the young Tai Bai Yunxing said. "What kind of Gu master do you want to be?" I have 3 complete inheritances. The first can allow you to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing mortals. The second can allow you to control wind and the air, roaming the world freely. The third can surpass life and death, allowing you to help the people in the world. The old beggar laughed, and his rotten yellow teeth were exposed. The young Tai Bai Yunxing frowned and thought about it, before choosing the third inheritance. As he snapped out of his daze, returning from the trip to his memory lane, Tai Bai Yunxing laughed bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am a person that is afraid of dying." When he was young, He did not have such feelings. In fact, he became indifferent after witnessing many situations of death. When Tai Bai-yun Sheng got old, his healthy body slowly became weak and feeble. He started reminiscing about the times in his youth. Often, people's thoughts changed with their circumstances. On Earth, one could not surpass the limits of life and death. They had no choice but to accept it. But here, as long as there was a trace of hope, they would struggle and fight. Only when he was faced with such a situation, when Tai Bai-yun Sheng became closer and closer to death, did he become aware of this great terror. Because of this, he secretly observed and waited for several rounds, before clearly understanding the situation, deciding to participate in this Imperial Court contest and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. If I can obtain Lifespan Gu from 88 True Yang Building, I would be able to increase my lifespan. Although Lifespan Gu is hard to find, and even harder to buy or sell, I'm sure there are some inside 88 True Yang Building. If in the end, I cannot obtain a Lifespan Gu, I can only attempt to ascend to Gu Immortal Realm. Tai Bai-yun Sheng evaluated in his heart. The inheritance the old beggar gave him was outstanding. It was an entire inheritance that allowed one to cultivate all the way to rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm. The inheritance stated very clearly the method for a mortal to ascend to Gu Immortal Realm. Thus, Tai Bai-yun Sheng was very clear of the risks he had to take to reach Gu Immortal Realm. To advance to Gu Immortal Realm, one needed to gather and fuse the elements of heaven, earth, and man. If either of the three aspects were insufficient, they would die and their soul would dissipate. If he was not desperate, Tai Bai-yun Sheng did not want to ascend to Gu Immortal Realm. That was because even if he ascended to Gu Immortal Realm, it could not raise his lifespan. But in Tai Bai-yun Sheng's inheritance, there was hope left for him. But this hope was very difficult to obtain. He needed to succeed in advancing to Gu Immortal Realm for there to be a possibility. These years, Tai Bai-yun Sheng had been searching for Lifespan Gu, but Lifespan Gu were created from heaven and earth. They could not be located easily, and were hard to catch. Tai Bai-yun Sheng made no progress. There should be Lifespan Gu inside 88 True Yang Building. I can definitely find Lifespan Gu there. Tai Bai-yun Sheng looked at 88 True Yang Building's figure as he cheered for himself secretly. But the next moment, his pupils expanded as he saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 564. Heavenly power backflow shocks the sacred palace. The whole sacred palace fell into shock and fear. After a while, a large commotion suddenly rose up. What the hell is going on? What happened? Why is the aurora shrinking? A scene that had never occurred before was happening in everyone's sights. The second floor that had been gradually condensing into form was slowly becoming fainter. Great amounts of the thick aurora were reducing and becoming lighter at a visible speed. What happened? He Lulan's brows furrowed into a knot as he grabbed Elder He Pei's collar with his thick arm and pulled towards him. His expression was twisted and his eyes opened with fury as he shouted, "Investigate it. I must know what the hell happened." He Lulan possessed one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique. Only by becoming an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. However, for 10 extreme physiques to become immortal, they required the help of relevant Immortal Gu. He Lulan placed his hopes on 88 True Yang Building to find the key to become immortal, a strength path Immortal Gu. So how could he let an accident happen to 88 True Yang Building? Elder He Pei's body shivered in fright. He Lulan asked him to investigate the details, but he was only immortal. How could he investigate it? What could he investigate? In a sobbing tone, he answered, This subordinate does not know. There were no instances of this happening in historical records. It is getting lighter. It is becoming even more light. Someone shouted while pointing at 88 True Yang Building. The aurora became smaller, and the thick light, dimmer. Many Gu masters looked up in a daze, panic quickly spreading everywhere. Is 88 True Yang Building damaged? This is something our immortal Venerable old ancestor personally arranged. Could it be that 88 True Yang Building also cannot compete against the flow of the river of time? Some had pale expressions while even more covered their heads, their gaze filled with fear. They are in chaos. From far away, Fang Yuan looked with an eerie gaze and a cold smile on his face. Even if he was far away, the panicked shouts in the sacred palace still reached his ears. The culprit behind this terror glanced at the sacred palace before looking down at Di Chio Cave below. His gaze shone with a strange light as he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing." Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% at most would be absorbed, but he had never thought when he activated the mechanism, the backflow of the heavenly power would surpass his estimation. Based on just this, Fang Yuan could tell this Gu Immortal's understanding of 88 True Yang Building was absolutely not beneath his. Who is this mysterious Gu Immortal? What identity do they have? I had a fortuitous encounter, the advantage of rebirth, and also the first-hand information from Lang Yalan Spirit. But how was he or she able to have such a deep understanding of 88 True Yang building? Right now, the cave was filled to the brim with light, almost to the point of overflowing, but it was firmly restrained by the layer of black light at the entrance. The aurora surged freely. The intense light that was brewing inside was becoming more and more vigorous. Cracks started appearing on the first floor of 88 True Yang building. Hei Pei and the other elders went pale as they looked at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters at the lower floors of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing nonstop. Some shouted, some wept, and some begged. Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what mistake did we commit? Why are you punishing us like this? We beg old ancestor to show mercy. Please give another chance to us unfilial descendants. All these voices entered Hei Lulan's ears as he stared at the first floor of 88 True Yang building rigidly. The cracks were continuously spreading on the first floor. Even if Hei Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with an extreme physique, an existence at the peak of mortals, right now he was feeling bewilderment, helplessness, hesitation, and weakness. No, this can't go on. I cannot allow this to happen. Hei Lulan shouted in fury, his expression malevolent and his gaze filled with hot fury. I have yet to avenge Mother. My vengeance. My strength path, Immortal Gu. He screamed in his heart. Rumble. A soft sound was heard, but the earth shook. 88 True Yang building's first floor, which was completely condensed, collapsed completely and turned back into the free aurora light. The light was like a flood that had broken the dam as it gushed out and spread rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, it enshrouded the whole sacred palace and dyed the horizons. Puff. Hei Lulan's gaze lost its focus as suffocation filled his stomach. He involuntarily spurted out stagnated blood that had flowed in reverse towards his throat. No, I won't allow this. Form back right now. Come back. He opened up his palms and tried to grab the aurora. And as if it was responding to his effort, the aurora that were gushing out gradually reduced, and the surrounding lights also started falling back. Hei Lulan's gaze flashed. A spark of hope had just ignited in him, but was completely gone the next moment. The aurora light might have gathered back together, but it did not condense back to the image of the first floor. The light continued to reduce as if a giant incorporeal beast was swallowing it. No, don't. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled, his expression becoming spiritless. Do the heavens want my Hei tribe dead? First Elder Hei Pei clutched his hair. A problem occurred in 88 True Yang building in Hei tribe's hands. This meant Hei tribe was completely finished. Other super forces and Huang Jin tribes would not let them go. Heavens, what happened? 88 True Yang building is actually. Yi Lui Sang grabbed his chest in fear. Near his heart resided the fire path Immortal Gu, which was lent by Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai before the Imperial court contest. Right now, this fire path Immortal Gu was trembling nonstop. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also had a slight change. In his aperture, spring Autumn Cicada revealed its true body, trembling continuously and was emitting its Immortal Gu aura, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak from the pressure. This is the resonance of the great Tao in heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu was the essence of heaven and earth, a vessel of the great Tao. If Immortal Gu was said to hold only a tiny fragment of the law of heaven and earth, then an Immortal Gu would hold a corner of the great Tao, an intact piece of the rules of heaven and earth. Because of this, there could only be one Immortal Gu of its kind. Every time an Immortal Gu was born, other Immortal Gu in the surroundings would tremble and respond. The more closely related or conflicting the law inside Gu worms' bodies are, the stronger the resonance between them, and the greater the extent they would tremble. From the extent of spring Autumn Cicada's trembling, this Immortal Gu that is about to be born is not of the time path. Fang Yuan estimated, but his gaze was tightly looking at the cave without the least bit of negligence. Inside the cave, the aurora from 88 True Yang building was continuously being absorbed before fading away as it nurtured the intense light within. This intense light was becoming more and more flourishing. The black membrane at the entrance was starting to show signs of not being able to restrain it. That'll do. If I don't make a move now, the black membrane will burst and the aurora will shoot to the sky and expose me. It is still a small matter if Hei Lulan and the rest are the ones that discover me. But in case it awakens 88 True Yang building's hibernating will, then it will just take one thought from the immortal Venerables will turn me into ashes. Fang Yuan had endured the impulse to make a move several times before, and now the timing was fully ripe. He made his move, throwing in large numbers of Gu worms. Gu worms from rank 1 to rank 5 from all paths sprinkled down like rain. This situation looked disorderly and complex, but it actually had a special profoundness to it. The Gu worms were not only divided into separate groups, They even had particularly specific distances from each other, to the extent that some Gu worms fell slightly slower while some fell faster. This was a high-grade technique of Gu refinement called the sprinkler. Gu masters with natural talent and aptitude could master enslavement path and flying skills. But even the Gu masters with higher natural talent required thousands of tries before they could display a decent use of the sprinkler technique. Fang Yuan's attainment in this technique was beyond the level of just a decent performance, and was enough to make other refinement path masters exclaim in surprise. After the Gu worms sprinkled down, the aurora slowly changed color into that of blue water or the sky, before becoming still. In the blue light, countless white lights flew like birds and swam like fish. Specks of white light would occasionally gather into a heap and from time to time scatter like stars. Just glancing at this for a moment caused Fang Yuan to feel dizzy. He quickly moved his gaze towards the sacred palace. The clamors in the sacred palace had already decreased. After the aurora light enshrouding the sacred palace decreased by around half, the speed of its reduction slowed. Seeing that no one was paying attention here, and the scattered wolf groups were also not sending any battle signals, Fang Yuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly. It should be the final step now. He was extremely cautious and did not even have the slightest intent of being conceited. Instead, he was even more vigilant. Whether it was the history of this world or on Earth, how many cases were there of people failing at the last hurdle? Moreover, this final step would create a huge commotion and was the step where a problem was most likely to appear. Fang Yuan slightly flicked his wrist, and in a smelly fart Gu that he had been holding lightly flew into the cave. Immediately, a peculiar fragrance spread out of the cave. The peculiar fragrance flew even without wind, soon spreading out. Stopped, it has stopped. After a while of shock and fear, the Gu masters in the sacred palace became wild with joy. Lord, the aurora has stopped reducing and has begun to slowly increase again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, and was kicked by He Lulan. I can see that. He Lulan kicked the elder to the ground. His gaze was ruthless, but the deep voice could not conceal his joy. However, his heart was extremely nervous. The reduction of 88 true Yang buildings aurora, and even the collapse of the floor had never happened before. What had happened? He Lulan's mind was filled with doubts. He did not know why there was a problem. It caused him to worry greatly. What made He Lulan even more helpless and indignant was that 88 true Yang building was the work of an immortal Venerable. Even if I knew where the problem was, I probably would not be able to solve it with just my ability. If he was to know that it was all caused by Fang Yuan single-handedly, then he would probably risk his life and tear off the seal placed on him by Immortal Gu Dark Limit, to pit his life against Fang Yuan. Chapter 565. Everyone with their own intentions. 88 true Yang buildings. Shocking change was a traumatic experience for everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people were worried, scared, and helpless. Fortunately, the situation stabilized not long after 88 true Yang buildings' first floor collapsed. The aurora no longer reduced, and was instead beginning to increase again. Maybe because it was provoked, the speed of this aurora's increase was somewhat faster than before. Several days later, the thick-as-water aurora condensed back to the first floor of 88 true Yang building. After it had completely formed, He Lulan and the others immediately entered it anxiously. Their entry to 88 true Yang building proceeded smoothly. This made He Lulan greatly relieved, and he gradually calmed down. 88 true Yang building was extremely significant to him. He needed to become a Gu immortal to avenge his mother. As the possessor of one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique, his only hope of becoming an immortal was to obtain a strength path, Immortal Gu, from 88 true Yang building. This was depicted in, for humans to live, it was okay if they did not have strength or even wisdom, but they could not lose hope. He Lulan regained the hope of saving his life. His mood gradually turned better as he started to plan his next breakthrough of the 100 rounds. The first floor of 88 true Yang building had formed anew, so the checkpoints had reset, making He Lulan's previous efforts turn into smoke. He needed to overcome everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a very good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. Going through the rounds again will allow us to get even more rewards. Maybe that was a small joke by old ancestor Immortal Venerable. Every floor in 88 true Yang building has 100 rounds, with the difficulty increasing sharply at the later rounds. Looking at history, there were very few Imperial Court winners who were able to cross through every round. We should not be optimistic in being able to overcome the final round. As long as we can put all our efforts in passing the earlier rounds, our tribe's strength will rise greatly. The elders were filled with joy, but this was bad news to He Lulan. There were only 2 ways for him to obtain a strength path, Immortal Gu, from 88 true Yang building. First was to get a high-grade evaluation and enter the treasure room. then use his bloodline identity to exchange for the Immortal Gu inside. Second was to pass the final round of every floor, which could give him the chance to obtain an Immortal Gu. To He Lulan, the first method required him to bring out an equivalently valuable treasure to exchange, and thus was not practical. The only probability of success was in the second method. Passing through the last few rounds would be extremely difficult. The rounds were reset now. They would have to overcome these rounds again, which no doubt would waste his precious time. Time waits for no man. Once their time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court, blessed land. If he could not get a strength path Immortal Gu before this happens, He Lulan would not only be unable to take revenge, but would also have to welcome his death. For this reason, He Lulan stubbornly maintained his stance in spite of others' wishes and started recruiting other tribes' Gu masters, completely opening up 88 True Yang Building. Everyone could casually enter or exit 88 True Yang Building free of charge. Other than He tribe elders, everyone in the sacred palace was celebrating in joy. He Lulan has a grand demeanor, doing something that no other lords of Imperial Court have done before. I, Yi Lui Sang, am in deep admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88 True Yang Building, his face covered in a joyful glow. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe and had been a popular candidate to win the prior Imperial Court contest. The tribe's Gu Immortals supported him greatly, not even stinting on lending a fire path Immortal Gu to him. But he lost in the end, and to preserve the fire path Immortal Gu, he had no choice but to side with He Lulan. They finally won and succeeded in entering Imperial Court blessed land. But as one of the super forces, he felt that it was a disgrace to be a subordinate of He tribe. He was sure to be treated coldly, abandoned, and even punished when he returned to the tribe. If I can have good gains in 88 True Yang Building, then I can make up for the earlier mistakes and return grandly to the tribe. Yi Lui Sang's emotions surged. Chang Shanin, don't be proud of yourself. As long as you don't become an immortal, I will have a chance. 88 True Yang Building is my cornerstone to rise up. Chang Biao had a cold look in his eyes. He was also among the first batch of experts to enter the tower. He was not moving alone and had a companion beside him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Previously at Xingjiu Mountain Peak, Pan Ping's opportunity had been openly seized by Fang Yuan, which created a lot of indignance in his heart. Chang Biao learned of this situation and intentionally approached Pan Ping. The two hit it off, becoming partners. Go, become the vanguards to open my path. Use your lives to broaden my way. He Lulan sneered inwardly, using his owner token while calmly looking at the grand flow of people entering the tower. After the flow of people had gradually become sparse, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, with his simple and aged appearance, tall and sturdy physique, clothed in a white robe, he appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted him. Lord Tribe Leader has astonishing mettle. This old man is overwhelmed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng exclaimed in admiration. He had an elegant demeanor and leisurely attitude. Since everyone could casually enter and exit now, they were not restricted by the quota. He also did not anxiously enter the tower immediately, since the rounds which might give lifespan Gu as the reward would definitely be the later rounds. The two exchanged a few words before Tai Bai Yun Sheng entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. He Lulan was feeling overwhelmed in his mind. From the information sent by the owner token, in just a short period of time, because of the enormous quantity of Gu masters, they had successively gotten through the first 30 rounds. However, at the 40th round and above, just numbers would not work. They required specific Gu master experts to cross those rounds. Pan Ping, Chang Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yun Sheng made their moves one after another and were able to push to the 53rd round. But here, their momentum came to a stop. They encountered a problem. They needed an enslavement path master to pass this round. Looks like we must have Wolf King to pass this round. Tai Bai Yun Sheng muttered while stroking his snow-white beard. In this Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan's performance left behind an extremely deep impression on everyone. The glorious title of the #1 enslavement path Gu master of this generation in Northern Plains was already given to him. Thus, as they encountered this problem, everyone's first thought was Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanin? Yi Lui Sang looked around him, but could not find Chang Shanin. Wolf King has been taking his wolves out for hunting these few days. Soon, someone replied. Chang Shanin is indeed an extraordinary person. We can casually enter and exit 88 True Yang Building, but his heart is actually not moved. Sighs and admiration could be heard among the group. Pan Ping snorted, speaking in a gloomy tone. Everyone, please don't forget that our Lord Wolf King has already entered the tower before. According to a reliable source, he passed with high-grade evaluation. After he exited the tower, He immediately went to closed-door cultivation and even refused many invitations from tribe leader He Lulan. The crowd here knew of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan, and as no one wished to offend this uprising soul blade general, the praises and admiration towards Fang Yuan immediately stopped. Everyone sank into a momentary silence. Many Gu Master experts also had a slight change in expressions as they showed a somewhat unexpected look on their face. Pan Ping had a sinister motive in mentioning Fang Yuan had obtained a huge benefit before, leaving it to everyone's ample imagination as to what reward it was, and with this, succeeded in inciting jealousy in their hearts. If it was before when these people did not have any experience of the enormous benefits provided by 88 True Yang building, it would have been slightly better. But now that they had experienced it as they passed the rounds, the fire of envy was lit up in the depths of their hearts. At this moment, a young Gu Master's voice broke the silence. Since 88 True Yang building is opened for everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain the benefits was due to his own ability. The crowd's gazes quickly moved towards the source and discovered it was none other than Chang Shanyan's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression turned sharp as he viciously gazed at Chang Jiyu. Although Chang Jiyu was somewhat weaker than Pan Ping, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father, so he did not back down and instead returned Pan Ping's gaze with his own furious gaze. Killing intent surged in Pan Ping's mind, but he did not dare to make a move. He was unexpected put on the spot by Chang Jiyu, a junior. The person with the most complicated feelings right now was Chang Biao. He was Chang Jiyu's own blood father, but right now, he had to look on at his own son defending his greatest enemy. Grievance and hatred were surging up nonstop in his heart. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up to alleviate the tension. Everyone, let's concentrate on this round. At this point, we can only request Lord Wolf King's assistance. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest reputation. As long as you personally send a letter, Wolf King will definitely accept the request. The Gu Masters spoke one after another, but Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, their hearts filled with worry. If Wolf King comes, he was sure to pass this round. But with this, not speaking of the rewards he would get from passing the round, his prestige would increase even more. This was a situation these two were not willing to see. Pan Ping wanted to speak up, but hesitated. He had the mind to prevent this, but it was not easy getting a chance to interrupt Tai Bai Yunxing and make him back down. If Chang Jiyu again interrupted here, his face might be lost completely. Chang Biao was secretly observing Pan Ping's expression and saw Pan Ping opening his mouth several times, but did not manage to speak in the end. He inwardly cursed Pan Ping for being a coward, then looked around and signaled a planted agent among the crowd. This planted agent immediately comprehended the signal and shouted out, "In my opinion, Lord Wolf King is occupied with important matters. It probably won't be easy to invite him. Why don't we request Lord Tang Miaoming instead? Her enslavement path attainment is already very close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunxing's thoughts could not help being shaken. He did not have much interaction with Fang Yuan, but he knew deeply of the latter's arrogance. Instead of taking the risk of facing embarrassment from being refused, it might truly be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Flap, flap, flap. Groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew from all around like rivers converging into the sea as they flew towards Dichio Cave. The peculiar fragrance had spread for 100 li. It was this rich fragrance that had attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this stage, the Gu refinement was already approaching the end. This is using the lives of beasts as sacrifices. It is a wonderful method that is similar to the workings of 88 True Yang building. It is just that in case of 88 True Yang building, the small towers sacrificed the wild Gu to combine their strength. As he personally put it into practice, Fang Yuan gained an even more profound understanding of this Gu refinement. The peculiar fragrance gradually dissipated, and without its temptation, the small number of remaining blissful snow bats flew away in disorder. It is about to finish. Fang Yuan's breathing turned rough and his gaze staring at the cave fixatedly, unable to conceal his excited expression. Chapter 566, Water Pavilion. Resolving the mystery by this point, Fang Yuan was overwhelmed with awe. This mysterious Gu Immortal who created Dichio Inheritance was definitely a grandmaster in terms of refinement attainment. The entire process was using 88 True Yang building's heavenly power. It was innovative and daring. Although Fang Yuan was the executor, his role was really that of an assistant. Refining Gu was hard. Refining an immortal Gu was even harder. It was harder than ascending to heaven. For a comparable example, a rock has been pushed onto the peak of a cliff by a mysterious Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan is only giving it a final push, easily sending this rock flying towards the ground and crashing. That would be success. Swish, swish, swish. The cave had already formed into a black water spiral. The spiral continued to spin, letting out a weird noise. Soon after, the tower's tip appeared, followed by its body and base. From within the spiral, a brand new small tower appeared with seemingly countless goo worms inside. Incredible! With the appearance of this tower, the final loophole is gone. Even if someone comes here due to the commotion, they would not find anything. Fang Yuan praised as he sighed. But, although the tower was formed, why has the Immortal Gu not appeared yet? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He found that in the small tower, there was a strong light that flickered. There was a weak feeling of connection with it in his heart. He instantly understood that this was the early stage of the Immortal Gu. He was about to use this connection to lure the Immortal Gu out, when suddenly, this strong light escaped like an intangible shadow towards the southeast direction. What happened? Fang Yuan was shocked in his heart. By now, the 4 steps of light in the soil shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow, had been completed. Fang Yuan did not know what was going on with this sudden change. He Lulan opened up the 88 True Yang building after it formed once more. It was truly a huge move. According to logic, I should be heading to the building to challenge it. That is what a normal person would do. The early stage Immortal Gu had flown to a faraway place. As Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace hesitantly. Although he was outside, he had already made preparations. Be it Chang tribe or Gu tribe, they were sending him real-time information. The longer Fang Yuan was away from the sacred palace, the more suspicion he would attract. If they were stuck at a stage and needed the Wolf King's power, some people might come to find him, and it took time for information to be transmitted. Fang Yuan had no idea that his enemy Chang Biao helped him indirectly. At this moment, Tang Miaoming took great risks and was able to successfully pass the round, causing a huge wave of cheering inside the building. The Immortal Gu was still the most important matter. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind, spreading his wings and chasing after the strong light. This strong light was like a cocoon. It traveled along the ground at an absurd speed. Because of the trees and bushes shielding it from sight, no one took notice of it. Fang Yuan chased it in the air, trying to hide his traces as he abandoned the wolves behind, traveling stealthily. As time passed, this strong light became dimmer, but its speed rose. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of the mortal realm. It was very tough chasing the Gu, but he did not lose sight of it. In the end, it was because this early stage Immortal Gu was not created solely by Fang Yuan. Different from when he refined Divine Travel Gu, Fang Yuan was only an assistant this time. It was all due to the backflow of 88 True Yang Building's heavenly power. He was immortal. It was already a huge achievement from much effort to be able to gain a connection to the Immortal Gu. The strong light entered a valley and flew into a waterfall, vanishing. But using the connection, Fang Yuan could sense that the early stage Immortal Gu was still. Fang Yuan penetrated the waterfall, but collided on the smooth and wet mountain rock. At once, rocks crumbled as water splashed all over the place. Weird. Fang Yuan was confused. The connection in his heart told him that the strong light was inside this water. But he diverted the water flow and even destroyed this waterfall, and yet he could not find a trace of this Immortal Gu. Was my effort in vain? No, there is a huge trick here. He flew up and observed the terrain. This small waterfall had already become a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a unique location. Fang Yuan placed his sights on this pool. The connection in his heart told him that the early stage Immortal Gu was inside. But even if he went through the waterfall, or controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, the Gu Master's investigative Gu worms would be tested. Fang Yuan was obviously unresigned. He tried many investigative methods. Although he did not excel in investigation, he controlled who Immortal blessed land and had access to treasure Yellow Heaven. He did not lack rank 5 Mortal Gu. Only when he tried the 57th method, after a considerable expense in Immortal Essence Stones, did he have a discovery. Only to see that in the pool, there was the silhouette of a pavilion. It looked like the reflection of the moon in the water. He entered the water, but did not enter the pavilion. After trying for several times without success, Fang Yuan gasped. He finally recognized this pavilion after a flash of inspiration struck him. Is this the long-lost Immortal Gu house? Water Pavilion. Immortal Gu were unique. So were Immortal Gu houses. This water pavilion was inferior to 88 True Yang building. It was only rank 7. But it had a great reputation. It was the signature method of the Gu Immortal Shui Ni. Shui Ni was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the legend that created the water path. She was also the creator of one of the top 10 sects in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In contrast to the grandness of 88 True Yang building, Water Pavilion could hide itself in the water, becoming like an illusion. It was very mystical. It could move with currents or hide inside mist and fog, flying in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of an iceberg, becoming undetectable. Without the token to enter the pavilion, Water Pavilion could even repel rank 8 Gu Immortals. But right now, this pavilion was ownerless. Its doors were open. Fang Yuan was kept in the dark earlier, but now that he found out the truth, he had the method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I have to become water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. Together with a few Gu, I can turn into a water spirit, my battle strength would surge, and I would have terrain advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and found a method. But in the end, Gu Immortal Land Spirit bought a rank 5 current charge Gu for him in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This Gu could allow a Gu master to turn into a water current temporarily and charge for a distance. But it was already outdated in the Gu world. That was because when the Gu master transforms into a current, he might suffer heavy injuries or even die when hit by a fire path Gu worm. But Fang Yuan was not using this Gu to battle. It was to enter Water Pavilion. It was more convenient than using the killer move to transform into a water spirit. With a swoosh, Fang Yuan turned into a current and rushed towards Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small. It had 3 layers. It had a rustic flair to it, as the materials used were very ancient, having furniture and drawings. Once Fang Yuan entered, he kept the current charge Gu and went to the 3rd floor, pushing open a door to find the early stage Immortal Gu, only to see that this early stage Immortal Gu was like a thumb-sized cocoon. It was inside a large red bowl at the moment. This bowl was larger than a water tank. The edges were uneven, looking like a shark's teeth. Inside, there was some blue liquid that was oozing with coldness. So that's it. Fang Yuan realized at once. Although the 4 steps allowed the refinement of the early stage of the Immortal Gu, the Gu was still not complete. It needed to further nurture and grow. The mysterious Gu Immortal placed the Water Pavilion here in order to give the early stage Immortal Gu a good place to nurture itself. There were some words on the large red bowl. Fang Yuan looked at them, and even with his knowledge, he could only decipher a portion of them. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that the splashes of literature water on Book Mountain and Qiankuan Crystal Wall created the first written characters in this world. These characters had been lost long ago. Even Inkman barely knew them after being chased out of Book Mountain. The Gu Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven must have some research materials regarding the Inkman language. After all, many Gu Immortals are interested in Book Mountain. They have been searching for the gray-white stone slab in order to recreate Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had a thought, and immediately contacted Little Hu Immortal. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed again. It allowed Immortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resource of mobilizing Gu Immortals. The price was hefty, but after exchanging for some information regarding Inkman language, Fang Yuan deciphered the words on this bowl on the spot. The result made Fang Yuan become shocked and excited. So this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was a brilliant person, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a special identity. She was an Inkman. But eventually, she broke the limits of her race and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal. She made tremendous contributions to the righteous path and used her love to reform a huge demonic character 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator. He had a lowly start, but his talent was superb. He created Sword Path Gu worms single-handedly and roamed the 5 regions without any obstruction or anyone that could match him. He was among the most brilliant rank 8 peak stage experts in history. He had great battle strength that shook the heavens. His Sword Path Gu worms were innovative and special. They had great strength. He was known as the pseudo-immortal Venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. It meant that this person had great battle strength, only inferior to the immortal and demon venerables of each era. Thankfully, because of love, he changed from demonic to righteous. It was truly a fortunate thing for all life in this world. Back then, Bo Qing was even a hot favorite for the person to advance to rank 9. But eventually, he failed when trying to get to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao resisted with her life and eventually died with him. In history, Mo Yao was a true refinement grandmaster. No wonder, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recruited concubines, the 10 Central Continent sects provided beautiful female Gu masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House sent numerous female Gu Immortals into the palaces as an offering to the Immortal Venerable. Between the concubines that gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor, a few were from Spirit Affinity House. As an insider, it was no wonder that her understanding of the Sacred Palace and 88 True Yang building greatly surpassed ordinary people. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured fully by Spirit Affinity House. It was easy for her to investigate the hidden secrets about 88 True Yang building. The origin of the water pavilion here could be explained as such. In the Inkman words, this Immortal Gu's information was written, Calamity Beckoning Gu. Chapter 567. The Comprehension of Life Since Long Ago, Double Chapter. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as he read the inked text on the sides of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, a rank higher than Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada. Its ability was extremely strange, actually involving the matter of earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle section of the inked text explained its ability in detail. When a Gu Immortal goes through calamity and invokes disaster, Calamity Beckoning Gu could detach the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation from the original target and draw them to oneself. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Such an Immortal Gu, who would dare to use it? What terrifying and destructive strength did earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations have? How terrifying was its heavenly power? Instead of spending one's days to their heart's content, using Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract these earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, wasn't this seeking one's own doom? Gu Immortal Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of the Grand Spirit Affinity House. Why would she refine an Immortal Gu like this? The last section of the inked text provided the reason. It turned out she was really courting death. Back then when she and Bo Qing were deeply in love, they were a famous couple of the righteous path, and a romantic tale of their story spread throughout the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had outstanding talent with no opponents that matched him in the whole world. He was well known as the pseudo-immortal Venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Even in the whole wide world, looking at his entire life, the only thing in front of him was the one supreme goal of breaking through to rank 9. However, challenging the rank 9 barrier was extremely dangerous. Even the Grand Sword Immortal had a feeling that he was walking on thin ice and only had a 15% chance of success at most. Bo Qing's ambition was lofty, vowing to reach the apex that was rank 9. Mo Yao persuaded him in vain, and as such, she could only tearfully make preparations to assist him. Bo Qing set up his inheritances and arranged for future events. His first attempt of breaking through failed. He was left in a state of heavy injuries for 70 years, bedridden the whole time, without being able to even budge. His everyday life was all taken care of by Mo Yao. After his injuries got better, Bo Qing once again desired to break through to rank 9. Mo Yao knew the difficulty level of this, especially during the final trial of breaking through to rank 9, when limitless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations would descend. Bo Qing might have terrifying battle strength, but he lacked the sustainability to endure through the trial. To help her husband, she secretly betrayed her sect and started to make plans towards 88 True Yang Building. 88 True Yang Building was the famous setup created by an immortal Venerable and the skillful long-hair ancestor, the #1 Immortal Gu house in the world. Mo Yao had already started her research on it a long time ago and had gained much insight from it, which helped her to deepen her Grandmaster refinement path attainment. She might be a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, but Spirit Affinity House had provided many outstanding girls to Giant Sun to become his concubines during his time. Among them, several female Gu Immortals had gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House was able to obtain many secrets of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which included detailed information on 88 True Yang Building. Mo Yao was able to learn of 88 True Yang Building's secret from these resources. Imperial Court Blessed Land was situated at the exact center of Northern Plains. The space inside was as vast as a world, and the time was separated into day and night as well. The good fortune in 88 True Yang Building was extremely deep. Thus, at every set interval of time, it would attract extremely powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point and placed a divert disaster Gu when setting up 88 True Yang Building, which was an important cornerstone of 88 True Yang Building. This Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. Because of this, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations formed into the 10-year blizzard disaster that spread over the entire northern plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used this 10-year blizzard disaster to set up a rule which formed into the tradition of the Imperial Court contest. Mo Yao discovered a loophole that was not strictly a loophole in this point. Originally, Imperial Court Blessed Land coexisted with 88 True Yang Building in symbiosis, and as such, every 10 years, there would be vast and powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open up a small crack in accordance to divert Disaster Gu, to send out the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to only allow mortals to enter or exit and did not allow the entry of Gu immortals. But at the time when it had to divert disaster, there would be a hidden crack in Imperial Court Blessed Land from which the calamities and tribulations would rush out like a flood, and at this time the setup that prevents Gu immortals from entering would be ineffective. Mo Yao used this small crack and risked her very life in going against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She spent close to 10 years investigating inside the Blessed Land, and after suffering countless hardships, she was able to find the crucial node through her Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment. It was the small tower at Dicho area. Next, she risked the danger of awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed this small tower, using the backward flow of the heavenly power to sense divert Disaster Gu and create a cave that would foster calamity beckoning Gu. After she succeeded in refining the early stage of the Immortal Gu, she set up the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside the pavilion, Mo Yao completely nurtured the early stage Immortal Gu to its completed form and brought the calamity beckoning Gu outside, secretly using the chance when the Blessed Land was diverting disaster. She did not destroy all these arrangements just in case of any accidents. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again and calamity beckoning Gu was also destroyed in earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, then she would have to enter the Blessed Land again to refine calamity beckoning Gu. However, she never returned after this. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's second attempt at breaking through to rank 9 failed completely, and he was turned into ashes by the vast heavenly tribulations. As for Mo Yao, she perished alongside him. So it was like that. Breaking through to rank 9 involves numerous difficulties and dangers. Mo Yao set up this inheritance secretly beforehand, but did not explain the true content of the inheritance. It was because this action was betraying the sect. But she still left the preceding clues for the sect in the end. In my previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals schemed against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building by using the clues she had left behind. As Fang Yuan recalled now, he immediately had a feeling of the fog dispersing in his mind, and everything had gotten an explanation. There was a poem left at the ending of the inked text. The long, immortal path is filled with obstacles. Encounters occur at faraway places. Too long has passed. Emotions and hatred have already lasted for a long time. My Lord thinks about the apex of immortality, while I think of his safety. Life and death are separated. I will support my Lord's dreams. This was clearly Mo Yao's work. The path of a Gu Immortal is long and filled with difficulties. However, I was fortunate enough to meet with my Lord. Unknowingly, emotions and hatred tangled, and I was unable to free myself. Lord's sight was focused on the limit of the immortal path, while my gaze was on my Lord himself. The attempt of breaking through to rank 9 was a near-death situation. I was not willing to be separated with him by life and death, so all I could do was to help my Lord realize his dream in my own way. To protect her love, to help Bo Qing walk to the peak of a Gu Immortal. Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to draw the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations to herself. A strange woman, Fang Yuan sighed. Although he would absolutely not make such a sacrifice because of love, it did not hinder Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. It was to the extent where his understanding of this was deeper than others. Humans that live in this world had desires. They had their goals and meanings in life. Mo Yao's goal was her lover. Fang Yuan's goal was to chase eternal life. The different desires, different goals, and different meanings forged all kinds of lives in this huge world to create heroes that had their own independent character. Fang Yuan's gaze fell towards the center of the giant vermilion bowl. The cocoon had already burst open and calamity beckoning Gu had already completely formed. Its shape was like a silkworm cocoon with a gray body and the size of a little finger. It was currently moving up and down in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu and was used to abandon oneself for others. This Gu seemed to have no use to Fang Yuan, but in fact still had an enormous value. First of all, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could exchange it for an enormous amount of immortal essence stones and treasure, yellow heaven. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu that was able to attract earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Calamities and tribulations were powerful, but as long as one was strong and tough enough, then they could use it in a unique way to harm others. Finally, it was formed by borrowing the strength of one of the cornerstones of 88 True Yang building, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin. One attracted calamities while the other diverted disaster. This connection would provide huge assistance to Fang Yuan's plans in 88 True Yang building. However, even though there was a connection to it in his heart, there was a condition before Fang Yuan could completely subdue this Gu. Mo had mentioned it in detail in the ink text on the side of the bowl. There was a necessary condition to subdue calamity beckoning Gu. It did not matter whether it was immortal or immortal, but they had to have the heart of self-sacrifice. If they did not have the heart to sacrifice themselves and forcibly tried to subdue calamity beckoning Gu, in the best case, it would lead to a backlash from the Immortal Gu, and in the most serious case, the Immortal Gu would self-destruct and cause harm to the Gu Master's life. In the water pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the giant bowl, with no expression on his face. Heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough, cough, cough. Tang Miao Ming covered her lips with a handkerchief, her beautiful brows furrowing deeply in pain. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fong called out from the side, with a lamenting expression. Tang Miao Ming was lying back in bed. She waved her hand to indicate Tang Fong to not worry. Tang Fong heaved a deep sigh as he looked at the blood on the handkerchief. Big sister, why did you risk your life? What good is there in passing this round? Father and the others have already passed away. You are my only relative left. What would I do if anything happened to you? Tang Miao Ming lightly caressed Tang Fong's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe's tribe leader. You should not be lacking in ambition. Our Tang tribe had suffered heavily in this Imperial court contest and was almost swallowed by other tribes. Now is a very rare opportunity. We need to use 88 True Yang building to make our tribe prosper again. Tang Fong pouted in a nonchalant manner. But big sister, you suffered heavy injuries by trying to force your way through the round. The gains do not make up for the losses. I have been very distressed because of this and had no mood to manage the tribe's affairs these days. What? Tang Miao Ming's expression turned solemn and she stared at Tang Fong sharply. Without any hesitation, she reprimanded him. Tribe leader Tang Fong, you have a heavy responsibility upon you. How could you still have the sentiments of a child? Reviving the tribe is your duty. It is the meaning of being the leader of a tribe. From now on, I do not want to hear you complain like this ever again. Do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fong immediately stood up from the edge of the bed and lowered his head to admit his mistake with an ashamed expression. His big sister was the one who loved him the most since young. Tang Miao Ming's gaze gradually softened, sighing faintly. Third brother, I know your nature. You like traveling and want to be free from this duty, to live a life without any restraints. But you are the last man in our family. You should be brave enough to assume this responsibility. From now on, the meaning of your life will be to revitalize the tribe. Do you understand? Big sister is right, I understand. Don't get angry, big sister. You are still injured. Tang Miao Ming said in a solemn tone. After returning, copy the first section of chapter 3 of 10 times. Tang Fong's heart was immediately filled with warmth. Since young, his big sister's punishment to him was to make him copy books. Big sister, take a good rest. I will go copy it now. Chapter 3, first section. Renzu's second daughter Desolate Ancient Moon climbed Chengbai Mountain and searched for Success Gu to rescue her father from the door of life and death. But at the final juncture, she failed and lost her sense of self, becoming an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter to rescue him, and his eldest son Verdant Great Son still addicted and dejected, Renzu was trapped in Luo Valley, unable to return to life. Luo Valley was like a giant maze, its paths twisted and turned. Occasionally, boundless bewilderment fog would spread and cause the soul to slacken, and occasionally, Luo wind that was as sharp as a knife would blow and cut down souls. Renzu had a spiritual body now and was unable to find the way out of the bewilderment fog. His soul was cut down by Luo wind, becoming weaker and weaker, and the situation turned even more dangerous. The soul fragments cut down by Luo wind started to converge gradually and turned into a youth. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. My son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left. Having you to accompany me in my final days, father did not have to feel lonely. Renzu sighed with deep emotions. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a cold appearance but was warm-hearted, and although he did not speak much, he was very filial to Renzu. And as he looked at Renzu growing weaker and weaker every day, his mood also became heavier. He decided to rescue Renzu. Renzu sensed his determination and felt both happiness and heartache. Don't be worried, my son. I know of your filial heart. I now understand that life and death cannot be forced. Humans will die in the end. This is our fate. Northern Dark Eye Soul said in a sobbing tone. Father, I know your words are right. I also know my efforts might be in vain. But looking at you growing weaker like this, if I do not make an effort, my heart will feel even more pain. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed and could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in the vast Luo Valley. He was born here, As such, Luo Wind could not cut down his soul, and the bewilderment fog could not obstruct his vision. He searched bitterly, but could not find the exit. Right as he was becoming more desperate, he came across a Gu worm. Well, to think I would be discovered by you. This Gu was like a ladybug with a chubby spherical body, but it was extremely agile and was flashing around Northern Dark-Eye Soul's body. Northern Dark-Eye Soul's eyes brightened as he asked in curiosity, "What Gu are you?" "I am known as Unexpected," this Gu worm replied. Northern Dark-Eye Soul's gaze dimmed down. "So you are Unexpected Gu? It is a pity you are not Success Gu." Unexpected Gu sneered, "Young man, do not look down on me. I have a love-hate relation with Success Gu. The strength of unexpectedness is very powerful. Do you know what your encounter with me here represents?" "What?" Unexpected Gu shook its chubby body and said proudly, "What kind of place is this?" "This is Luo Valley, a death realm. You being here means you are already dead. But by encountering me, you have come across an unexpected event in death, that is life. Grab me. I will take you out to the human world, and you can be resurrected again." "Really?" Northern Dark-Eye Soul was exulted. "Can I bring my father along?" Unexpected Gu shook its head. "It is you who encountered me, not your father, so I can only take you." Northern Dark-Eye Soul was extremely disappointed, refusing, "Since I cannot take my father with me, then I will not go. I will accompany my father till his final moment." Unexpected Gu laughed loudly and spoke in a domineering tone. "Unexpectedness in life is beyond your control. Young man, you must come with me." The moment it finished speaking, Unexpected Gu forcibly took Northern Dark-Eye Soul and instantly left life and death door, arriving in the human world. Northern Dark-Eye Soul obtained flesh body and was feeling extremely bewildered facing this vast world alone. Unexpected Gu disappeared. He suddenly remembered Renzu once saying he had an elder sister who was called Desolate Ancient Moon. At this moment, Cognition Gu took the initiative to find him. "Young man, do not be suspicious. Cognition has always been the friend of humans. I am here to help you." Cognition Gu told Northern Dark-Eye Soul about Chengbai Mountain and also the events detailing Desolate Ancient Moon. Northern Dark-Eye Soul decided to first see his elder sister. When he saw Desolate Ancient Moon, his tears fell in sadness. Northern Dark-Eye Soul tried to converse with Desolate Ancient Moon, but Desolate Ancient Moon, who had turned into a monster, kept on repeating questions. "Where is this?" Northern Dark-Eye Soul thought for a while and answered, "This is the human world. Living beings can move about here. Above us is the heavens, and below our feet is earth." "Who am I?" Desolate Ancient Moon asked again. "You are a human, Renzu's second child. Your name is Desolate Ancient Moon. You are my elder sister." Northern Dark-Eye Soul replied, "Elder sister, wake up quickly. Our father is trapped in Luo Valley, dying. We need to resurrect him soon." "Renzu?" Desolate Ancient Moon. "Resurrect?" The monster shook its head, extremely puzzled. "Why should I resurrect him? Could it be that humans should not die? What disadvantage is there in death? Why do humans live? Why do I live?" This time, Northern Dark-Eye Soul was not able to answer. Why do people live? As Northern Dark-Eye Soul pondered over this question, Bewilderment Gu quietly approached him, making him lose his sense of the surroundings. Subsequently, Love Gu and Disguise Gu also approached him. Cognition Gu felt a big headache when it saw them. These several Gu were famous for their mischief and would often move together. Even Cognition Gu did not want to provoke them. "Love, have you not harmed enough people? Why are you not letting them go?" Cognition Gu sighed. "Don't try to speak reason with me. I am completely unreasonable." Love Gu said in an unruly tone. "Get lost, Cognition. I do not like you." Cognition Gu could only leave helplessly. Another human came again? Huh. Love Gu was extremely happy when it saw Northern Dark-Eye Soul, because it had another target to play with. It and Disguise Gu were sworn brothers, and on the spot, it used Disguise Gu's power to disguise as Cognition Gu. "Young man, your elder sister has lost herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Gu." Northern Dark-Eye Soul regained his senses and asked Love Gu without doubting. "I have seen Unexpected Gu. Please tell me where this Meaning Gu is? How should I look for it?" Love Gu deceived him in a serious tone. "Oh human, you should know, there is a meaning to why you are all living in this world. As long as you find Meaning Gu, your elder sister can awaken. Follow the direction I point towards and keep moving forward. You will eventually find Meaning Gu." Northern Dark-Eye Soul expressed his gratitude before immediately setting off. Love, Bewilderment, and Disguise Gu guffawed as they looked at his receding figure. In this world, how could there be a Meaning Gu? There was simply no such Gu. Northern Dark-Eye Soul would, as such, not find it no matter how much he searched for it. "Fool, who told you all to anger me? I will let you guys know how terrifying the punishment of love can be. From now on, let's follow him and toy with him in turns." Love Gu's proposal was approved by the other two Gu. Thereupon, The three Gu played tricks on Northern Dark Eye's soul in turns. He suffered so much that words could not describe it. But to find this non-existent meaning Gu, he kept on persevering. Such spirit moved Cognition Gu. And when Love Gu was not present, Cognition Gu approached Northern Dark Eye's soul to help him. Cognition, what are you doing? We are having a great time. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu were extremely displeased with Cognition. Cognition Gu laughed. I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Young man, use my strength to come to your senses. Northern Dark Eye's soul used Cognition Gu's power to realize the truth. He was no longer bewildered, and he had seen through the disguise. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Eye's soul expressed gratitude to Cognition Gu. Thank you, Cognition Gu. Because of you, I have thought of a way to save elder sister. What way is that? In this world, there is indeed no meaning Gu. But why can't I create a meaning Gu? Northern Dark Eye's soul replied confidently. Human life might have no meaning, but they could give a meaning to it. Northern Dark Eye's soul came back to Desolate Ancient Moon's side, and personally created a meaning Gu and pressed it into Desolate Ancient Moon's head. The meaning in my life is to search for success Gu and resurrect Father. I understand now, I get it. Desolate Ancient Moon's eyes brightened. Meaning in life, huh? Tang Fong put down his brush. It was late at night. Warm silver light covered the land in Imperial Court, blessed land. He was deeply moved after repeatedly copying the book. People will feel bewildered as they live in this world. But as long as they can find their meaning in life, they will find their direction and be able to move forward bravely. At the same time, they will also understand what they want to do and what they do not want to do, and they will not be afraid of sacrifice. Big Sister's intent in making me copy the book should be this. He lightly pushed open the window and looked at the beautiful and dazzling sacred palace, thinking of the variety of people in it. Some were strong, some were weak. His mood gradually uplifted. Every person's life has all sort of meaning, and the meaning of my life is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, in Water Pavilion, a heart of self-sacrifice. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a lofty smile. Without any hesitation, he moved his hand towards the giant bowl and directly picked up the Calamity Beckoning Gu. As it absorbed his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed with radiance and soon became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth with not the least bit of tremor and backlash. With the identity of a transmigrator and the experience gained in the 500 years in his past life, Fang Yuan had already seen through life and death. Familial feelings, friendship, and love were not any his interests. Only eternal life, this majestic and unattainable target, could make the journey of his life become more interesting. This was the meaning he gave to this life. Pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death or afraid of failure. He calmly accepted death and failure. Whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But even if it did not exist, so what? Fang Yuan enjoyed the process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found his meaning and felt that this life was quite interesting. The lowly lust and desires of his body, satisfaction of love and hatred, he was already tired of them. Only eternal life was worthy of being his target to pursue. As a result, the necessary resolve to sacrifice, I already have it. Fang Yuan's gaze shone eerily as he played around with the rank 7 Immortal Gu in his hand. Chapter 568. Mo Yaos while Fang Yuan carefully observed Calamity Beckoning Gu. This Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, and after going through the nurturing process in the giant vermilion bowl, it had already completely formed. It was the size of a little finger, was completely gray, and looked very delicate like a silkworm cocoon. As Fang Yuan played with it and Calamity Beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura, he could sense that the connection in the depths of his mind with Calamity Beckoning Gu was deepening further. Ripples appeared in Fang Yuan's heart. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. In his previous life, he had suffered untold difficulties and slaughtered many lives to refine a rank 6 spring Autumn Cicada. And now with the advantage of his rebirth, he had yet to become 100 years old, but had already obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu, which was a rank higher than spring Autumn Cicada. Although the use of Calamity Beckoning Gu was extremely peculiar, offering oneself as a sacrifice by attracting earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, Fang Yuan believed firmly that the use of a Gu depended on the wits of the Gu master. Like Chainsaw Golden Centipede, which would be used in a different manner in the future by a rank 4 Mortal Gu master, Chainsaw Mad Demon. So, why would Fang Yuan not be able to create new uses for Calamity Beckoning Gu? Not speaking of other things, just the existence of Calamity Beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was extremely lucky his whole life, and it was rumored that this was because he had created unique luck path Gu worms. However, there had never been conclusive evidence regarding this rumor. Now, Fang Yuan was holding Calamity Beckoning Gu, a luck path Gu, an immortal Gu refined by refinement path Grandmaster Mo Yao by interaction with the Divert Disaster Gu of 88 True Yang building. Divert Disaster Gu and Calamity Beckoning Gu were luck path Gu worms. The ink text in the bowl was a very strong piece of evidence. Mo Yao even directly wrote in the ink text that Giant Sun Immortal Venerables luck path Gu worms could steal other people's good luck and transfer it to himself, and could also transfer his bad luck over, bringing trouble to others. As a complete path, Luck Path also had a methodical structure, including aspects of offense, defense, movement, healing, and others. It was only that what it targeted was the incorporeal and formless luck, which everyone possessed. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable innovated the Luck Path, he kept it hidden and made great profits without making any commotion. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stole luck wantonly, and with his death, the luck thief had finally perished. Mo Yao poured her feelings in the text. This strange woman had quite a temperament, daring to criticize an immortal venerable like this. She even speculated Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance was very likely to be in the treasure room of 88 True Yang building. If I can obtain this inheritance, could I duplicate Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's success? Fang Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. He pondered for a while before placing Calamity Beckoning Gu in the giant for Million Bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Gu had completely taken form, Fang Yuan could not refine it. The connection between them had thickened to the extreme, but there was still a gap before he could truly become the master of Calamity Beckoning Gu. Fang Yuan was still immortal currently, and did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. At Three Kings Blessed Land, he was able to refine Fixed Immortal Travel Gu with the assistance of the land spirit. He was the leading refiner. Thus, when Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was born, it became his Gu. But he could not use it, and if not for the land spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to travel to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The whole process of refining Calamity Beckoning Gu, however, was done through the backflow of the heavenly power of 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan was an assistant at best. This was already extremely great considering he did not have the help of a land spirit. I can only truly refine it when I become a Gu Immortal. Before that, I can only leave it here. Without advancing to Gu Immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning Gu. If it was brought out openly, the immortal Gu aura would spread, which was sure to attract countless coveting people. Fang Yuan was not worried about He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and the others. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. What he was worried about was Giant Sun Immortal Venerables will in 88 True Yang building. Previously, the immortal Gu was in its early form and had a weak aura, but now it had already taken shape, so if it was brought out, it might stir up Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will and awaken it. Fang Yuan was not willing to take that risk, more so when his main plan had yet to be completed. He needed to keep on hiding and waiting. Who would think that this nameless valley holds a rank 7 Immortal Gu? But for now, I should first refine a part of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous Immortal Gu house. It looked like Fang Yuan was overestimating himself by trying to refine it as immortal, but this attempt was greatly feasible. Even the formidable 88 True Yang building had a crack, allowing Fang Yuan to study it in depth. While Water Pavilion was now a ownerless object, it could naturally be easily exploited. But to talk about this, we need to know about the inherent nature of Gu houses. What is a Gu house? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's past life, after the rebirth alone, he had encountered many Gu houses. The most common among them included the Gu house 3-star cave. It would turn into a seed when it was collected. After planting the seed, it would grow into an enormous hollow tree with 3 floors. There was Lizard House Gu with the appearance of a lizard, sporting different colors. Its eyes were windows and its mouth was the door. It could move by its own will. There was also the Mushroom Forest Gu house, which was formed by planting a large number of mushroom Gu. Many mushroom houses would form into a courtyard. These were Mortal Gu. There were also Immortal Gu houses like 88 True Yang building and Water Pavilion. There were too many complicated Gu houses to talk about in their development till this day. But if one were to investigate their origin, the publicly recognized founders were the 7 Louis Gue siblings. These 7 were demonic Gu masters of the olden antiquity era. They were born as septuplets, and from birth to death, they moved together. They were experts in defense, and each of them was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. They also had a defensive killer move formed by combining their strength called Turtle House. Relying on this move, they were able to defend against 3 attacks from a Gu Immortal, establishing a tale called 3 Moves Pact in history. And this Turtle House was the first Gu house in Gu master history. Thus, basically speaking, Gu houses were killer moves formed by the combination and solidification of 10 or more various kinds of Gu worms. Mushroom Forest Gu House was a model example. It was a courtyard formed by the gathering of large numbers of mushroom Gu. 88 True Yang Building was the apex of examples, possessing the ability to defend, gather, store, and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers, Divert Disaster Gu being one of the main cornerstones. Sacrificing the gathered wild Gu, it created a power that would form the main body. There was also Whitebone Chariot. Back then, Proudbone Demon Lord Shinjiao had outstanding and shocking talent. When he became a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he lacked a rank 6 Gu, so he came up with a killer move known as Whitebone Chariot. The Whitebone Chariot was formed from many rank 5 Gu, such as the Whitebone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 Gu. This Whitebone Chariot was actually a Gu house. As for 3-Star Cave, Lizard House, and Large Lizard House, they were all branches developed from simplified forms of Gu houses. Normal Gu houses were formed from the combination of several Gu worms, as 3-Star Cave and the others were formed from just one Gu. Thus their might was greatly reduced and became commonly used Gu houses. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. This signified there was at least one rank 7 Immortal Gu among the Gu worms used to create it. With my current level, I cannot refine Immortal Gu, but refining the Mortal Gu is still possible. This was where Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion lay in. There were not many difficulties during the refining process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House, wielded by Fairy Mo Yao back then. Mo Yao betrayed the sect for her love and refined Calamity beckoning Gu, sacrificing herself. This Immortal Gu house thus became ownerless. As such, to Fang Yuan, Water Pavilion was like a little beauty that had its arms wide open and he was free to play with it. Amazing, there were actually no less than 3,000 Gu worms used in the assembly of Water Pavilion. And every Gu worm was closely interrelated and had a faint resonance between them. The core was rank 7 Water Harmony Gu, which allows the Gu master to completely merge and hide in water. As long as the water was not extinguished, they won't die. Besides this, there were also 2 assisting Immortal Gu, rank 6 Movement Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace, and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain. The process of refining was in fact the process of deepening his understanding of Water Pavilion. Refining an Immortal Gu was far beyond Fang Yuan's ability, so there was no need to attempt it in vain. What he could make a move on were the rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours in refinement till he was dizzy, completely refining 500 rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. I now have 10% control over Water Pavilion. Even if someone discovers it, this 10% of authority will be able to block them for a while. This time will be enough for me to be alerted and rush here in time. He refined for another 2 hours and increased his control authority to 13%. The difficulty of the refinement continued to increase at the later stages. Unfortunately, I have Autumn Cicada, which is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path's Instant Success Gu and other Gu to help me in the refining process, otherwise my progress would not be just this. Fang Yuan felt his head spinning and knew he had already reached the limit. The primeval essence in his 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures was also almost exhausted. But just when he thought of pulling away, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. After such a long time, I finally meet the fated one today. Following the indistinct sigh, the graceful figure of a woman with a slim body, shining dark eyes, and a veil covering her face, appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. So much time had passed. Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she was still able to leave behind her will. One could tell how strong a cultivation she had back then. Fang Yuan actually already had taken precautions, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had some special methods that allowed her will to silently enter Fang Yuan's mind. Such an ability was not trivial. Mo Yao's will had entered Fang Yuan's mind. If she wanted to unceremoniously create difficulties for him, then Fang Yuan would absolutely have to suffer the consequences. Fang Yuan was not a Wisdom Path expert. Only Wisdom Path Gu masters had the power to subdue this kind of will. The most crucial thing was that when people pondered, their thoughts would first emerge. These thoughts would clash with each other in the brain and then transform, creating a new thought. Chapter 569. 6-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. The entire sacred palace was shrouded in an aurora. The light was dazzling and shone for the radius of 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 2 layers of the 88 True Yang building had already formed. Huge numbers of people were entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan softly closed the windows. Half a month had passed since he refined Calamity beckoning Gu and returned from the Water Pavilion. During this period, He Lulan opened up 88 True Yang building and did not charge any fees, allowing people to enter as they wished. 88 True Yang Building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables Inheritance Ground. It had incredible attraction to all Gu masters. Countless Gu masters with Giant Sun's bloodline entered like torrents of water. Even if they could not get through, they wanted to observe the glory of the event. Especially after 88 True Yang Building underwent a transformation and formed 2 layers, it triggered the people's desires to explore. As for outsiders, they could only enter using the guest token. The guest token was a one-time expenditure item. It could only be obtained on occasion when getting through a round. Until now, there had only been 7 guest tokens obtained. Each fetched an astronomical price, but it did not deter any of the expert Gu masters who did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. Fang Yuan had the glass owner token now. He could freely enter and exit 88 True Yang Building, and even enter the treasure room. But in order to conceal himself, not long ago, he still paid a hefty price to buy a guest token. Young man, I would advise you to prepare the ink transformation killer move that I taught you. That way, once you enter the central control hall, you would have less trouble. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yaos who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. In his heart, he snorted and replied, "This killer move is too outdated. Some of the Gu worms have already disappeared. If I want to collect them now, it will take quite some effort. How can it be rushed?" Mo Yaos laughed. "Young man, you are quite fortunate to have Immortal blessed land. You should make good use of Treasure Yellow Heaven. It is not hard to purchase these Gu worms." Fang Yuan frowned even more tightly. He deciphered the code and obtained Dichio inheritance, even successfully refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. But he also gained a huge problem known as Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was now lurking inside his mind. It was a huge threat. When Fang Yuan thinks, thoughts would be generated. Mo Yao's will could read these thoughts and understand Fang Yuan's secrets. In half a month's time, she learned about many of his secrets, including Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use Space Thought Gu to think. Using Space Thought Gu as the main component, and other Gu worms to assist it, the thoughts formed had the power of space imbued in them. Mo Yao's will could not read them even if she caught them. But such a situation was only temporary. Will ruled above thoughts. Mo Yao's will was inside Fang Yuan's mind. After interacting with these space thoughts for a long time, she would become familiar with them, and this line of defense would not be able to stop her. "Young man, you are young, but you have many secrets." Really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, moving up and down. She laughed as she covered her mouth. Her eyes were watery and her posture was alluring. She was truly a past-generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After staying with Fang Yuan for a while, she became more active and even more curious. Her nature of wanting to probe people's secrets showed itself. Every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies was the cream of the crop, 1 out of 10,000. She would be talented and beautiful, pure and elegant like a sacred lotus. But Mo Yao was different. Her dark pupils contained some craftiness. If she was in the demonic path, she would definitely be a demoness. She created an illusory robe, covering her body while showing the contours. She looked at the bubble-like thoughts as she grabbed one of them. Next, she exerted strength, and with a pop, this thought exploded with some force. But she did not gain anything, because this thought's content was 2 words, eating dinner. She gasped lightly, her beautiful lips curving into an arousing angle. "Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about something, you will make up all sorts of random thoughts to conceal the important points. Do you know that this will, in fact, make this big sister even more curious?" "Humph. With your age, you have the face to call yourself big sister?" Fang Yuan snorted, threatening. "You are dead. You should rest in peace. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you now that you are in my mind. Who knows, I might make your will perish the next moment." So scary. Mo Yao patted her plump chest, laughing without any concern. "But during this half a month of time, you attacked me 28 times using 19 methods. Don't tell me, you are not only a strength enslavement dual cultivator, but you also cultivate in wisdom path." Humph. Fang Yuan's heart was surging with killing intent. "Ayaya 1, young man, don't be like this." Feeling Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao waved her fingers. "I am your benefactor. Isn't Calamity Beckoning Gu your Immortal Gu now? You are still immortal. It is an amazing accomplishment to have an Immortal Gu. Don't worry. Once you return this water pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my wish would be fulfilled, and this would no longer have any reason to exist. Return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House water pavilion?" The juicy meat had already entered Fang Yuan's mouth. Why would he spit it out? Fang Yuan did not want to do so, obviously, but he had no other choices. Not mentioning the piece of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was also a portion of Mo Yao's remnant will inside the water pavilion. That meant, This Mo Yao was quite impressive. History said that she was a refinement grandmaster. But in terms of wisdom path and soul path, it seems she was even more skilled in them. Fang Yuan's multitude of mental attacks were all easily dispelled by her. Fang Yuan had a huge headache now. Even though he obtained Dichio inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and made great investments to carry out Gu refinement. In the end, he obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu, but it was unusable. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind, causing him to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vase. This was his greatest burden at the moment. Had I known this, I would not have gone after this dog's hit Dichio inheritance. This thought was not concealed at all. Mo Yao easily read about it. Young man, that is not true. The refinement path killer move ink transformation that I taught you over these days is priceless. Didn't you want to make use of 88 True Yang Building's loophole? Hee, you are so daring. Almost at the same level as me. Don't worry. I will help you. As long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao urged. Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine, but I also want Water Pavilion. Even 88 True Yang Building might become my possession. You are a mere will. How can you stop me, a living person? Since they had fought for dozens of times already, Fang Yuan rejected her outright. But this time, Mo Yao did not make fun of him. Her gaze shone as she recalled something. Her expression was lonely as she sighed deeply. Sigh. Are all men like this? Even if they did something wrong, they would act in such a confident manner, unrelenting in their convictions being right. In this world, what counts as wrong? Who is right, who is wrong? Everyone's way of life is just different. Mo Yao's expression changed. She laughed cheekily. Young man, this is an interesting answer. But I've heard another answer. It was much more domineering than yours. He said, in this world, anything I think or do is right. Those that differ from me are wrong. Is that domineering enough? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Boqing said that. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in that final step. These words made Mo Yao sink into silence. Her face was full of sadness as she shut her eyes. Memories were pouring in her mind as her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. She hid her figure, vanishing from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, she did this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will hit herself, it would be like she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan tried to find her, he would not even see a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's. This resulted in her having free reign in his mind. But this time, he was not going to leave empty-handed. In his mind, he found one of Mo Yao's will's thoughts. The content made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. This was a killer move, named Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan had been trying to find a way to combine strength and enslavement paths. He thought hard and obtained an initial result. It was his strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, he went on a killing spree in the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, defeating Ma Tribe Army and pushing He Lu Lan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a casually created killer move. It was full of flaws, and after Fang Yuan improved on it, it became the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. After that, he found a crucial borrow strength Gu inside the treasure room of 88 True Yang Building, allowing the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to gain a huge improvement. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, he purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as his thoughts about improving this killer move. Fantastic, Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and fairy Mo Yao's attainment, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move nearing perfection. It used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 types of Flying Zombie Gu as the supplement, and another 36 Gu worms in order to design this killer move with an amazing and specialized structure. Fang Yuan was in great awe. However, I know about the 5 great Flying Zombie Gu, but this killer move needs a 6th Flying Zombie Gu? What Gu is that? The killer move in the thought was not complete. It still lacked the final crucial step. Chapter 570. Compromise in the Dark Secret Room. There was a soothing sandalwood smell. Fang Yuan sat on the cushion, holding an East Window Gu in his hand. This Gu was of the information path, rank 4 and shaped like a ladybug. The armor on its back was square, like window panels, specially used to store important information. This Gu was purposely bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fang Yuan. The content was all about wills. Ever since Mo Yao's will had lurked in his mind, Fang Yuan had been buying and collecting information in this regard. He spent many Immortal Essence Stones. This East Window Gu was not the first. Long after, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as water. After reading so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding towards wills. Thought, will, emotion, the 3 were of the same branch. The former 2 belonged to the wisdom path and had much connection to many paths. Wisdom path, when first created, was a path for Gu masters that seeked wisdom solely. When people think, thoughts would appear in their mind. When these thoughts collide, fuse, or cancel each other out, new thoughts would be formed. This would be the thinking process. These thoughts were classified into different categories. They were all different and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous one was the obsession. When a Gu immortal dies, their lingering obsession would combine with the heavenly power and form the land spirit within the blessed land. Gu masters used these thoughts to create countless related Gu worms, like Dong Fang Yuliang Star Thought Gu and Fang Yuan Space Thought Gu, as well as Gu immortals commonly use Divine Sense Gu. A few thoughts gather, forming will. The saying goes, will can be understood, but not described. Will cannot be expressed in words. The essence of will has surpassed the limits of written expression. Only by using one's heart, using a human's spirituality, can it be felt. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Heaven's Will Gu. This Gu was used to comprehend the mechanics of the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing one to further gain knowledge about heaven and earth in order to improve on their own attainment. After that, as the path continued to develop, more Gu were created: Killing Intent Gu, Casual Gu, One's Wishes Gu, Proud Gu, Evil Intent Gu, Painting Idea Gu, and others. Among them, the most famous one was recorded in the legends of Renzu, the legendary Unexpected Gu. As Wisdom Path continued to develop, generations of Gu masters continued to research, and they found out that when a few wills merge together, they become Emotion. Estrus Gu, Gentle Feelings Gu, and Emotion Poetry Gu were all from this path. Enchantment Path was derived from this. The most famous Gu in this path similarly came from Love Gu. Thought, will, emotion, Fang Yuan's side. The more he learned, the more he understood. With his current foundation in Wisdom Path, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The difference between them was too great. For example, in terms of their attainment and will, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's will was like a tall mountain. As for how tall this mountain was, or how grand it was, Fang Yuan could not tell as it was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. Mo Yao's attainment had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's understanding. During these days of interaction and probing, it left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He felt that she was truly on another level. Her attainment was as deep as an abyss. Facing such great trouble, if he could not get rid of it, what would he do? Sitting on the cushion, after pondering for a while, Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made a decision. His consciousness entered his mind, and with just a thought, Mo Yao's will felt it, and her alluring figure appeared from within the pitch-black area in the mind. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. Mo Yao's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would compromise so quickly. According to their interaction these days, she understood clearly that Fang Yuan was that type of person with immense willpower. He was very assertive, and his personality was tough and bold. Character decides one's fate. This kind of person would either become a conqueror or a hero. They were destined to be a man above man, an elite among the elite. She left behind the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move, but she had some reservations and did not give him the entire thing. Instead of a bait, this was more like an indication of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would understand what she was trying to say. She had estimated that Fang Yuan would choose to negotiate with her in about 7 or 8 days. But in truth, he came to look for her after a day's time. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances. A great man is one who is resilient. Unfortunately, most people in this world think too highly of their own abilities and refuse to lower their head due to pride. Throughout history, countless experts knew the logic of taking a step back and compromising, but it was easier said than done. When it was their turn, how many people could take that step? Mo Yao's will sighed as she said with deep emotion. Although Water Pavilion is good, it is not useful to me. You know my situation. Right now, because of who Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect has declared that I am a member of their sect. Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect are both part of the top 10 sects in Central Continent. It will not be easy for me to return Water Pavilion to them. Fang Yuan said. Mo Yao's will chuckled. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor. The Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours. I have no intention to harm you. Returning the Immortal Gu house is a huge matter. I understand the risks clearly. To accomplish this mission, you need to be a Gu Immortal at least. I will do my best to help you become a Gu Immortal, and I will also assist you in obtaining 88 True Yang Building. As for my refinement attainment, it will depend on how much you can learn. Mo Yao said so as she waved her hand, and a thought floated in Fang Yuan's heart. The content was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked unhappily, Earth Chief Zombie? Are you serious? This is the so-called 6th Flying Zombie Gu. Earth Chief Zombie Gu, he knew about it. This was obtained by killing an Earth Chief beast, using its skin and tendons as the materials, combined with tins of goo worms, and using the Een soil that was 900 li deep in the ground, as well as mountain-absorbing grass that were hundreds of years old, dark tide flowers, and other materials to refine. Although it was quite strong, a rank 5 goo just like Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, blood white, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie, it could not fly. Without flying abilities, how could it be a flying zombie goo? Facing Fang Yuan's suspicion, Mo Yao laughed arrogantly. Ordinary Earth Chief zombie goo would not do. But who is this big sister? Hee, I modified the recipe long ago and refined a new Earth Chief zombie goo. When a goo master uses it and becomes an Earth Chief zombie, even without wings, they can make use of the natural magnetic field to soar into the air and fly as they wish. Saying so, she transmitted another thought. It was the recipe of the modified Earth Chief zombie goo. Fang Yuan looked at it, and his eyes shone. Mo Yao had daringly added several new materials into this goo recipe. Among them was original magnetic essence as the main ingredient. That was the most important element in this modification of the goo. Fang Yuan thought about it, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew that this goo recipe was usable. He could not help but praise in amazement. Mo Yao's what was in his mind. She laughed smugly. Young man, you really know your stuff. Not bad. You have some talent and refinement. But you have to be careful. This killer move was only created based on what you provided me. I would advise you to test it out on a few people before trying it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. The killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King had great power. It was about 10 times as strong as 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Because it was so powerful, once it fails, the backlash would also be equally powerful. Fang Yuan could test the 4-arm Earth King himself earlier because the risks were not great. He could endure them. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was another story. The third layer has formed. In the Sacred Palace, cheers resounded throughout the area. The rainbow-colored aurora was still thick as ever. As time passed, 88 True Yang building was forming faster and faster, especially the newly formed third layer. It made everyone's urge to explore it go wild. 88 True Yang buildings' floors each have 100 rounds. The earlier rounds were easy, but as they progressed, they got harder and the rewards were greater. Most Gu masters do not have the strength to tackle the later rounds, but the earlier rounds had rewards that they would fight for. A group of Gu masters, about a dozen, were leaving the palace in a hurry. When they were about to get past the Sacred Palace's eastern entrance, 88 True Yang buildings' third layer formed, and these Gu masters stopped in their tracks. Jiang Dong looked at 88 True Yang building, which was at the peak of the Sacred Palace, snorting and saying to Ma Hongyun, who was in the group, "You Huang Jin tribe Gu masters are so lucky. Any reward inside 88 True Yang building can allow you to soar to success and gain great riches." Ma Hongyun laughed sheepishly. Leader is right. Sadly, my bloodline is not thick enough. I cannot enter 88 True Yang building. Otherwise, I would go in to expand my vision. Even though Huang Jin tribesmen were Giant Sun Immortal Venerables descendants, they were not guaranteed entry into 88 True Yang building. If their ancestors had diluted the bloodline too much by marrying outsiders, they would not reach the requirement and would not be able to enter. Jiang Dong heard this, and the bitterness and jealousy in his heart lessened. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun more gently. Someone even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder and consoled. "You are really unlucky, but never mind. You can earn a fortune this time by coming with us to kill the Earth Chief beast as well." Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded as he bowed, laughing apologetically. He had saved Ma Yingjie coincidentally. After He tribe forcefully took over Ma tribe, due to a series of events, he changed his surname and became Ma Hongyun, finally allowed to cultivate. Right now, he was a rank 1 Gu master. His aptitude was neither good nor bad. Of course, he could enter 88 True Yang building, but with his strength, there was no point in that at all. During his stay in the Sacred Palace, he could mix around with hunting groups daily and go out to hunt. It allowed him to earn enough to cover his daily expenses and accumulate primeval stones to cultivate. As for what he told Jiang Dong, that was Zhao Lianyun's instruction before he set off. Chapter 571. Deserves death, without pity. Boom boom boom. The earth rumbled, wolves charged out like tides. They were endless like the flood water, charging forward relentlessly. Tens of thousands of wolves sprinted. The wolf group was in chaos. There were wind wolves running like they were flying, water wolves with their snow-white bodies, night wolves who were slim and stealthy, turtleback wolves who were stable and sturdy, vermilion flame wolves who were burning fiercely. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, and Myriad Wolf King led the army along with the mutated wolves. They were traveling in packs and were very conspicuous. Like the blood forest wolf, with a bone forest on its back, tall as a mountain. The shark fin wolf with skin like that of an elephant, while being amphibious. The frenzy wolf with 3 silver-gray eyes, being a battle maniac. Inside Imperial Court blessed land, in the light golden sky, there were azure wolves running in the air, howling as they gave off a strong aura. Fang Yuan sat on an azure myriad wolf king's back as the strong winds could not affect his determined and resolved expression. His eyes were dark like the abyss. He was looking down with his thoughts unpredictable. Although the wolves were scattered when he first entered Imperial Court blessed land, Fang Yuan had been handing out missions to others and had been recalling the old wolves as well as recruiting new wolves since. By now, he had about 500,000 wolves running below him like the tides of the sea. At this point, he was truly at the peak of the mortal realm. During the Imperial Court contest, he was one of the 5 Beast Kings together with Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, and others. After the Imperial Court contest, just looking at Northern Plains alone, he was the current generation's #1 enslavement master. Other than his enslavement attainment, he also displayed great technique in his strength path cultivation, and was also a flying master. It was truly a shocking achievement. Who did not respect and revere the great wolf King Changshan? In the entire Northern Plains, how many could actually put up a challenge before him? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice discouraging him. Young man, you want to combine strength and enslavement? That is really a tall order. I would advise you to give up on that as soon as possible. Yaos will continued. Strength and enslavement are very distinct from each other. The combination of strength and enslavement has been an age-old problem. It was not easy for you to even dual cultivate them. Why don't you change them now while it is early? There is no need to do something so meaningless and troublesome. I had gone through this back in my days. You need to know, there are countless paths and ways to be a Gu master. Our strength is not reliant on the number of paths we are on, but the depth of our attainment. Yao explained to him patiently, but Fang Yuan scoffed, arrogantly refusing. Problems are meant to be solved. What is there to be afraid of? Enslavement strength dual cultivation is an age-old problem. That is because I had not been born back in those days. I will eventually have the world in my palms. My name will go down in history, just like Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth, and others. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth were all rank 9 venerables. In the long history of mankind, the river of time flowed endlessly, but there were only 10 of them throughout the ages. Fang Yuan was immortal, but he was aiming to be such a person. It was like an ant trying to become an elephant. Such lofty ambitions and tone. Even Yao's will was tongue-tied when she heard it. Howl! Kill all of these earth chief beasts. Where is the healing Gu master? Someone is injured. Quickly come and help. The beasts were growling. The Gu masters were shouting. A small-scale fight was reaching its climax. On the relatively small battlefield, there were holes on the ground, broken limbs and blood everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters were surrounding the Earth Chief Beast King, engaging in fierce combat. There were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses surrounding them. These Earth Chief Beasts had a humanoid body and a snake tail. Their face resembled bats, and their nose were pointed up. They had large ears and a black body covered in flesh armor. All around their chests, there were 5 to 6 flesh whips, ranging from tens of centimeters to meters long. The whips were like hands, agile like snakes as they flung with huge force, both offensively and defensively. The Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they only lived near the surface and not deep underneath. They had great value, be it their eyes, fur, or tail. They were rare and valuable Gu refinement material. What was most rare was their flesh whips. The longer they were the better. Whips that were 6 meters or longer were often priceless. Almost none were sold in the market. Right now in Northern Plains, Earth Chief Beasts were almost going extinct. But in Imperial Court blessed land, they lived in huge numbers. For example, at this area, for the surrounding 10,000 li, there were Earth Chief Beast groups living underground. Money moved people's hearts. Because this was close to the sacred palace, many Gu masters often gathered in groups and hunted at this place. This battling group was one of them. The Gu masters in the group had hunted down the Earth Chief Beasts for several times already. They were quite experienced. But this time, they encountered trouble. Although they attracted an Earth Chief Beast group, there were only 100 of them, which was manageable for them. However, the Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, but an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this old Beast King could not battle and was old and sickly, it had many wild Gu in it, and had truly the battle strength of a rank 3. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 were students. They had just started and were weak, being the most commonly seen ones. Rank 2 were the foundation of tribes, the main source of manpower. They were quite common. Rank 3 were elders. They were the pillars of support for the clan, and were much more rare than rank 2 Gu masters. Rank 4 were the leaders, capable to leading 10,000 men. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal realm. They were the rarest of the mortal Gu masters. Earth Chief Thousand Beast King was not a problem by itself, but the rank 3 that it had were too much for this group to handle. During the start of the battle, the leader Zhang Dong was decisive and had great experience, ordering his group and bringing some people to break into the beast group, stalling the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief beasts. Otherwise, the group would have crumbled already. Everyone, put in more effort. This old beast is going down. We will win if we can endure. Zhang Dong shouted to raise the group's morale. Everyone replied quickly, raising their concentration and mental focus. From the start of the battle until now, an hour had passed. The Gu masters were almost out of primeval essence, but because of Northern Plains culture, these Gu masters all cultivated strength path as well. The Gu masters fought bravely, using close combat primarily, only using their primeval essence when they had no choice to save themselves or others. How? Right at this time, the old Beast King swung its snake tail, causing the air to crackle. The snake tail hit one of the Gu masters and sent him flying. When he landed, this Gu master's chest was smashed and his bones were all broken. He was beyond dead. Humans had intelligence. Beasts had their craftiness too. The old Beast King was really weak, but that did not mean it was powerless. When it burst out its remaining strength, it killed one person immediately. The Gu masters were stunned. Their morale fell rock bottom. Oh no, we were already at a stalemate earlier. That we are one man down, and my primeval essence is less than 20% left. What will we do? Zhang Dong's eyes rolled as he thought of escaping. This hunting group was only established at a whim. Although running away would ruin his reputation. What was reputation compared to death? Northern Plainsmen were battle lovers. It was true that they were ferocious and brave, but they were not stupid. In the past, life was tough, and I could only fight desperately to survive. Now that I am inside Imperial court-blessed land, with ample resources lying around, I should be accumulating my foundation and soaring into the sky. How can I sacrifice my precious life here? I have parents and children back at home. Although these hunting gains were good, the primeval stones are only enough to sustain my own cultivation. That rascal at home will be starting his cultivation journey in half a year. Thus, sorry everyone. Zhang Dong's gaze shone for a while, as he retreated suddenly, using all his remaining primeval essence on his movement Gu. He tore through the air. With his swoosh sound, he vanished like the wind. The remaining Gu masters were stunned again. The leader ran away in battle. What can they do now? Immediately, everyone scattered as morale became non-existent. The Earth Chief Beast King growled, chasing after them. The F***CK. Zhang Dong looked back and cursed. His soul almost flew into the 9 heavens. This old Earth Chief Beast King chose to chase after him out of all the people. Most likely his ruthless attacks and fierce offense enraged the old beast. Oh no, my life will be over at this rate. The two ran and chased. As time passed, his primeval was expended and Zhang Dong fell into despair. Lord Zhang Dong, please run. At this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Zhang Dong turned around and saw a young man at the left. It was Fang Yuan who had joined the group not too long ago. He had rank 1 cultivation and was a support Gu master with little battle strength. From the start of the battle, he had been dispatched and was used to investigate the area. What a foolish lad. Zhang Dong was overjoyed. He changed directions and ran towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He saw the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing Zhang Dong and had the urge to remind him. To think that Zhang Dong actually lured the old Beast King towards him. Fang Yuan ran immediately, but Zhang Dong was even faster. In a few breaths' time, he got close to him. Zhang Dong laughed loudly. Lad, you saved my life today. Your death is not in vain. Saying so, he used his Gu worm and knocked Fang Yuan unconsciously, stretching out his hand and tossing him behind. But the old Earth Chief Beast King ignored that free meal and still chased after Zhang Dong nonstop. Zhang Dong's laughter came to an end. His mood went from heaven to hell. Just as old Earth Chief Beast King got close to him, he could hear rumbling in his ears as the ground started to shake. Next, from far away in the sky, a line was getting bigger and clearer. Wolves. Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide rained down from the sky. The grand aura it gave off was like flood water that was engulfing the world. The old Thousand Beast King froze. After being in a short daze, it shuddered and turned around to run away. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group. That's right, there was an announcement. Wolf King was going to hunt at this area. Ah, my life is not meant to be over. I am saved. Zhang Dong cheered loudly after his initial shock. He sat on the ground, his body shivering in excitement. The hope after despair was making him feel great relief as tears flowed out of his eyes. But the next moment, the wolf tide came without slowly down, charging like a waves as it tore him into pieces in a few seconds. In the golden sky, atop the azure wolf, Yaos will spoke in Fang Yuan's mind with a sorrowful sigh. Fang Yuan, you allow these wolves to kill every living thing in their path, be it enemy or ally. Your killing intent is too strong. Are you not afraid of going against the natural order? Are you not afraid of other Gu Master's opinion? I announced my hunt long ago. These people are overwhelmed by greed. They are like ants. There is no pity for them when they are blocking my path. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Chapter 572. Successfully refining the Earth Chief Zombie, Gu the wolf groups were like a tsunami leaving trail of blood wherever it went in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was sitting indifferently on the back of an azure wolf king, turning a blind eye to the massacre happening in front of him. In his mind, Yaos will frown slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a person of the righteous path. She was naturally not happy at Fang Yuan's casual massacre. This young man could disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the eyes of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. He is a dauntless and crafty person. He also deciphered the clues of my inheritance and refined the Immortal Gu. He was not only fated but also had extraordinary methods. Even more importantly, he knows to bow and submit. When he knows that things cannot always go his way, he immediately compromises. This person is extremely shrewd as well. What is his origin? Yaos could not help but wonder about that question. She had just recently come out of Water Pavilion and resided in Fang Yuan's mind. She had analyzed many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and immediately learned many of his secrets. However, Fang Yuan's response was quick and immediately took preventive measures, making her progress slow down greatly. Thus, Yaos learned of Fang Yuan's secrets, but what she knew was limited. Among them included the secrets Fang Yuan revealed to her of his own accord. She still did not know that Fang Yuan possessed Spring Autumn Cicada. Thus, she had no way of knowing Fang Yuan's biggest secret of being a transmigrator. This was the world of Gu. Yao had already perished, and what was left was only a portion of her will. Unable to use Gu worms, Yao's will could only take advantage of Fang Yuan's low attainment in Wisdom Path. I had just recently awakened. I do not know what his background is. This young man has absurdly firm willpower and is extremely opinionated. I should just bide my time and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect first. It will not be too late to persuade him to do good once we arrive at Spirit Affinity House. Yaos had inherited some intelligence of the main body and immediately kept quiet when she realized any persuasion would be in vain. There was no resistance at all. Fang Yuan's dark and eerie gaze slowly retracted, closing his eyes to rest on the wolf's back. He was not someone who slaughtered willfully. There was a reason for letting the wolves massacre at full force today. One was to attract the Earth Chief Beast groups underground. Earth Chief Beast was a wild beast. The thick smell of blood would attract and stimulate their savage nature, making them risk emerging from the ground. Second was that the massacre would produce large numbers of souls. Since the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan had been using Soul Burial Toad to collect the souls. He had Dang Hun Mountain, and as long as Dang Hun Mountain did not die completely, the more souls he had, the better it was for him. Third reason was aimed at Yao's will in his mind. He was trying to probe her. As for the nasty repercussions from wantonly killing Gu Masters, Fang Yuan was happy instead of afraid. Not mentioning that he had already made a public announcement, making the consequences clear to everyone. Even if the public stirs and the resentment and hatred towards him rises, so what? He was at the peak of mortals, the famous wolf King Chong Shan. He was no longer the minor character several years ago who had to act cautiously. In this Imperial Court blessed land where Gu Immortals could not enter, his one shout could cause countless Gu Masters to tremble. His stomp could shake the sacred palace. With one thought, the wolf groups would instantly create a bloodbath. There was a famous saying on Earth, political power comes from military strength. A strong fist is power, and power is the truth. But on Earth, power was concentrated in the masses. Besides violence and fists, one needed to use righteousness to conceal the truth and compromise according to the public sentiment. But here, individual strength was far above the group. Public sentiment and righteousness were much weaker. Not mentioning anyone else, just take the current Fang Yuan as an example. Who cares about your dog's hatred and grudges? Whoever comes will face decimation. Whoever is not pleasing to the eyes, they can be slaughtered with no care at all. Looking disdainfully at all lives, trampling on the public sentiment, without restraints and free like the wind. But in Fang Yuan's pursuit of the great Tao, he had no interest towards casually slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was no more than a small step towards his majestic target. As he thought of this trip's goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Howl! A beast roar echoed to the skies. A mound bulged up from a distance before bursting open, Mud and stones splattered around as a 50-feet-tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he sneered. "You shall be the one." At once, he commanded the wolf group to attack. Endless thoughts flew about in his mind like an endless drizzle. If one looked from a high altitude, one would see an extremely spectacular scene of innumerable wolves rushing forward like an endless tide. As they neared the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolves suddenly split into several groups like ants trying to climb up an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled and flew down, spiraling around Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like birds. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped towards the wolf group and started rampaging. Soon, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses covered the ground. Its giant legs would leave behind terrifying blood pits in its trail. Fang Yuan had a smile as he observed the battle from the skies. Under his control, the wolf groups advanced and retreated, sometimes slowly and sometimes fast, as they charged forward waves after waves, forming a situation of ants devouring an elephant. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again while valiantly charging all around, causing large numbers of casualties in the wolf groups. In Fang Yuan's mind, Imo Yao gave a soft exclamation of surprise, slightly shocked at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. "Wow, I had not expected this kid to have so much talent at this young age, commanding these wolves as naturally as breathing, and with such ease like he is moving his arms. He has mastered the art of attrition battle of enslavement path, fighting the strong with a weak force. This is a master-level attainment, but it was nothing more than a slight shock." Imo Yao had seen and experienced a lot in her life, and was not an ordinary Gu immortal, but a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her horizons were broad and masters as young as Fang Yuan were not few in her memory. The battle lasted for a while. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was roaring again and again. Its energy was consumed by the wolf groups, and could no longer display its fierce might. Large numbers of Earth Chief beasts jumped out of the underground and joined the battle. Fang Yuan chuckled indifferently, commanding the wolves with ease as he had already expected this. The outcome of this large battle was foreordained from the start. How could a myriad beast-scale Earth Chief beast group be his match? Such a large battle covered a range of 1,000 li, but this was ingeniously divided into dozens of sections of battle circles by Fang Yuan, using the weak wolf groups to surround, and then using the strong and vigorous mutated beasts to form an arrowhead that charged forward. The first section of the battle circles was taken down by the wolf group, as they joined with the next group to destroy the second section. The third section, the dominance accumulated, and the scales of victory was inclining more and more towards Fang Yuan. Finally, the wolf group's annexing speed increased faster and faster till they butchered Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not ordinary. Although his commanding ability is exquisite and bold, using sharp and mild tactics together, he is still far away from Grandmaster level attainment. Imo Yao thought inwardly. Gu Master raised, used, and refined. No matter which aspect, they were all very profound and deep. Gu Masters might be using the same Gu worms, but some Gu Masters' performance would be extremely outstanding to the point that it could be called an art. These people were known as masters. Master could be discovered but not sought, and could not be cultivated just by investing resources. Not only did it require innate talent, the Gu Master also needed to have capability. But above Master was Grandmaster. Comparing Master and Grandmaster was like comparing grass and tree. Besides talent, aptitude, and resources, Grandmaster attainment also required fortuitous opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached Grandmaster level, they could gain comprehension about any path using their own as a foundation. They could understand about yin-yang and heaven and earth. They could learn about the profoundness of the universe, surpassing the mortal realm, and become immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Imo Yao was a refinement path Grandmaster. Although she had perished, her broad vision still existed. She had seen countless masters in her life. The main reason why she felt Fang Yuan's attainment was impressive was because of his young age. Not long later, Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell down loudly, having died due to the heavy injuries. Blood flowed out rapidly, and soon formed into a pool of blood beside it. Fang Yuan descended and personally skinned it, immediately started refining Gu next to the blood pool with wolf groups surrounding him. Imo Yao's modified Earth Chief Zombie Gu required the freshest flesh, with the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King being the best, 1,000 Beast King being the second best, and 100 Beast King being the last option. Thus, Fang Yuan moved out in a large scale and personally killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The Gu refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights before succeeding perfectly. Fang Yuan reached his goal. Thereafter, he dismissed majority of the wolf groups to hunt in the wild, only taking the elite mutated beasts with him as he returned back to Sacred Palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. Suddenly, a bloody person made his way out of a hill-sized blood forest wolf corpse. The bloody person swayed unstably as he moved, and had only walked a few steps before falling down to the ground. He gasped roughly, an incredulous look in his eyes as he muttered, "I am still alive." He vigorously rubbed his face, revealing his face. It was none other than Fang Yuan. After he had been knocked unconscious by Jiang Dong, he had remained down on the ground. That old Earth Chief Beast King ignored him and chased after Jiang Dong. But soon after, Wolf Group engulfed the area and slaughtered all living beings, and Fang Yuan ended up in a wolf's mouth. If it had been an ordinary wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf, or wind wolf, Fang Yuan would already have been torn into pieces and would be lying in the wolf's stomach. Fortunately, it was the hill-sized blood forest wolf that had eaten him. This wolf opened up its large mouth and with one lap of its tongue, directly licked the ground within 100 steps. Fang Yuan along with the old Earth Chief Beast King's corpse went down into the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued normally, Fang Yuan would already have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later and turned into a pile of wolf feces. But following the battle with the Earth Chief Beast Group, this blood forest wolf was attacked from all around and died on the battlefield. Its chest and belly was torn open, which allowed air to flow in. Fang Yuan dizzily woke up and hurriedly drilled his way out. At this time, the battle had already ended and the battlefield was covered with beast corpses. Occasionally, some wild beasts that were at their final moments would gasp for air, emphasizing the deathly stillness in the surrounding. After Fang Yuan breathed enough, his strength started to gradually recover and the thick bloody odor assailed his nose. He realized the situation was anything but reassuring. "I need to leave this place quickly. Wild beasts will be attracted by the odor of the blood not long later." Fang Yuan had been born and raised in northern plains. This survival common sense was already deeply ingrained in his bones. He immediately stood up and made sure of the direction towards Sacred Palace and immediately set off. But he had just taken few steps when he stopped. His sight was attracted by a gu worm. This was a wild gu on the corpse of an Earth Chief Beast. The Earth Chief Beast had died. The wild gu on it should have perished or flown away. But this wild gu was unexpectedly held back by a fractured bone and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, something gu. Fang Yuan could not remember it clearly, but it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this gu. Good gu worm. This is a good gu worm, after getting it. Even if I can't use it for myself, I can sell it for a lot of primeval stones. Fang Yuan felt a rush of excitement and immediately walked over, easily grabbing the gu worm. The silver light shone on the garden where the plants were swaying gently. In a pavilion, Fang Yuan was fiddling with Earth Chief Zombie Gu. This gu's shape appeared like an earthworm, bright yellow in color, and was the size of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was twining around Fang Yuan's fingers like a wriggling snake. Through Mo Yao's improved recipe and the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse, its refinement was successful. But Fang Yuan had not used it. He was cautious in nature. This Earth Chief Zombie Gu was refined from a modified recipe. What would he do if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will, Mo Yao was a fairy of the Righteous Path Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He could not put his guard down. But Grandmasters are truly worthy of their name. My Refinement Path attainment has already reached the Master Realm, but when compared to Mo Yao, I am young like a child. Recalling the process of refining Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Fang Yuan was still feeling moved. During the whole Gu refinement process, Mo Yao only spoke 3 sentences, but they were the crucial guides, the vital finishing touches. Fang Yuan was able to gain a lot of insight from them. He, however, did not know Mo Yao was also inwardly moved at this moment. Double Master Attainment. I had not expected this kid to not only be an Enslavement Path Master, but also Refinement Path Master. Double Master Attainment at such a young age, such aptitude and talent are rare, even in my memory. No wonder he has such grand ambitions of wanting to rise to the realm of Venerable, equal to Thieving Heaven, Paradise Earth, Giant Sun. It is also natural to be arrogant and conceited after getting success at this young age. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fang Yuan's goal of being equal to Venerables, but she understood. Becoming a master can't be done with just talent and aptitude. It also requires sufficient resources and even guidance from great teachers. It seems this kid's background is quite deep. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the intel of Double Master Attainment, she sensed the deep origin of Fang Yuan. Lord Wolf King, Good Tribes and Chong Tribes leaders have come forward to have an audience. Right at this time, a servant reported from outside the door. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. These two had been called by him. He indifferently said, "Let them in." "Yes." The servant respectfully retreated. Not long later, two people came forward and kneeled, kowtowing 3 times to pay their respects. An extremely respectful and fearful expression could be seen on their faces. Going through the baptism of Imperial court contest and being at a high position with no lack of resources, under the shade of a large tree like Wolf King, Guguang and Changji, you were already ranked for Gu Masters. Fang Yuan glanced and asked without allowing them to rise. Have you completed the things I told you a few days ago? After Fang Yuan succeeded in his expedition and returned to the sacred palace, he gave an order to the 2 tribe leaders to gather all their tribe's Gu Masters to clean up the battlefield. As per Lord Wolf King's words, the battlefield has been cleaned up altogether. Guguang was about to report the gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He did not care about these battle spoils, asking, "How many Gu Masters did you arrest?" Guguang did not reply this time. Instead signaled Chang Jiyu, who was at the side, with his eyes. Everyone knew Chang Jiyu was Chang Shan Yin's own son, and after Fang Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. Guguang was letting Chang Jiyu reply to Fang Yuan's question in light of this relation and to express his goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu spoke with a respectful expression, his gaze revealing a crazed fanatical worship. People's hearts are unfathomable with insatiable greed. Despite Lord Father's public announcement, there were still many Gu Masters who sneaked into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. Over these few days, I and tribe leader Guguang combined our strength and were able to arrest over 180 Gu Masters who are locked up in the prison now. But there were still many crafty and treacherous scoundrels who took advantage of when we were not on guard to sneak in and make some free gains. I have interrogated the prisoners and have much intel on them already. As long as Father commands, I will definitely spare no efforts to lock up all these escapees. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was upright as he spoke in an unafraid tone. His aquiline nose, dark brows, broad back, and thin waist gave him a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing these escapees. The battlefield is vast and is not restricted with doors or obstacles. You have already done great by capturing so many Gu Masters. As for the others, it is their skill that they were able to escape. There is no need to chase after them. You can leave now and bring those detained captives here. Yes, this subordinate, this child, heeds your command. Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's command, a large hall had been created to lock up these Gu Masters. You guys go out and close the door, guard the entrance, and don't let any outsiders enter within 100 steps. If some experts arrive, inform me in advance. Fang Yuan dismissed everyone. The hall now only had him and the captives. The door was locked, and as no lanterns had been lit, the hall sank into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. Lord Wolf King, what are you intending to do by capturing us? I am a He tribesman, and talking of relation, He Lulan is my older cousin. Among the captives a young Gu Master shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, and with a snap of his fingers, activated a Gu. TCH. A soft sound was heard, and the young Gu Master's head burst out like a watermelon, spurting out white brain matter. A huge clamor instantly occurred as the captives were terrified and fell into panic. Soon, someone took the lead and the others also followed suit, kneeling down one after another. Lord Wolf King, I deserve death. I shouldn't have gone to steal Lord's battle spoils. My conscience was blinded. Lord, please forgive us. Lord, have mercy. Fang Yuan had a terrifying reputation, and now he casually killed without even saying a word. None of these Gu Masters were experts, most having only rank 1 or rank 2 cultivation. Their background was not good, and they were unable to enter 88 True Yang building. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan and trying to resist would only be looking for death, so they could only ask for forgiveness. Noisy, Fang Yuan shouted in a soft voice, but his voice echoing in the hall. He casually waved his hand, killing the person that was begging in the most mournful voice, even though they were quite far apart. I will kill anyone who dares to make more noise. Fang Yuan indifferently said. His voice was not loud, but it lingered in the captive's ears. The whole hall instantly fell into deathly silence out of fear. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan only then felt satisfied and asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Now how should I experiment? Mo Yao chuckled. This is easy. Little brother just needs to arrange Gu worms according to my instructions. She directly addressed Fang Yuan as little brother, giving a feeling of intimacy. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, but did not retort and followed Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao notified, Fang Yuan would respond by sending out a Gu worm. These Gu worms were the Gu worms to form 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, and so on. Some were thrown towards the roof, and some were placed in the corners. As the Gu worms made an arc through the air, trails of colorful light appeared in the captives' eyes. These people were very anxious, but they did not dare to ask anything. They stood on their spots without even daring to move a little, just like little whelps. The headless corpses of the two captives Fang Yuan had killed were still around them. The odor of blood gradually pervaded the hall as the blood flowed out of the severed necks. After arranging these Gu worms to their spots, Fang Yuan successively started to pour primeval essence into them according to Mo Yao's instructions. This process of pouring the primeval essence was quite specific. One moment, he had to choose a Gu worm in the southeast, and the very next moment, it would be northwest, and suddenly, it would be the Gu worms to the sides. The main Gu at times, and the supporting Gu worms at times. Even Fang Yuan felt baffled and had inwardly put up his guard. When all the Gu worms were activated, the light from them gradually linked together and soon formed a pale yellow lighthouse that covered the hall, including all the captives within. This is... Fang Yuan's thoughts shook and his pupils widened. Mo Yao's will softly smiled as she explained, "This is a Gu house." Fang Yuan involuntarily blurted out, "Is the essence of this six-armed heavenly zombie king a Gu house?" Mo Yao chuckled. "Foolish kid, could it be that you don't know the true nature of a Gu house is a killer move? Six-armed heavenly zombie king is a killer move. A Gu house is also a killer move. Their essence is the same, so they naturally can be mutually switched." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he sensed the unspoken implication of Mo Yao's words, immediately asking, "From your words, couldn't all killer moves turn into Gu houses?" "Of course," Mo Yao unhesitatingly replied. "Man is the spirit of all living beings while Gu is the essence of the world, carrier of the great Tao. A Gu worm has one ability. What is a killer move? It is an assembly of different Gu worms stacking their abilities. It can raise the strength of one ability to a very high level or produce multiple abilities which can handle different aspects." Mo Yao did not explain further. Whether Fang Yuan could have some comprehension from this was his own matter. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Inspiration started flashing incessantly in his mind. Mo Yao's words seemed to pierce through a paper window, allowing his insight to rise to a whole new height. Right? A Gu house's essence is a killer move which has solidified. For example, 88 Truyong building can be compared with Water Pavilion. The former covers the Imperial court, influences northern plains, plunders resources, and holds inheritances. The latter can be concealed, and has the ability of defense and storage. These functions were not provided by just a single Gu worm, but were the result of Gu masters assembling these Gu worms. From another perspective, a Gu house is just one form of manifestation of a killer move. Since six-armed heavenly zombie king can only take effect on me, one person, why can it not form into a Gu house and simultaneously take effect on many people? At this thought, Fang Yuan looked ahead. In the Gu house, those Gu master captives' bodies were already beginning to show changes. Wow, what is happening to me? Everyone was shouting in fright as they saw golden scales growing out rapidly on their skin. "Ah, it is painful, it is painful. It itches, it is too itchy. I can't endure this, just kill me." Soon, they fell down to the ground one after another. Some madly grabbed their skin and tore off their clothes, while others bent their body like shrimps, covering their chest tightly as blood flowed out of their mouth and nose. What is this thing? Why is there a monstrous arm growing out of my back?" Not long later, the alarmed screams reached the peak, the sound waves even shaking the roof. All sorts of arms started growing one after another. Some were dark green, some dark purple, some yellow, and their thicknesses were also different, the deformities looking very unsightly. But Fang Yuan had never bothered with these minor details to external appearance. His eyes slightly squinted when he felt the dangerous aura the Gu masters started releasing. He felt very happy, as well as apprehensive. Mo Yao's understanding of killer moves is extremely profound. But why do others have no such comprehension? Is it because most Gu masters, and even Gu immortals, don't have the skill to casually transform killer moves into Gu houses? Refinement Path Grandmaster. This is truly a terrifying realm. Chapter 574. Mo Yao's weakness in the deeply secluded hall. Only Fang Yuan was standing. There was a deathly silence. The faint yellow light merged into one, forming the shape of a Gu house. Inside the House of Light was a floor of corpses. Almost 200 Gu masters died a terrible death. Among these corpses, some had scales on their bodies, some were hard as steel, some grew weird limbs and had a grimacing expression, some self-detonated and caused their broken limbs to fly all over the place. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move that you thought of?" Mo Yao replied with unfazed confidence. "These Gu masters were certainly going to die. Six-armed heavenly zombie king is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements towards the body. Now it seems, even with your strength path foundation, it is unable to endure such an intense move. Fang Yuan scoffed, expressing his unhappiness. This is your explanation? You think I could not tell? This killer move has so many flaws. Initially 50 to 60 people died. Midway about 100 had died. And towards the end we were only left with 6 to 7 Gu masters. There are at least 17 flaws. Do not forget that we have an agreement. Yao chuckled. She felt nothing from being threatened, as she replied, Little brother, don't be so rash. 6-armed heavenly zombie king has only been created roughly. It is normal to have flaws. As we continue to improve on it, it will eventually meet our expectations. She replied to Fang Yuan as she thought. This lad is not simple. He could detect 17 flaws. With his refinement master attainment, he should only be able to find 11 at most. It seems that his strength path attainment has also reached the edge of master level. Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was playing mind games here. I could only see 7 flaws. I purposely added 10 in order to probe her. It seems that this killer move's flaws are more than just 17. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. Yao was testing out his level of attainment, but Fang Yuan was also probing her foundation as well. 6-armed heavenly zombie king was full of flaws. All of the Gu masters used for the experiment were dead, but Fang Yuan was happy instead of being worried. Logically speaking, Yao has refinement grandmaster attainment. Even if it is a roughly made killer move, there cannot be so many flaws. But while Yao is indeed a refinement grandmaster, this is only a part of her will that she left behind. Fang Yuan's compromise was real, but he had never given up on his goal to get rid of Yao's will. Through his current probing, he found out one weakness of Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I had spent a great fortune and bought much costly information from Treasure Yellow Heaven. They are valuable knowledge. Wisdom Path seeks the path of knowledge. It is split into thought, will, and emotion. Thought is the foundation. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When many thoughts are gathered, will is formed. With many wills intertwined, emotions would form. Thoughts are like weeds. They can be easily created or destroyed. Will can be ever-changing, firm as steel, empty like vacuum, or fierce like fire. As for emotions, they are like water, a small stream when thin, but cannot be cut easily or steered by reason. When deep, they will be like the sea, having great control and power over oneself. Out of these three, emotion is the hardest to get rid of, while thoughts are most easily destroyed and created. I should be glad that what is inside my mind now is Yao's will and not Yao's emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When thoughts collide, they either get destroyed or fuse. The eventual thought would be the result obtained from thinking. Then what about a portion of a person's will? Fang Yuan thought of the brilliant part, and he snickered in his heart continuously. Wills do not form by just gathering randomly scattered thoughts together, but will is truly the linking together of countless thoughts. When a will thinks about a question, it will use its own thoughts to fuse and create new thoughts, getting the results of their thinking. Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited her grandmaster attainment, but the flaws created in thinking about 6-armed heavenly zombie king were not due to her limited abilities, but because she did not dare to think too deeply as she had to worry about her own safety. By now, Fang Yuan had discovered Yao's weakness. A living person would feel weakness in their body if they thought about things nonstop, not to mention a simple will. The more a will thinks, the more damage they would get, and the weaker they would be. If Yao was alive, the expenditure that her will incurs would be replenished by her main body. But now, Yao is already dead. Why did her will sleep inside Water Pavilion, only awakening when Fang Yuan entered? That was because her will could not stay awake all the time. One thinks extensively when they are awake. The more she thought, the weaker her will would be, and the faster it would perish. Look at 88 True Yang Building. This majestic rank 8 Immortal Gu house, containing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. Even for someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the will that he left behind was also slumbering. Be it Giant Sun's will or Yao's will, they were without a power source. They could not be replenished and could only weaken as time passed. While my wisdom path attainment is low, I have the greatest advantage in that I am alive. At this point, I cannot contest with Yao's will, but as long as I have enough time to stall it out, I will definitely win. After pondering to this point, Fang Yuan stopped this train of thought. After all, Yao's will was inside his mind. Reflecting for overly long would create more thoughts. Although he could use Space Thought Gu to hide them, there was no guarantee that Yao would not find a way around it. Sigh. In the Grand Hall, Fang Yuan's sigh could be heard. Yao was a huge burden. Fang Yuan had to be wary all the time when he thinks. Originally, getting into Imperial Court blessed land and taking Immortal Gu landscape as before was already taxing on him, having to make so many considerations. Coupled with such a huge enemy now lurking inside his brain, Fang Yuan had to be very careful of the danger while attempting to solve it. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in some random thoughts to conceal his intentions. This kind of thinking would be easily achieved in the past if his heart was calm. But now, Fang Yuan felt that it was very taxing. He felt a strong mental fatigue. Mo Yaos will heard this sigh and misunderstood Fang Yuan, consoling. Little brother, you are so young, but already so hard-working. Why are you sighing? I have revised the killer move. You need to change 6 Gu worms and add in 3 more. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows rose. He said expressionlessly, I am listening. Mo Yao told him the details. Fang Yuan had Immortal blessed land in his possession. It was not a problem to connect to treasure Yellow Heaven and exchange for a few mortal Gu. At the same time, Fang Yuan instructed Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu to secretly bring captured Gu masters into the hall. 3 days later, another round of human experimentation began. The experiment's result was better than earlier, but there were still flaws. Mo Yao summed up the results and gave another revised suggestion. Fang Yuan acted accordingly. He showed no impatience even after many rounds. He knew clearly. Mo Yao's will had refinement grandmaster attainment. But the more she thought, the weaker she would be. The rounds of experiments were so that they could replace the strain on her thoughts by using test subjects. But even so, Mo Yao's will had to think of the revision herself. When she thinks about this, thoughts would generate. The more she does this, the weaker her will would be. Fang Yuan did not intend to alarm her. He was prepared for a drawn-out battle. After half a month, during the 15th experiment, in the hall, corpses were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan kept the dozens of Gu worms used for 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, looking around and giving a satisfied nod. The test subjects had low cultivation level. They could not endure such a strong killer move like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. They were sure to die. But how they died and what happened to them after they died was the important thing. Right now, among these corpses, some has turned into zombies, some had yellow scales, some had 6 arms on their backs, some had sharp spiky scales, some had thick arms with bulging muscles, some had pitch-black claws on their hands, created by their sharp nails. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses Borrow Strength Gu as the core, and the 6 Flying Zombie Gu as the foundation, with 18 Gu as the complements. Strictly speaking, this is a transformation path killer move, gathering the zombie energy to turn a person into a flying zombie. That way, the Gu Master's body becomes more than 10 times as strong, and can hold even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, concluding his gains from these previous days. But precisely because of this, the zombie energy is extremely dense and the backlash of this killer move is very severe. Even if we had 3 life force type Gu among the complementing Gu worms, we can only sustain the killer move for 7 minutes. That's about it, right? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother makes much sense. That is true indeed. Using Borrow Strength Gu to borrow the strength of the natural phenomena in heaven and earth, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using a zombie body as the strength of a zombie body surpasses living flesh. It has great regenerative abilities and complements Borrow Strength Gu really well. But Gu Masters are alive, while zombie energy is the power of the dead. The longer you maintain the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King transformation, the more zombie energy would be in your body, and when it devours your life force, you will turn into a zombie completely, unable to change back. That is the backlash of this killer move. Life force and death energy, they are entirely distinct from each other and like archenemies. The fusion of life and death is also an age-old question. It is out of my capabilities. It was my limit to place 3 life force boosting Gu worms in the killer move. If we put more of these Gu, it will disrupt the zombie energy and the killer move's power will fall or even completely collapse. If we use too few of them, the time you can use this transformation will shrink and it will turn into an impractical move. Fang Yuan heard this and nodded on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he was chuckling in his heart. These words from Mo Yao were a suspicious change in topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an age-old question. There had never been a case of a person being simultaneously dead and alive. The two could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Could she not think of any other killer moves? Why must she use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? That was because this could greatly reduce the thinking she had to do. Since Fang Yuan provided the base of the killer move for Arm Wind King, she just had to improve on it. Fang Yuan was almost certain, with her grandmaster attainment, Mo Yao could easily start all over again and think of a brand new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human. She is an Inkman. As someone of a different race, she definitely has a different standpoint. These days, we used up to 1,000 Gu masters to experiment. She is a righteous path person, the fairy of spirit affinity house, but she watched coldly by the side. Her lover is the great sword Immortal Bo Qing. It seems that within her affection, there was also the element of being attracted to the strong. Bo Qing was this pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was only immortal in Mo Yao's heart. Was he about the same as those test subjects who died? Thus, in this world, one has to depend on themselves. Only you yourself are the most reliable person. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, but he did not point it out. He asked Mo Yao instead. So, has the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King been completed? Mo Yao shook her head. Not yet. We only experimented on low-rank Gu masters. We still need high-rank Gu masters, preferably rank 5. If they are a strength path rank 5, that would be the best. Rank 5 strength path. Fang Yuan frowned. Other than himself, there was nobody he knew who met the criteria. Fang Yuan shook his head. He decided to put this matter aside. No rush. I have already obtained the materials for ink transformation. It is time to explore 88 True Yang Building again. Chapter 575. Entering True Yang Building again. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the important control center of 88 True Yang Building. The secret room was round, and its walls were flickering with starlight, with a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole Imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. I have returned once again. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will sighed with deep emotions. Fang Yuan ignored her and looked towards the white jade round table. He had first used the guest token to enter 88 True Yang Building, then passed with high-grade evaluation, which allowed him to enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Using it, he then entered the central control room. But because of Dichio inheritance, he chose to momentarily halt his plans for 88 True Yang Building, eventually refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. All in all, Dichio inheritance provided both benefits and harm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was able to obtain an Immortal Gu, but its ability was quite unique in that it harmed oneself to benefit others. And then there was Mo Yao's will, which had sneaked into his mind. Fang Yuan could not get rid of it, and as such the internal pressure on him was huge. But undeniably, the pointers given by Mo Yao's will reaped him much gains, not mentioning the insights regarding refinement path. Just the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and ink transformation killer moves along with the improved Earth Chief Zombie Gu recipe were extremely valuable. Besides these, there was also an enormous benefit. Mo Yao's will would be of huge help to Fang Yuan's plans in 88 True Yang Building. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster who had researched 88 True Yang Building in depth. She was a legendary character who, back then, had infiltrated into Imperial court blessed land and created a loophole where she set up Dichio inheritance. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories along with the video of the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking 88 True Yang Building. He also had first-hand information from Langya Land Spirit, and now, a great assistant was with him in the form of Mo Yao's will. As such, he was fully confident in this trip. But shortly after, his gaze paused as he let out a surprised gasp. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table had been covered with a layer of sticky black liquid, and the black liquid had formed into a whirlpool, which then slowly entered towards a hole in the sand table. This hole was none other than the location of Dichio inheritance. But now, there was no trace of the black liquid on the sand table, and the location of the Dichio inheritance was also completely restored in the sand table, with no trace of any hole. This sight was like a heavy punch to Fang Yuan's confidence. His mind was jolted, and as he was about to make guesses, Mo Yao's will chuckled, already knowing his intent. If there are gains, there will be losses as well. Little brother, you have already taken Dichio inheritance, and with 88 True Yang Building's might, it was bound to have fixed that flaw. The cave in Dichio inheritance exists no longer, and a small tower should have been reinstated there. Without the loophole, how can I refine the glass owner token into one edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked for advice. If there is no loophole, then just create a new one. Mo Yao proudly smiled. Why did I impart you the refinement path killer move ink transformation? You should have already guessed it. The black liquid covering the sand table you saw back then was caused by ink transformation killer move. If there is no loophole, make a new one. Mo Yao's words revealed the bearings of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan to raise his brows. Although it sounded easy from her words, how should he create the loophole? At least, Fang Yuan, who was a refinement path master, did not have such ability. Mo Yao continued. The loophole cannot be casually created. Carelessly doing it will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. If his will awakens, then we will face a tragic end. Fortunately, 88 True Yang building has gone through many changes. It is already no longer as perfect as before. Time has created all kinds of blemishes in it. Back then, I chose the Dichio location because the blemish in it was the largest. So it was like that. Fang Yuan nodded, inwardly happy. Yao's will was like a water without a source. If they wanted to look for the blemishes and the loopholes, it would require large amounts of thinking, and this would cause her will to be greatly exhausted. But Mo Yao did not satisfy Fang Yuan's intention and instead said, "Little brother, use your mind to explore the sand table according to my instructions. I will tell you the secrets of the workings of 88 True Yang building and help you find the blemishes." Okay. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. This action of Mo Yao was not out of his expectation. She cherished her existence, but it was okay that she was not thinking. Fang Yuan could use this chance to learn from her and increase his understanding of 88 True Yang building. The marvels of 88 True Yang building were extraordinary. As Fang Yuan entered the sand table with his mind, he felt like he was a small boat on an ocean, only sensing its limitless and unfathomable vastness. Every corner and side of it was a lesson to be learned and pondered upon. He instantly felt that he was a minute existence and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's directions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 blemishes, and 13 blemishes among them were relatively larger, forming into flaws that were comparable to the Dichio location before. This result made Mo Yao sigh. So many years have gone by, and even 88 True Yang building cannot escape the damage from the river of time. Thinking of back then, I could only find 38 blemishes with only 6 that had formed into flaws. Pausing for a moment, she then continued to give directions to Fang Yuan. "Little brother, now you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these several flaws." Fang Yuan followed her words, and with frequent shifting of his mind, over 800 Gu flew out of his aperture. There were Gu worms from rank 1 to rank 5 of metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths. Among these, dark path was of primary importance. Although they were all mortal Gu, but for 10 or so Gu worms among them, some were already extinct during medieval antiquity era, and some even went as far back as remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare and were completely extinct from the 5 regions, with only some Gu immortals having them in their collections. Fang Yuan had to spend a considerable amount for these Gu worms, spending at least 1.5 immortal essence stones. Immortal essence stones were extremely valuable and could directly replenish a Gu immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. At the same time, they were also a currency used by Gu immortals. Even during Fang Yuan's peak period in his previous life, he had only been able to collect just over 60 immortal essence stones. In this life, he gained profits from risk, and since obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his highest amount of savings was 12 immortal essence stones. Now he only had 2 immortal essence stones left. There was nothing he could do about it. Too many fields required the use of immortal essence stones. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering the intel on wisdom path, purchasing Gu worms, and so on, all required immortal essence stones. Close to 1,000 Gu worms fluttered about in the air. Like a light drizzle, Fang Yuan put all his concentration in commanding and arranging these Gu worms, and when the time was ripe, he shouted softly, "Ink transformation!" The Gu worms turned into a dark cloud, and rain started falling down from the cloud, and made pitter-patter sounds as they hit the sand table, turning into drops of inky liquid. The ink drops started to add up slowly and covered the whole sand table. Fang Yuan's concentration was gathered towards a specific flaw, urging the inky liquid to flow towards the flaw. The primeval essence of a rank 5 peak stage aperture rapidly decreased, and the inky liquid was also exhausted by over half before it was able to break through a layer of indistinct obstruction and formed into a whirlpool, slowly pouring into the hole in the sand table. At this scene, Mo Yao spoke, "Throw in your glass owner token." Fang Yuan did as told, and threw in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the inky whirlpool with no trace to be seen. The inky liquid also started being consumed even more rapidly. After about an hour, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. After 4 hours, the inky liquid disappeared completely, and a completely new owner token slowly flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed this owner token that had already changed its appearance. On the edge of the previous surface, a sharp protrusion appeared like a horn. One edge owner token, sure enough, fits its name. Fang Yuan mumbled. In 88 True Yang building, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passes a floor, the owner token will advance into one edge owner token and be able to grasp control of a floor. At the same time, the descendant can enter the treasure room and take a treasure within, without the need to exchange. If the descendant can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will become a 10 edges owner token, which allows the descendant to retrieve a giant sun inheritance from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant sun inheritance. Fang Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. Mo Yao continued. Right, giant sun immortal Venerable made arrangements for his descendants, arranged the rules of the Imperial court contest, set up 88 True Yang building, and left behind 88 inheritances in it. An immortal Venerable's inheritance is naturally not a small thing. But in history, the Imperial court winners who were able to pass 10 floors were extremely few. When I was alive, there were still 53 inheritances left out of 88. I am not sure how many remain now. Speaking of this, even I am envious of your luck. There are altogether 13 flaws we found. Every flaw after the ink transformation can advance the owner token by 1 edge. If you can use them all, you will obtain a 13 edges owner token and can totally take a giant sun inheritance. Sigh. It is not like back then, when there only were 6 flaws. When Fang Yuan heard this, his fiery heart felt like it was doused with a basin of cold water. He bitterly laughed. Using all the flaws. I won't conceal it from you. I only have 2 immortal essence stones now. I can only support 1 more ink transformation killer move. Oh, it was like that. Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal essence stones were one of the important standards of evaluating Gu immortals. Fang Yuan might still be immortal, but with Hu immortal blessed land, he was already treated as half an immortal in Mo Yao's heart. So this kid only has 2 immortal essence stones? Are his words true or a lie? It should be the truth. The temptations of Giant Sun's inheritance is not something normal people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows the more flaws he refines, and the higher grade his owner token is, the more convenient it will be for his plans towards 88 True Yang building. The most crucial point is I am hiding in his mind. It will be impossible for him to hide from me and secretly refine them. Now, he would ask for help from the forces behind him. This brat conceals too deeply. He will have to reveal his background at that time, and I will be able to know a thing or two. While thinking this, Mo Yao had a pleasant and benign expression as she gave an idea to Fang Yuan. There is no need to hurry. Owner tokens can mutually annex each other. As long as you annex the current alliance leader He Lu Lan's owner token, who is to say you might not be able to gather 10 edges? She indeed lived up to the name Mo Yao, knowing so many behind-the-scenes details. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he intentionally said in a higher voice, "You want to make me go against He Lu Lan? Are you thinking of pushing me to my death?" Although He Lu Lan is easy to deal with, the He tribe behind him is a super-level force with many Gu immortals looking after him. Hey, you are an audacious lad. You can disguise your identity to infiltrate Imperial court, and yet you are afraid of mere He Lu Lan? Moreover, I did not say you have to kill him. You only need to take the owner token from his hands. That's all. Fang Yuan's gaze changed. He Lu Lan cannot be killed. Killing him is like poking a hornet's nest. He tribe is not something I currently can provoke. But that owner token, he definitely treasures it as dearly as his life. Tell me, what should I do? Can't provoke currently. Isn't he saying it might be a different case in the future? This kid's ambition is truly big. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key word in Fang Yuan's speech. As for the problem Fang Yuan mentioned, she did not want to think too much, so she spread out her hands in Fang Yuan's mind. How you take the owner token from him is your problem.